1 minute. Can you see the when I am sharing?
No, sir.
You can't see them. Wait there. So I'm so sorry, I can't share the things here. Can you see now? Entire. Anyway, then I'll simply talk with you and my colonial legacy of Sri Lanka. And when we consider about these colonial powers, what Portuguese did was mainly they destroyed most of the Buddhist and Hindu monuments, temples, palaces, and other hundreds of sculptures and monuments and so on. As an example, I would like to say on Polonnaruwa, the Polonnaruwa was discovered by an army officer called M.H. Fagan in 1819 when he was chasing rebellions in the forest area. By that time, he came into England. And most of the material today in the Ashmolean Museum and also in the Cambridge are donation of Seligman. And also the Saracen brothers, they are Swedish anthropologists. And I think you know about them because they worked in the Southeast Asia, Fiji, and other areas. So he also came to Sri Lanka in the late 19th century, and then he excavated in the eastern province some of the caves where Vedas lived at that time, and then he collected lots of stone tools and bone artifacts and bone animal and human bones, and they were taken into England. So those are the things happened in the colonial period in Sri Lanka. And some other scholars like Henry Parker and also Codrington and also even C.P. Bell, they have collected some materials from Sri Lanka and they were taken them into the Britain. And one of the Sri Lankan scholars, you heard about Ananda Kumaraswamy. Ananda Kumaraswamy collected a large number of artifacts, antiquities, and he donated or I don't know whether he sold or not to the Boston University, Boston Museum. He was the first curator of the Boston Museum in America. So he gave the Sri Lankan materials to Boston. Likewise, in the 1930s also, some of the excavated materials like skeletons were taken into America and are in Harvard and some other places. So these are the story of the materials taken from Sri Lanka to abroad. When we consider the most of the materials taken in the early 19th century and then late 19th century and early 30s, as it means
your slide not moving, sir.
Yeah, I wait. Yeah, it's right. So that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and now we have Sri Lankan items in 28 countries in the world taken during the colonial period and immediately after that. Not only in the colonial period, even after the colonial period, in 1950s, some of the materials were taken into abroad. And when we see this list, most of these countries are Western countries. Austria, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, France, Hungary, Ireland, Norway, Poland, and all of them are Western countries. America and also in the Australia, we have some materials. Uh, it is noteworthy that very few materials are in India and in some other Asian countries. Only in India and Singapore have some Sri Lankan materials. In Bombay Museum and also in the Indian Museum in Kolkata, we can find a few masks and coins, but it is insignificant. And a few materials are also in the Madras Museum. They are uh, prehistoric tools discovered in the Central Highlands by J. Fall and A. Green, but otherwise it is not that much in Asian countries. And also in African countries, we don't have much. Only in Rhodesia and South Africa, a few materials. Most of them are anthropological items. Mostly they are in European countries, mainly in Britain. In Britain alone, we have Sri Lankan materials in 18 museums. And in Portugal, though we were ruled by Portuguese for several years, there were not that much items. A few materials are there, but some of them are very significant, like the casket that we are seeing now. And in the Netherlands also we have several items like the Leukes cannon and others. We are trying to take this cannon back to Sri Lanka. We are on this discussions now. And so first before that I will say some few words on the what are the materials in abroad. Mainly we have antiquities such as bronze images, and ivory items, and also knives, swords, and so on. And those are antiques. And then we have mask, a large collection of masks. Mainly they are in Germany, a wooden mask. And then we have a large number of palm leaf manuscripts. Mostly they are in the British Library and also in the Wellcome Institute. And then we have a large number of prehistoric tools. And then we have some anthropological items such as Vedas, tools, not tools, I mean, there are some utensils and some fishermen's material, fishing nets, and replicas of boats and so on are there. And there are some paintings also, mainly during the Dutch period paintings, and also old photographs are also in these museums. We have photographs since 1868. They are keeping them well, actually. At the moment, they keep them well. And at the moment, we are facing a big problem of stopping drainage of these present day materials from our countries to foreign museums and also to the other places. If they go to museums, that's okay, but presently they go not to museums but to some other places, business places, and some private houses and other places. So I think our priority should be to stop the present uh, illicit trade of antiques. So that should be our priority. And secondly, I think our priority should be taken the legal ownership of those materials, those were taken by foreigners, though they were physically taken to our countries or not. It is we have to think about that, because whether we don't know whether we can keep them as they keep them there. But I think we should take the legal ownership of them for the first time. And then thirdly, we should take the opportunity of studying those materials, because most of us, we don't know about those materials, where these things are there. And first we need that, you have to take the uh, permission or the rights of studying them. So those are the things I have to tell you. And thank you very much, Dr. Skanda Gupta, and also my colleagues here in Sri Lanka, and also uh, in India, especially to Professor Bahua, who chairs the session. Thank you very much. I think
Thank you, sir, for your illuminated talk. Do you have audience? Do you have any question? Please restrict your question between one or two, because we have shortage of time. Um,
Hello.
yes, please.
yes, Ati.
Please.
Can I continue?
Yes,
Yes,
Ati.
I have two.
Okay.
I have one question. That's regarding to Kenya University. I'm looking for one paper, and I have written the name of it in on chat box. It's regarding Gajalakshmi.
Yes.
So I would like to have that paper. I would also type my email ID over here.
Yes, please send it to me. I will try to find that article and send it to you. Right?
Okay. And second thing, if you can share the last image of Lakshmi which you presented, or whatever the Gajalakshmi coins you have found from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, we have hundreds of Gajalakshmi coins, and we call them a Lakshmi.
Yeah, sure. So whatever you can share, because I am collecting Gajalakshmi and I have
Okay.
collection of around 4,000 different images from different places.
Yeah, one thing I can do is you can take my email address and email me, then I will send you.
Sure, my
Right?
email address I have typed, and I will also type to send it to Mr. Mishra sir. So that way we
Yes,
can be
please.
in
Then
contact.
I can. I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello, good
Yes,
morning.
Professor Chulani.
Yeah, I'm very happy about your presentation, and I would like to make a comment. Actually, this is not a question. Uh, Recently, I have written one chapter for the book. You can see here that book, Freedom Struggle of Sri Lanka. Lesson Learned and Way Forward. This is the book edited by Professor Madhav Bandara. And I have written one chapter. I think Professor, this is the book has published article. Yeah, here. Issues related to Sri Lankan arts and artifacts in foreign museums. Is- right? Issues related to Sri Lankan arts and artifacts in foreign museum. Uh, in this article, I discuss all the aspect of foreign arts and artifact issues in the art and artifacts in foreign museums. I'm not going to discuss these things. I would like to uh, acknowledge here actually. Uh, uh, Regarding this kind of studies, the uh, the data and information are very rare, but we can follow if somebody wants to go for these researchers. Actually, uh, actually, it is necessary to acknowledge the work which has been done by late Dr. P. H. D. Silva, former director of museums, by visiting selected institutions and museums abroad to identify Sri Lankan objects in selected countries during the early 1970s. After his survey, he has published the book named A Catalogue of Antiquities and Other Cultural Objects from Sri Lanka, Ceylon, abroad, which was published in 1975. It is very valuable catalog. It is become a very valuable source of the information because it has been published with illustration in order to give a I want to give that information for you also. The regarding the other thing is my comment is I discuss in my chapter regarding the repatriation. Actually, totally repatriation is we have to think twice. If we can show our heritage for the world, it is necessary to display our objects in foreign museums or the foreign exhibitions. We have enough. If we take Castano, that kind of sometimes maybe ivory boxes, same kind of a lot of ivory boxes sometimes maybe we have in our countries. But sometimes the outsiders, they don't know about our heritage. Most of people can't come or visit other countries, but if we take British Museum, I'm very happy about the Tara, our golden Tara. This is show you one picture. They they have given prominent place for the Tara, while they have selected 100 objects, very specific objects, 100 for the world. Therefore, very critical thing. Therefore, we have to think about the idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chulani. She is one of my very good friends, and we are colleagues here in Sri Lanka. She is chair professor of. I think she is the expert, most veteran expert in museology in Sri Lanka. The PhD is also in museology. So I have to discuss with you in future when whatever we are going to do, and I consider you as one of my advisors actually in
Thank you so much. Your kind words. Selected very loving friend. And as a director, you can do a lot for the country. You have a lot of experience. I have to say, you are the most senior members, one of the few most senior members and very experienced person. Therefore, your service is very valuable for the
Okay.
country. Thank you.
Thank you. I have that book with me, the 1818 article on you, but it's in my home, so
Yeah,
I'll go back and
I'll
read it.
provide you. Actually, I
Yes, if I
came.
can. No, I have that book with me, so I will go through it. And I have to tell one thing about PhD
Yeah,
Silva's catalog. So that's excellent
yeah,
work actually. He has collected most of the material. But today when we are using that catalog, we have to think about because some of the addresses have been changed and some museums has been closed.
yeah,
So therefore, we have to think back again. So whenever I study that book, I always go through websites
yeah,
and recheck them. But
yeah,
that book is the foundation. We can say it's the
yeah,
foundation.
yes,
Very good,
yes,
very very good work he has done.
Yeah, I
So thank you very
actually
much.
I invite these eminent scholars to involve in this matter.
Yeah.
Please provide us the information, and we have to develop community regarding these objects. I know about Saranath Buddha statue. It is in the British Museum. They mentioned that they have paid for that one. The different kind of objectives they are showing that sometimes maybe they have taken those things by buying and selling, and sometimes maybe looting, sometimes maybe the because of legacy of the colonial authority, and that kind of various kind of reasons they show regarding that objects. Therefore, we have to think about the objects in future, and we have to have proper idea about the foreign objects in foreign countries or museums. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chulani. I think we can ask Mahua
Yeah.
Chakrabarti to organize a seminar on this aspect in future in Kolkata.
Yes. Thank you. It's very good. Thank you.
Professor Manatunga has described an overview of the cultural property in Sri Lanka. In his talk, he mentioned the important sites of the country and new discoveries and chance findings. In the colonial period, many enthusiastic foreigners, mainly the Britishers, collected the objects and taken to their countries. He said that 28 countries of the world have taken the materials like bronze images, ivory items, and weapons, masks, palm leaves, manuscripts, prehistoric tools, anthropological items, paintings, old photographs, caskets, coins, etc. A huge number of items. Perhaps repatriation can be done, but we know that museums are representative of world culture. We can understand the cultural relationship between the two countries through these objects. When common people go to the museum and confront the foreign items, there arises much curiosities in their mind. Then they want to see more, and if possible, they can visit the country of origin. I can say that when I visited Ajanta, my teacher informed me that similar murals are there in Sigiriya. It was the main inspiration of my visit to Sri Lanka after 22 years of visiting the Ajanta murals. Anyway, we want to hear much more from you, Professor Manapunga sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your nice talk. Have a good day to you and all of you who are in the audience. I think we will meet you again in any webinar or physically any meeting. Thank you.
Dr. Saida? Dr. Saida Ansari.
Hello, sir.
Maybe.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir, Manatunga, sir, for giving such a elaborate lecture about your antiquity and collections, and being an opportunity to visit at the time you had organized a conference there in Sri Lanka. So, thank you, sir. That is what I've been late in joining in because I could not get connected to. I apologize for that. But I could see some of your slides and they were like very nice. Thank you.
Happy to see you, Saida, again, and would like to see you again and again.
Yes.
डॉक्टर आसमा कुछ कहना चाहेंगी? Yes.
Hello, Professor.
Yes.
I joined late actually because I was driving. Sorry, I missed his talk, but I know him well, and I was very happy to see
Yes.
Professor
Yes,
Manatunga.
you met in Shanghai once.
Yes. So maybe some other time or when it is going to be published, so I'll be able to
Yes.
hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to
Thank you
see
very much.
you.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say hello.
सर मंतुंगा सर एक हमारे
But
उसमें भी
Rasma, we have a video recording, so you can watch at the later part of in the evening.
Yes, yes, I know.
ये अलग अलग जो जहाँ पे भी ब्रिटिश का राज्य था तो वो जैसे पाकिस्तान है, भारत है, श्रीलंका है या और भी हैं, इनके काफी सामग्री ब्रिटिश म्यूजियम में है। तो वो लोग जो है और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हमारा ये सब सामान है वापस आए हमारे यहाँ। तो क्या इसके लिए कोई रूल्स हैं या कि नहीं है कि वो जो हम चाहें वो हमें वापस मिले?
जी जी, इसके लिए यूनेस्को ने रूल्स बनाए हैं, रूल्स ऑफ रीपैट्रिएशन, और बहुत सारे मुल्क जो हैं अब अपनी चीज़ों के लिए रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं यूनेस्को से विद photographs and details of the objects which are in different museums and they are repatriating actually. तो आप भी ये अप्लाई कर सकते हैं कि आपका ये ऑब्जेक्ट है और यूनेस्को को लिखना पड़ेगा। तो आई विल हेल्प यू विद दैट, जो उनकी ईमेल वगैरह है मैं आपको शेयर कर लूँगी आपसे।
Thank you. Thank you, Professor A.K. Mantunga sir, for giving a nice talk in this international webinar. And thank you, Professor Mahua Chakravarti sir, Madam, chair the session, and Dr. Saida Ansari Madam, co-chair the session. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much for all of you. See you all again some other time.
Oh. Thank you. Now next session, our chairperson, Dr. Ghanshyam Gurung, country representative, WWF, Nepal. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ganesh Pant, ecologist, Department of National Park and Wildlife Conservation, Kathmandu, Nepal, and eminent speaker, Dr. Kanchan Thapa, conservation biologist, WWF, Nepal. Welcome, Dr. Kanchan.
Thank you, sir. No.
Actually, अभी शायद वो ज्वाइन नहीं किए हैं चेयरपर्सन एंड को चेयरपर्सन। आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन दें, जब वो लोग आएंगे तो आपका इंट्रोडक्शन देंगे। प्लीज शेयर योर स्लाइड।
Sure, sir. Can you see my slides, sir?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Misra, for giving this opportunity to present on the conservation issue across the country, across the region, and across the world as well. So starting ever since the modern conservation started, especially back in 1970s, especially the species recovery across the region between Nepal and India has been in the forefront of the conservation.
Sir, Thapa sir.
Yeah.
Actually, Ganesh Pant आ गए हैं. Sir, थापा सर का बायोडाटा है आपके पास? Hello. You unmute yourself, sir. Pant ji.
Sure. Namaste and good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I was actually in another meeting here. It's sorry about that. I'm not late, I think, but could not join. Before the meeting time. Sorry about that. And I thought chairperson would be here to start with, but do you like me to start the session, sir?
Please introduce Mr. Kanchan Thapa, sir.
Sure.
I already share his CV in your WhatsApp.
Okay, yeah. I know him very well. Actually, yeah. Namaste and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to co-chair this session. Actually, this is a very, very important meeting going on several issues, including our heritage, both, natural and cultural heritage. And in this session, one of our well-known wildlife biologist, Dr. Kanchan Thapa, will be presenting, and he's focusing on rhinoceros conservation in Nepal, and he has a very long experience, in biodiversity conservation sector in Nepal. Especially, he's more, focused on research related to biodiversity conservation and key wildlife species actually, and he's currently working as as head of the wildlife program at WWF Nepal, and he has long association with WWF Nepal. Actually, he joined WWF in 2003 as a research officer, and he also did his PhD on tiger conservation, actually ecology of tiger in mostly on the Churia range, in Chitwan National Park. That was not previously supposed to be as a tiger habitat. Actually, he had very interesting findings of his research on tiger ecology. And today he's going to present a little bit different aspect. Today he's going to share his experience and knowledge on rhinoceros conservation in Nepal, which is another interesting topic. And we have very good, example of population recovery of rhinoceros in Nepal, including some other key wildlife species. So I hope you will enjoy his talk today. And now, with saying this, I would like to, request Dr. Kanchan Thapa for his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Thapa. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Thapa, please. Yeah, all good now.
Yeah, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Dr. Ganesh, for that introduction. So yeah, as you mentioned at the end of the introduction, like species recovery, especially tiger and rhino, especially across the region in Nepal and India, has been in the forefront of the conservation. And so keeping in that, so I'll be presenting my talk on rhino conservation in the changing context in Nepal. So my name is Kanchan Thapa, and I'm the head of the wildlife program at WWF Nepal. So talking about the context, especially the species and its population across the landscape, the greater one-horned rhinoceros is the single largest population in Nepal, beside Kaziranga in India. And within Nepal itself, Chitwan National Park is the single largest population, has the single largest populations. And over the course of like last 40 years, two satellite population has been established in their former range. So that's with the Bardia National Park and the Suklafata. And given all the conservation effort, as mentioned in the strategic document of the government, like in the Species Conservation Action Plan, a lot of conservation investment has been invested across the landscape, across this rhino-bearing national park. so as to increase the population of the great rhinoceros across their founder range and as well as the satellite population range in Baldia and Shukla. So at the given time, since their recovery in last 70 years, we are now close to the almost 800 individuals spread across the 3 national parks in Nepal. So, so these slides just to give you a heads up on the trend on the rhino population across the Nepal, and especially on the yellow side, especially after the rhino was translocated in Bardia and Shukla, the population is now confined not only in the Chitwan but also in the Bardia and the Shukla Fata. So currently now we have 752 rhinos, so that's close to almost 800 individual, which was back in 1950s across his farmer range in Nepal. So if you see the growth rate, ever since from 60s, 70s onwards, so there has been the positive growth rate with the rhino population across the range, and currently the growth rate, as envisioned in the rhino conservation action plan, is estimated around the 5%, and we are well below. Since the last estimate, around 3% growth rate at the moment. So basically, it shows how the rhino population is doing across the period of a time ever since 1950s in the landscape. So if you talk about the challenges at the present context, there has been a few challenges, so which the government is addressing over the period of a time, especially with as highlighted over here, the monitoring of the species and the population, especially the single largest population in Chitwan, so basically connoting to the eggs in the single basket, the poaching and the wildlife trade, the habitat degradation issues, and also the human-wildlife conflict, especially with the rhino, has been a major issue in the landscape. And at the present context, especially the construction with the large linear infrastructure smacking through the hotspot area is also the major challenges that needs to be tackled at the present conditions. And also the climate adversity that we are facing at the recent times also had a major challenges to the rhino conservation in Nepal. So going by each challenge, especially with the species, especially the rhino population itself, as I mentioned earlier, so we have so far the single largest population of a rhino ever since the National Park and Wildlife Conservation Act was promulgated back in 70s. So that has been a very good species recovery potential which we have seen recently. But at the moment, how many rhinos are actually our habitat could hold has been a major kind of a management question that has been posed across to us. So in the past, we have been doing a few assessments, especially for trying to answer what is the ecological carrying capacity of a greater one-horned rhinos. So the estimate is going on. So hopefully we'll have a better understanding of carrying capacity across the founder population as well as the satellite population in the landscape. But one study shows that the ecological carrying capacity is between the 800 to 1,000 individuals. So if we relate back to the recent population size, so we are almost looks like heading towards the carrying capacity. But as I mentioned, since it's an ecological carrying capacity, so it might change as per the change in the requirement of the ecological condition as well. So if you talk about the monitoring of a species, especially in the core area, so Nepal has been, as in India, like we do a rhino count, especially to update the national status of the species in their habitat. So as according to the government protocol, so we do monitor the rhino across our range every 5 years, in which the population number get updated. And this information is really important because it drives the national strategy on the rhino conservation, actually what it should be in the coming years. And it also gives us what has been the effectiveness of our conservation initiative we have invested so far in the prior years. So this has been a really a good national event, especially with the rhino count that has been doing. But on the other side, it's mostly logistically very demanding because it's almost like almost 300 plus manpower are involved for almost a 1 month period, and in which the national update on the rhino is done. But in the later part of the rhino count, especially the safety issue has been a concern, especially with the attack from the wild elephant and also the tigers. And so there has been a lot of a talk and what could be the alternative to this rhino or national census as well. So few initiative has been carried upon by the government, especially focusing on the ID-based monitoring of the species in the core area. So that has been continued, and hopefully it will give a much more information on the what has been how the rhino are performing in the core area. So that has been done. So there are few of the alternatives has also been discussed, which we are trying to address in the coming days, especially with the genetic monitoring, especially trying to look at the population size, especially using a non-invasive survey like use of a dung and getting the DNA out of it and trying to identify the species and as well as the individual as well. So that effort has been going on. So hopefully we'll have a much more good information on the alternative to our national rhino count event as well. So that has been going on, and the few initiative pilot as a pilot project, especially the drone survey using the thermal imaging, has been on the talk, and this initiative on the pilot basis has been introduced. I mean, it's going on at the moment, especially starting with the Chitwan National Park as well. And the other thing is especially with the conservation, as a mega herbivores, as I mentioned earlier, so their range has been almost identified all the way from the Pakistan all the way to the Myanmar, and along the lowland area in Nepal as well. The rhino were distributed across the lowland area as well. So in due course of a time, so there has been a lot of land use change, especially the forest area converted into the agricultural area as well. And in last 300 years, so we lost most of our rhino from their former range as well, especially including the other herbivore as well, like black buck, wild water buffalo, and swamp deer across the localized area in the lowland area. So in the recent times, the government came up with actually trying to reintroduce the herbivore assemblage in the lowland area. So the 4 species were introduced, and the rhino were one of them. And in last 36 years, we started a rhino reintroduction in Bardia National Park from Chitwan. And in last 36 years, so almost we have reintroduced 100 rhinos. And right now, the 2 satellites population has been established, as I mentioned earlier, in Bardia and Sukla, which now hold like 7% of the total rhino that is found in Nepal. So far, based on the monitoring, especially the ID-based monitoring that has been going on in Bardia and Sukla, after their reintroduction, so their population is really going well, and the performance was really good with the growth rate as well. So right now, almost 55 rhino population reside in the 2 national parks, beside 93% rhino population in Chitwan. So at the recent times, as I mentioned, so there has been a lot of land use change going on in the landscape, and especially with the other adversity with the climate change and also the habitat degradation issues. So there has been a lot of a talk on the range expansion as well. Started with Chitwan and Bardia. So there are a few other areas which, like in the Kositapu in the eastern part of the lowland, where the further expansion of has been on the talk. So the further reintroduction is actually needed, not only in the existing reintroduced population, but also in the other potential area where the rhino could be reintroduced. And also reintroduction in the existing population will also help in enhancing the growth as well. So there has been a lot of discussion going on with the reintroduction in the coming days as well. and also with the especially since regarding the ecological carrying capacity as well, not only with the in order to enhance the growth of the rhino population, there needs a larger bulk grazer in the rhino habitat as well. Like for example, the picture you can see in the right is from the Kaziranga, where the rhino can be found grazing with the wild water buffalo and the elephant as well. So the reintroduction of the bulk grazer, like which has a potential in the Chitwan as well, especially with the wild water buffalo, the swamp deer, can also help in enhancing the growth of the rhino population, not only in the founder population, but also in the satellite population in Chitwan and Bardia as well. So just to give an example, a few of the published paper where there has been a rhino suitability habitat analysis across the region in Nepal and India. And as you can see, there are a lot of potential besides Shukla and Bardia where the reintroduction can be done. And our co-speaker, Dr. Ganesh Pant, and he has also done a lot of study on the rhino reintroduction based on the looking at the habitat suitability across the range as well. Talking about the other challenges that has been that we have faced so far is the poaching and the illegal wildlife trade issue, and it's one of the most pertinent issue that we need to tackle 24/7. It's not like it's one address. There needs to be looked up on the daily basis. So looking at the rhino poaching trend in Nepal, from 70s onwards, when the Chitwan National Park was first established, and ever since, in the founder population, so far we have already lost around 250 plus rhino from the former range, from the core area, and so the highest population has been rhino poaching was at the beginning of the millennium, around 2001, 2002, around 60 plus rhino were crossed. And so there has been a very strategic drive from the government regarding the raising the awareness among and bringing all the stakeholders together in order to reduce the poaching during that time. And ever since then, from 2011 to 20, Nepal has been successful in achieving the 360 days of zero poaching. And in last 10 years, between 2011 and 2022, the Nepal has been successful in achieving zero poaching on the 7 occasion. And based on whatever the event that happened during the in the last decade, between 2000 and 2020. So we have done this symposium trying to address that the zero poaching can be achieved, and have developed a zero poaching framework, and which the Nepal has embraced over the time, and that has been going on till now. Apart from that, as I mentioned, especially in tackling the poaching and the illegal wildlife trade issue, there has been a lot of effort from the different stakeholders, right from the community all the way to the highest policy making bodies like a Tiger Conservation Committee, which is chaired by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And also during the course of a time, there has been a effort to maintain and strengthen the additional layer of the community safety as well, safety net, especially with building the anti-poaching, community-based anti-poaching network in the country, not only in the buffer zone, but also in the areas, protected areas as well. And just to give an example, like over the landscape in the lowland area, and as well as trying to replicate that in the mountain landscape as well. So the country has a largest network of the community-based anti-poaching unit, and they are coordinating with the law enforcement agency and trying to help the law enforcement agency in securing the protection of the species across across those areas, and also helping trying to maintain the cordial relationship with the communities as well. So this community-based and the rapid response team has been really helpful in trying to not only in the helping the law enforcement agency in the protection of the species, but also helping in the other issues with the rhino conservation, like the human-wildlife conflict issue as well. Talking about the illegal wildlife trade, especially so over the period of a time, so there has been a lot of effort, especially with the CIB, police, armed police force, their involvement with the government existing agencies in disrupting the wildlife trade nexus as well. The government over the time has formed the National Wildlife Crime Control Coordination Bureau, NCCCB, headed by the Minister of Forest and Environment, and trying to bring all the law enforcement agency in trying to establish a coordinated effort in the protection of the species and controlling the illegal wildlife trade as well. And based on that, the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau has been set up across the country in the hotspot area where there is a high high prevalence of the wildlife crime issues as well. So right now, more than 33 district cell has been formed across the different area in Nepal, especially trying to control the illegal wildlife trade, disrupt the illegal wildlife trade nexus in the country. And the focus has been also trying to integrate the other non-conventional partners, especially the custom and the postal, in raising the awareness among these agencies on the illegal wildlife crime issues as well. And across the region as well, the SAWIN has been really a platform trying to integrate the illegal wildlife trade issue across the region as well. Talking about the other issue that has been going on across the country at the present time has been the infrastructure issues as well. If you talk in Nepal, like after the democracy was reinstated and after the insurgency period was over, and also when the country went into the federal structure as well, so there has been now a boom in the infrastructure development across the country, and all our existing highway, the expansion highway, the construction of a new highway, and including the irrigation canal, and all those are smacking through our core area as well, not only in the forest outside the protected area, but also within the national park across park area as well. As you can see in the graph, it shows how the linear density, linear infrastructure density across the rhino and the tiger bearing habitat as well. It's very high comparatively within the protected area. Across the corridor area is really high. And if you see across the corridor area as well, it has been quite a variation in the lowland area, which are extensively used by the rhino as well. As you can see with the graph with the asterisk, those are the area that has been used by the rhino as well, while dispersing between the two protected area across the transboundary protected area in the landscape. So, and especially within the national park as well. So, the infrastructure density varies across the rhino-bearing protected area as well, which is high in Suklafata, the existing, based on existing infrastructure. High in Sukla, and as you can see, it's found low in the Parsa as well. But the potential to develop the infrastructure density across the corridor and the national park area has been really high, given the declaration of the new project by the government at the recent times. So it's going to become a big issue in the coming days. But if you see the ecological function that this corridor, where the infrastructure development is really high, like for example, the one with the yellow dots, you can see that's the movement of a elephant that's been dispersing between the Bardia National Park and the Katania Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary in India, and the postal highway is coming up in between, and this will have definitely an effect on the species and the population of the rhino, including the other big mammals like elephant and the tiger as well. And these are the recent pictures, as you can see. One on that was really viral over the Twitter, where I think it's in the Kaziranga, the rhino hitting the big lorry across the national highway, and one on the right, the rhino that was found found dead on the side of the canal across the corridor area in the Chitwan National Park across the Barandabar corridor, and the one with the yellow highlighted route, that's the route of the rhino that has been effectively using the corridor, and the east-west highway that's smacking through the corridors actually hinder the dispersal of the rhino across those areas. So this gives the importance that the large infrastructure will be an issue for the species in particular, and we need to be very much cautious and proactive and trying to have a very environmental friendly guideline, so as adopting a mitigation measures with underpass, overpass, so that these rhino can be dispersed across these historical range quite freely and safely as well. So a few of the mitigation measures that the government has adopted over the time is foremost important is the directive that was endorsed by the cabinet, which gives us the guideline for the construction of wildlife friendly linear infrastructure, and this gives a mandate for the agency as well to have a proper mitigation measures in place whenever we are designing a a project, and when it smacks through our core area as well. And the few other step that has been going on is green road engineering, which the local government has taken up well, developing the road network across the forested area, or the area with a very much biologically important, and that's been rolling out in the major municipality as well. And the few of the major highway project that has undertaken the mitigation measures, like for example with the underpass that is in one of our north-south highway joining lowland area with the capital city. So that has been going on, and these underpasses are well used by with the small mammals and include, but there has been an effort that in the major highway expansion project and the postal highway project, the major design include the provision for having these wildlife friendly mitigation measures in place, and that also goes well with the irrigation canal as well. So the other major challenges at the present times has been the managing the human wildlife conflict as well, and in the last 5 years, especially the wildlife conflict has really gone up in our area, and ever since with the high species recovery across the landscape, now the government is much more focused on in having a much more its strategic input, trying to maintain the human wildlife coexistence across the landscape. And if you talk about the rhino conflict in the landscape in particular, around like 25% of based on whatever information we had, based on the collected information with the government, so far the 25% of the conflict has been with the especially the species coming in conflict with the rhino, and the major casualties in last 5 years has been in the Chitwan National Park, especially with the rhino. And there has been a few other incidents as well, especially with the other species, especially with the elephant and with the tiger, that has really gone up high in the recent times. And one of the major issue while looking into all these registered cases has been the lack of, especially the ignorance issue. If that can be avoided, like for example with the elephant, 80% of the conflict can be avoided in the landscape. So if you talk about in the lowland area in the rhino bearing protected areas, in the last 5 years, almost we have 400 cases in the 5 protected areas, and among those registered cases, almost 11 species has been registered that came in conflict with the communities, and the rhinoceros series is at around 25%. And if you talk about, we kind of did a rapid assessment of our conflict in the lowland area, which is also the habitat for the rhino as well. So far, the response to any conflict cases has been really high in all the protected areas, and the protected area authorities has been really proactive and trying to address these issues right in time whenever there has been a conflict with the species in the respective protected areas. And whatever with all the registered cases, there also the understanding of the conflict is a little bit weak. That also with the relative to site, like for example, the issues that's happened in Chitwan is a little bit different from the issue that's been going on in the Bardia, especially, and also the conflict is rather the species specific and also the geographical specific as well. And our monitoring team that has been deployed by the protected area authorities has been really has been a strengthening factor. And trying to address what has been the conflict issue and how we need to address those as well. And accordingly, the government has been addressing the curative and the preventive measures, trying to manage the conflict in the respective areas. But whatever the schemes that has been done over time, still the people and the asset remains really vulnerable within the national park itself, also in the buffer zone and the area outside the buffer zone as well. So that needs to be addressed in the coming days as well, because there are a lot of people actually venturing into the forest, and where they came in conflict with the different species, including tiger, rhino, and elephant. So that needs to be addressed in the coming days. So far, the mitigation measures, I think we have done a quick analysis of all the mitigation measures. So we have more than two curative measures that's in place, and that has been effectively going on in our landscape, and more than 10 preventive measures. But what we have seen is that the single standalone mitigation measure has not been very much effective, but that came in combination has been quite effective in areas like, for example, the fencing, the electric fencing alone doesn't work, but that combined with the trenches has been very much effective in trying to prevent the animal venturing into the village or the agriculture area. Especially with the curative measures, the relief fund mechanism established by the government has been really much effective in trying to address the issue whenever there is a conflict cases, and the government has been quite proactive in trying to address the issues, especially with the disbursement of the relief amount as when required. But there has been some issues, especially with the delay in processing. But at the end, the victim family has been able to get the relief fund in time, and the well documented as well by the government, especially trying to address this issue whenever it happened. So as I mentioned, applying the much more integrated approach, especially trying to address with the combination of the approach in trying to address the issue has been very much effective, and that needs to be addressed quite effectively in the coming days as well. And it needs a holistic as well as an integrated approach in managing the conflict as well. And in the recent times, when there has been a lot of opportunity, especially in leveraging the local government resources as well in trying to address the mitigation, the conflict issue as well in an area, because the local government has a lot of resources as well that could be spent in addressing the issues. So there has been an opportunity to leverage that fund in the management of the human wildlife conflict in the landscape, including the rhino and mitigation of the rhino conflict as well. So next is one of the opportunities is the transboundary cooperation, especially with the rhino bearing protected areas. So there has been especially the Chitwan and the Suklafata. So those are a protected and transboundary in the nature, so which is directly linked with the Balmiki Tiger Reserve, and also to the Lagga Bagga that's connected with the Pilibhit Tiger Reserve as well. So along this area, there has been a lot of movement with the major wildlife, including the rhino as well. And also the Parsa and the Barda and the Suklafata, although they are not directly a transboundary, but are connected through the corridor with the Balmiki, Katarnia Ghat, and the Dudhwa National Park as well. So, and the Katarnia Ghat and the Dudhwa do have the rhino in their respective protected area as well. Ever since the time the rhino was translocated in Bardia National Park across the Karnali River floodplain, which connect all the way in the south to the Katarnia Ghat as well. And ever since it was translocated, the rhino start venturing into the Katarnia Ghat as well. So now the whole rhino population across this floodplain area is very much important, and moving with a lot of dispersal across the corridor across the transboundary area. And the recent the papers that has been under review, which suggests that the rhino population in Dudhwa and Balmiki, and as well as in the Chitwan, belongs to the one evolutionary significant unit as well. So these really need a holistic approach in trying to conserve this species across this region as well. And there has been a regular transboundary meeting that has been going on at the local level as well as a national level, and trying to address a different issue related with the conservation, including rhino as well. So there has been a lot of a sharing of information and the best practices across the transboundary protected areas between the authorities and on the both side of the national park, and as well as with the communities as well, trying to address the best practices. So with all this transboundary cooperation, the security of the species and as well as the management of a habitat on the both side has been one of the central agenda with the local transboundary meeting as well. So whatever we have done with the transboundary cooperation over time, so there has been a lot of potential actually to enhance the genetic diversity of a species with the reintroduction of the species across different ranging areas in between the two countries is also one of the opportunity we need to address we can cash in the coming days. Especially in enriching the genetic diversity of the species across the range. And these also help a lot in the survival of the species in the long run as well. So one of the good aspects with the transboundary cooperation at the moment is the memorandum of understanding that's being drafted between the two countries with regard to biodiversity conservation, and hopefully it will get signed in the coming days as well. And it will also help a lot in trying to address the conservation issue, especially with these endangered species. So that has been dispersing across the two countries. So one of the classic example of the good transboundary collaboration has been the rhino rescue effort in the border areas. Like in 2015-16, almost 13 rhinos were swept away by the flood into the Balmiki Tiger Reserves, and with a very good transboundary correlation between the authorities, between the Balmiki and the Chitwan National Park. So these rhino were taken back, were rehabilitated into their former range as well. So this has been the very good example to show the good example of the transboundary cooperation between Nepal and India. So one of the major issue at the present times, that has been going on over the period of time and has been poses a lot of challenges toward the management of the species and the habitat within the core areas, has been especially the potential habitat loss with the large infrastructure development is one of the issues. So that has been might help with the new guideline that has been coming up in trying to ensure how it needs to be constructed within the core areas with appropriate environmental friendly measures. And the second, to complement on that one, so there has been a lot of dike and the road construction that might also help hamper the rhino habitat as well. So with all these directives in place, so it will help in trying to reduce that potential loss in the future. As well as the lot of a dam is coming up, especially the rhino habitat needs a floodplain habitat which needs to be recharged, and with the flow of a river being the dam being the barrier, so might also change the habitat condition, the ecological condition of this floodplain habitat, and the leading up to the very dry and the wooded land that might hamper the habitat of the rhino in the long run, and especially might also affect the species in particular. So that needs to be addressed in the coming days. So the guideline can be is not 100% solution, but could help in addressing the habitat loss issues as well. And so over the time, since in the rhino bearing protected area is in the southern part in the lowland area, and there has been a lot of a sediment load from the upland area as well. So these needs to be looked upon in the coming days as well, because there are a lot of land use change that's happening in the upland area as well. So these needs to be addressed on the long-term basis, and that need to be addressed quite efficiently as well, starting from now, so that in the long run the sedimentation load that has been going on through our river channel in the lowland area might be reduced in the long run. And as I mentioned, the lots of dams are coming up, and one of the major issues is also with the grassland shrinkage as well. And in some of the area, we have seen the evidence the grassland has become much more drier than in the prior years. So that needs to be addressed, and our strategic investment has to be quite a focus with this grassland in particular, because these are the lifeline for these large pachyderm within the core area. And also at the recent times, maybe that has been due to the changes in the habitat condition, because a lot of with the disturbance in the habitat, and also with the ongoing climate change as well. So there has been a lot of prevalence with the invasive species proliferation across the landscape as well, and within the core habitat, especially Mycenia, Chromolina, Parthenium, and the Lantana. So these are really coming up at a very faster rate within the landscape, within the rhino habitat as well. As you can see the picture on the right, so that's the Parthenium within the core habitat within the Chitwan National Park. So these needs to be tackled quite efficiently within the coming in the coming days. So at the last, I want to talk a little bit on the climate change as well. So there has been a lot of a talk on the climate change that's been going on, especially with the COP27. So as per the study done by the Ganesh sir, our co-chair, so he has predicted during his PhD study as well. So almost 1/3 of the existing rhino habitat will be unsuitable in coming 50 years, and this is really eye-opening. So that needs to be tackled on right from now, because with if the habitat is becoming unsuitable, so the rhinos will have to be either relocated physically, or they will find some means for the dispersal to the new suitable area, which might be within the protected area as well, or within the area outside the protected areas as well. So that needs to be tackled, and the government effort trying to re-establish the herbivore assemblage across the lowland area is quite a significant achievement, significant investment in the coming days, and trying to address the issues of the climate change in the coming days as well. And there has been a lot of adaptation measures that has been going on within the landscape across the core area as well, and trying to address the negative effect of the climate change. So that has been going on, and so Nepal has been quite a forefront in trying to establish species focus action plan as well. And so now our action plan, we are drafting a new, so out of the prior action plan, which we completed in 2021. So we are coming up with a new action plan and trying to address the ongoing climatic climate change issue in this current action plan will help a lot in trying to strategize the government investment in the conservation of this species across the core habitat. So one of the examples that we are trying to address, especially with the adaptation measures, is trying to establish a floodplain refugia within the core habitat as well. Especially one you can see in the picture, we have a rhino mound established in the buffer zone of the Chitwan National Park as well. And during this time, especially during the flooding season, this has been used by the wildlife, including the rhino as well. And it really gives an important message. Especially actually the measure has been very much effective with the climate adaptation measures, especially when during the need, especially during the flooding season, when the habitat get flooded by the monsoon season. And these refugia has been really much helpful temporarily for the rhino if they need to use this during the high flood season. And since we have seen it has been effective for the rhinos, so the plans are there. Since it was on the pilot basis, maybe in the coming future, there's a need to scale up this to other areas where the vulnerability with the flooding, especially with the flooding, is really high across the lowland area, and which are the prime habitat for the rhino as well. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation, and so if you have any question, I'm happy to answer that. Thank you.
Now the floor is open for the questions.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure.
I was in impression that Katarnia and this Dudhwa, they are Tiger National Park, but now you are saying that there are rhinos also. So can you tell me number of rhinos there?
Thank you, sir. Yes, so we have a rhino population in Dudhwa and
Katarnia,
especially in Katarnia as well. So Katarnia is actually is a rhino from Bardia that's been venturing into the Katarnia. So that's for sure. So we have I think it's around 6-7 rhino that has been using a landscape across both the national park in Katarnia Ghat and the Bardia. So I think at one time you can find 6 to 7. That might change. And the other is in Dudhwa. So Dudhwa, they have a kind of a sanctuary-based approach with the rhino. So they have within the national park, they have around, I think the literature says around 40 rhinos within the Dudhwa National Park.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Dr. Kanchan Thapa?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Hazril from Malaysia. One question. I'm aware that Nepal already established the Wildlife Crime Bureau, right? So how's the Wildlife Crime Bureau functioning to mitigate wildlife illegal trafficking and poachers in Nepal? How's the success, a bit success about the WCB establishment in Nepal?
Thank you for your question. I think we have Dr. Ganesh Pant, who is our co-chair. So I'm requesting Ganesh Pant itself because he's heading the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau from the government side, and I think he's the most suitable person to answer this question. So Ganesh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Kanchan, for that. Sorry for the interruption. The phone is ringing here. Sorry because of that. Actually, we do have the mechanism of the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau here in Nepal, and it's a little bit different than in India. Actually, the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau in India is headed by the police, IPS officer, but here in Nepal, we do have wildlife crime control. We do have different mechanisms like, as Dr. Kanchan mentioned, we have a top level committee under the chairmanship of the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal. That's actually for the in the name of National Tiger Conservation Committee. But another committee is for the same objective, actually, wildlife crime control. There is one National Wildlife Crime Control Coordination Committee headed by the Honorable Minister of Forest and Environment, and that actually the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau is headed by the Director General of the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation. And we have representatives from all stakeholders, including the Nepali Army, Nepal Police, and all other stakeholders. And we do have secretariat here at the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation, and we already have 34 district units of the Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. And we are also trying to link that Wildlife Crime Control Bureau with some of the regional initiatives like SAWID, South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network. And this is actually, been functional especially after the involvement of police in this structure. And also Nepal Police has the separate unit, separate pillar for the, CIB. We have CIB, and CIB, that's the Central Investigation Bureau of the Nepal Police. And they have a separate pillar for the wildlife crime. And as Kanchan mentioned already about the zero poaching, achievement on the wildlife crime, actually taking case of the rhinoceros, that was been possible after the establishment of all these wildlife crime control institutions and initiatives. Yeah, I tried my best to address this question. If not, I'll try. If you want to know more about it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ganesh. Sure, because in Malaysia, we just established a Wildlife Crime Bureau. So we need to learn from other successful stories from other countries. So actually later on, we want to have a collaboration also with the Indian government and also Nepal regarding the Wildlife Crime Bureau function.
Yes, sure, sir. We'll be happy to provide such information, share our experiences in the future too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Any more questions for Dr. Kanchan? Is there any more questions, please? If not, this is the right time to conclude the session, I think. I would like to thank Dr. Kanchan Thapa for a very comprehensive and very informative presentation. He has covered almost all the aspects of rhinoceros conservation, not only in Nepal. He has covered some of the aspects from India too, because we have actually for the greater horned rhinoceros, Nepal holds the second largest population, and the largest population is in in India. So this was really a very interesting presentation and covering both ongoing and emerging threats for the rhinoceros conservation. And thank you very much for your time and effort. And I would like to also thank you all for your presence during the presentation, and also for the questions regarding this. With this, I'd like to conclude this session. Thank you once again. Have a very good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchan Thapa, sir, for delivering a good talk and very fruitful talk. Dr. Ganesh Pant, sir, for chair the session, and Dr. Hazril Rafan, given time for discussion in this webinar series. All of you, thanks, sir. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Now, next session, very important session. Our chairperson, Dr. Manoj Borkar, sir, Associate Professor and Head Zoology Department, Carmel College for Women, Goa, India. Welcome, sir. Borkar, sir. Just join कर रहे हैं वो. Our co-chairperson Nasiruddin, Asian Elephant Specialist Group, Country Labs Office, Bangladesh, and our eminent speaker, Dr. Jhamak B. Karki, Vice Principal and Professor, Kathmandu Forestry College, Kathmandu, Nepal. Welcome, Dr. Karki sir. Welcome. Uh, first, I am requesting to Dr. Manoj Borkar sir. वो अभी आ रहे हैं सर, एक बार ज्वाइन कर चुके हैं, अभी आ रहे हैं जस्ट जी.
In the meantime, someone can guide me how should I insert my slides, because I couldn't see. First time I'm using this system, and how can I upload?
So, yes, sir. Someone who
there's a function called present now, but I couldn't see the key for upload. Is there something called upload for my presentation slides?
Any person who can guide?
Dr. Karki, you can open your slide first.
Yes.
Then you click the present now. Then you click your slides. Yeah,
Okay.
you share window or something like that.
Okay, which I have already opened. So once they are allowed me, and then I can say present. That will show allowed all to see. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Welcome.
वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं कार्की सर, तब तक आप स्लाइड शेयर करें. अभी आया नहीं है.
Yeah, the screen is coming, which is not supposed to be the case.
You can click the ignore. Okay, all right. Good.
Okay.
Is this fine now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
ये क्या मूव कर रही है, इसको भी देख लें, आप चेक कर लें. हाँ हाँ कर रही है. ओके ओके. डॉक्टर बोरकर सर.
So is this the case? I will be seeing only my slides during the presentation, because then I would not be able to see the you participant. Is that the case?
नहीं, वो तो
Yeah, we can see your slide already.
Okay, so I can only see my slides and participants I will not be seeing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sir, Dr. Borkar sir, please introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Jhamak Karki sir. Unmute yourself, sir. Borkar sir, please unmute yourself. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Please unmute yourself, Borkar sir. हेलो.
अब आ रही है सर आवाज? अब आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, आ रही सर. यस.
माफ कीजिएगा. अपॉलॉजीज टू द स्पीकर. एक मिनट दीजिएगा. A very good afternoon from the Indian state of Goa. Am I audible?
Audible. हाँ, आवाज आ रही सर आप.
It gives pleasure.
आवाज कट रही है सर आपकी.
अभी भी नहीं आ रही है सर? अभी आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ, अब आ रही है
सर. अभी अब आ रही है सर? अभी आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ जी जी.
So to say a few things about our speaker, Dr. Jhamak Karki. Karki Saab has put in 23 years of work for the government of Nepal, particularly on national parks from lowlands, mid-hill and mountain regions. His task has been to frame policy pertaining to wildlife. Almost about a decade now in academics and student supervision. The gentleman also specializes in forestry education from Nepal. He has a wildlife diploma, a master's and a PhD degree from Wildlife Institute of India in Dehradun, India. And he has had a lot of publications, as I understand from his profile, particularly with respect to the tiger and resolving human-wildlife conflict issues. His focus has also been on the Ramsar sites, and he's been very active with the Global Tiger Forum whilst he was working in the Department of Forest Education from Nepal. His experience is wide-ranging, from wetlands to grasslands and other habitat management, also about conservation assured tiger standards. Dr. Saab has been into a lot of consulting services with respect to tiger and prey species. He's also been guiding PhDs, and his interest is particularly on the East-West Highway Nepal. He's been, very interestingly, over and above his expertise in wildlife, he's been a teacher of meditation, Jeevan Vigyan Foundation Nepal, and these are only some of these highlights. I am sure that Doctor has much more credentials to his profile. With that, begin your presentation. To you, sir. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to recover those slides. Am I audible?
Again, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible in your slides. Very visible, Dr. Karki.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for elaborating my introduction. Let me take you to our special activities of the government of Nepal, the sport hunting, and some mountain protected areas in addition. Given the introduction already and the presentation made by previous presentation by Dr. Ganesh Panta regarding the protected area, I would just like to take you to the site that I'm talking about is Dhor-Patan Hunting Reserve, which is the only hunting reserve in Nepal and especially designed for the hunting as well as the general conservation and protection. So it's in the middle and high altitude of western part of the Nepal, including the other protected areas. It's the only hunting, and in fact, there's only one wildlife reserve left in our Nepal after converting some of the wildlife reserves into national parks. One slide, I am just showing the history of hunting in Nepal. You might have seen a lot of similar pictures in previous histories of Nepal, where many individuals of tigers or rhino were bagged by the royalties and their guests in one hunting campaign. So this is like the one where you can probably see more than 6-7 tigers lying in the hunting operation. though the human who did hunting is not shown in this particular slide. So the history is like before the establishment of protected area, royal families and Rana rulers used to invite guests for hunting in the lowland protected areas. That's why the protected areas then were, forests were then protected, and elephant stables were spread all over the country for hunting support. And those areas now we are enjoying as a protected area. After the establishment of first national park, Chitwan, in 1973, the feasibility of hunting in Nepal were made by the Department of National Parks with the support of FAO. And some of those sites includes the current Pausa National Parks, current Baga National Parks, and of course the current Dhorpatan Hunting Reserve. So the other area which now we are naming national parks were also then recommended as hunting reserves. But after during the establishment phases of protected area, only the Dhorpatan has been named as a hunting reserve, and rest of them were declared as wildlife reserve, and later on some of them converted into national parks. So I'm taking directly to you to the Dhorpatan Hunting Reserve. In one of the occasion, I was also given task to survey the blue sheeps in Himalayan Thar in that area after the insurgency period in Nepal. So half of the area I was given the duty for surveying, leading the team, whereas half of the area was led by then Chief Conservation Officer of the Dhorpatan, Mr. Barna Thapa. So this is on the way, seen on the way towards the blocks. Where the creation of PH were made, those proposals were not considered as such, like I have said earlier, and only Dhorpatan was declared as Dhorpatan Hunting Reserve. And this is included, the hunting details are included in our National Parks Act and followed by our National Parks Regulation. There, the details of hunting license, type of species may be allowed for hunting, the type of supporting team, the professional hunting team will be required, and so on, formulated and approved. Based on that legal document, the hunting was officially allowed. So the companies, for that purpose, companies were established to support the hunting in Nepal, how to operate, provide the license, getting permission and all that. So legal formalities will then be applied and then received by these companies on behalf of the person who would be coming for the hunting. Field procedures will then be formulated and the formal operation will start. This is one of the famous wetland in Dhorpatan Hunting Reserve. It's called Sundaha. Sun meaning and little meaning is gold. It's turned to be yellow golden color when light is turned. So that's why it's called golden color. And the other meaning is also could be like our Ashagumba, cordyceps is also golden color. And the valley of this area is really famous for the cordyceps collection also. So then once the company will get permit from the Department of National Parks, then they will specify which season and which animal and in which block. So those details will be given in the permission. And then company will send the supporting team in advance before the real client arrives in Nepal, so that they can go and select the site, find the camping sites, and select the best quality, the antler horn bearing male where guests can enjoy hunting, and so on. So the ecology says that the adult male segregate from the female group herd when there is scarcity of the food, particularly in the season. That's why the segregated male, among the segregated male, the most selected one, the best trophy bearing one can be hunted without much disturbing the herd and then other members of the even this small herd. So the department have so far identified 7 blocks for whole Dhorpatan Hunting Reserve. An annual quota is fixed for each block in indicating which species, and those company will apply based on the government advertisement yearly or whatever periodically, and they will get the permission after the quoted revenue is paid annually by the department. So these companies, previously the companies used to register, registered company used to get some blocks for every year. That system has been changed into e-bidding, and that's why the probability of getting blocks and then the species number are different now. So after the guest arrives in Nepal, the company takes to the site depending upon their duration and urgency, either by trekking mode or helicopter mode or any mode that they are looking on their health condition and other. So once operation starts, it may take several days, because of the identified individual male with big quality trophy may not be staying in the place where the local team will be waiting for. So once guest arrives, again the source, tentative potential area source will start, and the team will collect individuals. If the hunting is successful, then the support team will collect the individual bagged animal. It might have fallen down into valley town, so they will go and collect it. And once the specimen is brought back, they will measure, they will take a photograph, and then everything official, the licensed person will certify the process. That's why the trophy hunting is later on allowed from the field by the certification of the hunting reserve license office, then to the department, and they will be allowed to take outside based on the permission to take the trophy. Whereas the rest of the stuff, particularly meat, will be consumed by the team. So two main species, the viral blue sheep, Pseudois nair, and Himalayan thar, Hemitragus jamlaicus, are the main hunting species, though few other species can also be asked for the hunting if the client are interested. So the direct income from this hunting operation is $364,000 in 2008 to 18 periods. It's in total per year, and it was then increased between these 2008 and 12 by a study conducted by the team. So that's how one of the revenue are the two sources. One by the government revenue, the other one is local people also get revenue money from the hunting companies after successful hunting. So this male-focused trophy hunting, some of the literature says that we should take in consideration on the sex ratio that lead to the negative consequence. Particularly, Dr. Arial and his team study suggests that we should be considering these factors. And after analyzing their recommendation and the quotas used, all of the concerns made by those researchers has been already complied by the government, as far as I understand. So the population dynamics and sex ratios, and then they were expecting that might fall into negative consequence. So local employment not only generates the revenue directly or indirectly employment, but those resources given back to the community will go back to the community for community development. The other side is, though it's not relevant for this particular slide, but you could see the cordyceps analysis, which is collected in the sites with the government permission in summer season, and these are some of the specimens. When I was leading the survey of the area, 3 blocks, I could see whole town in the valley collecting these cordyceps. Town meaning like tents of different colors. It's like a valley, and then even the local temporary cinemas used to be operated in that area. So such a huge, and schools on those areas will be closed for the season. Even some of the local teacher would accompany the team. That's how it happens. So you could see some of the local people who is carrying his stuff along with the sheep following him in one of the wetland area. So on those particular survey, I in parallel also surveyed the wetlands potential for the Ramsar site, which later on did not taken into the approval process. But even though department already has a reports of some of the sites. So this is the another wetland that I showed in previous was the Sunda. This one is the another wetland in some other blocks, but was also equally important. So the revenue I've already mentioned earlier is other than government revenue, local revenue, and which varies from the community's resources that is given by companies, ranges from minimum 533 to maximum 2,000, depending on the species and their success and the company's capacity. So such local another wetland which on the survey during the survey time when one of the member was taking rest and observing the wetland, whereas we were trying to source the blue sheeps in these hillocks mountain areas. So communities usually use such collected revenue into school support program, upgrading facilities in health posts and constructing trails, establishing community laws and maintain bridges and so on. So that's the resources which is given by the companies are fully utilized by the community for community development purpose. So the Dorpatan hunting is a trophy hunting, which was started in 1987 and which is now is a continuous ongoing process. Only during the insurgency period, somewhere around 8-9 years, the operation was stopped. That's why the department had decided after 8 years or so, the status of species should be known. That's why the survey was planned, and I was able to see this area in a glance, and that's why about 3 weeks, and that's why I'm now able to present some of the information based on my previous work, followed by the current studies done by surveys done by departments, chief conservation officers, and others. So one of the study, like the total 388 Himalayan Thars in 42 herds were recorded in all the 6 blocks. The 7th block is not where the species are not found. So that's called it Barse block, which is in pink color. This side, this species is not available, but other species which is allowed in hunting are available. So these are the name of the blocks, which may not be so much important unless you or some of your guests are willing to come and do the hunt. But anyway, those areas, the numbers are already available in block wise for the status. The average group size was 9+, and 84% of totals were able to identify into age and sex classification. And see, the good thing is about 50%, half of them were male. And of course, more than 1/3 were adult female. So the population looks very healthy. Among those 101, among the total male of 162, 101 was reclassified, which is 31% was adult. So adult among those 31%, that is 101, some of the selected 6 or so per block, maximum of 5 per block, or total of 26 in all the 6 blocks are only allowed for as an annual quota. And later on, I will be showing you how the quotas are not fully utilized. This is one of the house on the way to the hunting blocks, where you can see the lines of children seeing us, and the other side, the joint house are seen. And our support team is at the last. So the Himalayan Thar, the average apparent density in Dorpatan was less than 1, which is 0.78, ranging from 0.5 to 1.9. And average recruitment rate and yearling to female ratio is 21 and 22 respectively, which is poor average annual population growth rate of 1.75, but male growth rate in the same period was 8.3%. So this is good. Average sex ratio of adult male to female was 0.7 to 1. That's 0.7 male for 1 female. So harvesting pattern indicates that demand is lower than the allowable trophy hunting, which is good for the conservation. So among 14 Thar allowed for trophy, only 80% were used in the past compared to previous 6 years, which is only 61%. So that's how even though quota is slightly higher, not meaning exactly higher, it's a very conservative quota, but even though full quotas are not utilized, just trying to show one of the figure by the reports made by the Chief Conservation Officer of the Dorpatan Hunting Reserve. The blue sheep in 2022, the latest update says, in 83 herds, 2,029 individuals were counted. 202 blue sheep were counted, and of them only 2,092 were able to classify into appropriate age and sex classes. The group ranges from 2 young rams to 75 individuals in one herd. That's in one of the block. It's reported by Kandel. So similarly, a previous Chief Conservation Officer, the average population density individuals per kilometer square was 4.22, which is ranging up to 76 from 0.76, and which is higher than the previous studies as his reports. So it's a plus ups and down in the density, and individuals are there. The comparative result shows that from 2016 down to 2011, down to 2007, where I was able to go to see the area, survey the area, and past 99. They have tried to compare this and found that the 2016 density was highest, and the 2007 density was low, 1.45 to 4.22. And population range again was the highest was, range and sex ratio and recruitment rate is also shown to justify the quota and giving some ecological information and analysis support for the quota analysis by the latest study team. So blue sheep trophy hunting, one of the scene of trophy after hunting is seen here. The guest takes picture as a proof of his hunting, and the largest trophy here you can see the animal is taken picture like this. So the department has allowed 26 annual quotas of blue sheep in 6 blocks in Dorpat hunting zone since 2011, but this quota has never been fully utilized. That's what I have already said. A maximum of 90% of animal quotas were utilized in 2015-16, whereas less in other areas. So average was only 81% of quotas has been utilized in the period between 2011 to 2016. So seeing the trend, as I also mentioned earlier, the animals are still saved because the clients are not fully available to the companies. That's why the congestion is being happen. And to your notice, you might already have been understood that the only adult male, very adult male with the largest the antlers are only hunted, which means their role in the breeding is not that very significant. So this table summarizes the fact that I've already mentioned earlier. The lowest average hunting with the quotas utilization 73%, maximum 96%, and average is 81%. And this is the annual quotas in different fiscal years, and then harvesting percentage in the right corner. Any researchers who would be interested to know details of this can be available with the literatures with the support of department. They may not be interested for many of the youth to get into detail. On my visit, I was able to only photograph maybe among the mammals. Then I didn't have a digital camera and good camera. The pica, one of the species of let's say snack of snow leopard, and the other small carnivores. So hunting quotas, the factors like sex ratio, importance of males, and growth and recruitment rates to be considered, which the current government is considering. Now the quotas maximum is 5 in some of the blocks, minimum is 1. Only 50% quotas will be allowed in one season. So if there is 5 quota, let's say 4 quotas in same block in 1 year, then only 2 quotas will be given in one season. There are 2 hunting seasons in the mountain area. Survey should be continued in 5 years. So minimum survey in a duration of 5 years is recommended to see the effect of the hunting and the other impact in the ecosystem. The Shikar Management Committee, that is Hunting Management Committee in the local level involvement, and the guides in monitoring should be continued. These are the recommendations made by those study team led by the Chief Conservation Officer of the Dorpat. Blue sheep action plan should be prepared, which is not yet prepared, particularly as an action plan. Nepal has prepared action plan of more than 16, 17 species based on the threat category. But now the recommendation is because of the hunting, we should give priority for the action plan of blue sheep also. The other issues the local team and the researchers identified was improved coordination between the field office and central office, particularly in terms of the hunting outfitters and staff's coordination and the better handling of the situation. Provision of a liaison officer from the center or the park, and then other staff which is already there, but their monitoring skills, incentives, and logistics support in better qualities what is demanded. Hunting outfitting groups and visitors should be self-sufficient and substitute fuels rather than depending on some of the, particularly for the porters, they may not getting sufficient energy, they may not be taking sufficient energy. So that's what the recommendation says. So they have to pay the charges for entrance fees and helicopter landing costs in addition to hunting fees. Other issues which in any protected area and mountain would be the poaching of the species, overgrazing in some of the seasons, habitat loss, no proper and advanced management plan. Now there's a management plan, I think there. Human wildlife conflict reduction, lack of, again, the no action plan of Himalayan Thar also. These are some of the species, some of the concerns of the issues. Existing related act and regulations are insufficient, which is old. That's why they wanted the regular, the new advanced regulation for the Dorpat hunting reserve itself, because the previous hunting reserve is in the name of the national parks hunting reserves, but it talks on hunting in details. Now I'm taking you to some mountain pottery area. Please indicate me if I pass my time, Chair. I have been also asked to give.
No.
Okay.
Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Some mountain PAs, I'm focusing mainly on Sagarmatha National Park, where Dr. Ganesh has also served that park in the past. So if he's present, he may want to add if he likes later on. The Sagarmatha National Park, the Mount Everest one, and if time allows, few slides on Makalugro National Park also. So Sagarmatha National Park, every conservationist and many people in India, they love to go to the Sagarmatha. I have seen people interested to go up to the not up to the base camp, but at least up to the Namche, the park headquarters, and slightly ahead of Namche is another helipad, another plane landing site from where they can see the Mount Everest in front during the dinner and lunch. Up to that place, which is called Tiangboche, the Everest Hotel. From there, they wanted to see, which is quite easier. And I've seen many Indian nationals people at least going up to there with the family and enjoying at least half a day staying on that and taking a lot of family pictures with the mountain. Of course, this mountain national parks, which is Sagar Matha. Sagar is a sea, and then Matha is our forehead. So it's a topmost altitude of the whole Sagar, whole universe or ocean. That's why the name is called Sagar Matha. Many foreigners would like to say it Mount Everest, but we say it Sagar Matha. This is a map indicating the valley, and then the all sides of the white thing, and then blue thing, the wetlands and the snow-covered areas, and then some of the valleys, and then later on only 4-5% of grassland and shrublands, mostly snow-covered areas. So particularly in Sagarmatha, some of the features like it's a World Heritage Site, one of the two after Chitwan. Ramsar site, part of the park is Gokyo. Unfortunately, I was able to lead the team for survey of the Gokyo, and that's why I got opportunity to see the Sagarmatha also. I've been there, I think, 3 times. So one time was when I surveyed the Gokyo wetland, and that later on it was declared as the Ramsar site. 36 mammal, 18% of Nepal's total. Apes 219, not good number compared to many other mountain area, but it's still good number. Hoppet fauna 18. Snow leopard minimum 4 residential based on 2010 survey, which is not latest one, but still. And then Himalayan Thar and Jaral 222 and so on in 2012 survey. Similarly, red panda, our students have done also the intern research in that area. The buffer zone of the Sagarmatha National Park holds good number of red panda, more than 100 in 2012. Its ranges between 3,000 to 3,200 meter in the buffer zone area of Sagarmatha. Of course, the pellet group and other details are there. The study was done by transit basis. This study was by government, not by my students, but my students had also done work there. That's what I was trying to say, government consulting work. Similarly, most year 185 in 2017-18. One story I recall back when Professor Satyakumar then was defending his master thesis, Defense in Wildlife Science of India, and he said the information shared from the PhD thesis of Dr. Kotel from the Nepal. Then he was a DDG when he did muscular research in Sagarmatha, and he said, Dr. Satyakumar said in his defense that the highest density of muscular in Sagarmatha, Fourth Valley, and the density was so high that none of the officials and the academicians and scientists were able to realize the density fact in his presentation of Dr. Satyakumar. So I had also had to support him, saying that that valley is very particularly protected by the human Sherpas. They never hunt themselves, and such that they, even when muscular comes in cooperating in their fields, they hardly chase them. And no one even throws the stone on the valley down where the fourth monastery is there. So such kind of density is possible, and it is happening there. So, and I have been witnessed on the site. So you can realize that it's not the general case of whole Sagarmatha, or not the general case of the other protected areas in Nepal. But that particular sacred site holds that density. That's why Professor Satyakumar had to defend in his PhD defense such a high density. And I was probably after India, this was the first place for Sagarmatha National Park where I was able to see muscular from very close, and I was able to take even photographs even by normal camera, which is not the case in many other sites in protected area because muscular are very shy. So this is what I have tried to say in this photograph, and this is one of the source of annual report of Sagarmatha National Parks. Snow leopard, I'm sorry, moss deer, during their survey, they have taken photographs. Similarly, then I realized this Mecanopsis species of flower, some of the Japanese used to come and see, particularly for this flower. Even Sagarmatha sighting would be their second priority. See the connection between Japan and Nepal in terms of some of the flower connectivity, and the flower, seeing this flower is such a hobby that they will go to the Gokyo Valley first to see the flower, and then go to the another valley, the Pathar area, Sagarmatha base camp area, to see the Sagarmatha base camp or Sagarmatha. If they are having less time, they would first prefer to go to the Gokyo Valley, where this species is very much easily seen. So this is what the attraction of Sagarmatha, not only peaks and trekking and other activities, but many avenues are there, including Sherpas and peaks. So autumn visitor represented by 80 nationalities and 74 nationalities. 5 countries dominate 56%. Visitors are mostly educated. It's by one of the survey, which is Bhuju et al. 2010. Management of high volume was issued then. An average cost for trekking per package in 1991 in US dollar was 2,067. In spring was 2,067, 1991 in the autumn season. So this is the then. Now might have an increase more. Increase entry fee was the recommended in 2010, and which was subsequently increased by the department as well. Someone interested to see the details, we can see month-wise the peak season of trekking and climbing. So you could see the September to November is a peak season, one peak season, then followed by second peak season is March to May. So these are the high peak season. And among the top 5 countries, the total highest number of visitor comes is USA, UK, Australia, of course, India 4th, and then China, the 6th, Germany. Altogether, these 5 countries will contribute 42%. Now the countries visiting there becomes 193 countries versus only 85 countries in 2010. So tourism in Sagarmatha is giving bloom to the local communities, but also carries some of the negative impacts which government and local people are trying to mitigate, such as pollution, such as the management of fuel, alternative fuel, management of the good quality stay and facilities for the supporting team, porters and others, the solid waste and liquid waste pollution and so on. So a lot of projects had come up in the past to manage these things, and some of the good decisions taken by local communities in support of the government is like ban of the rearing of livestock in the core Sagarmatha National Area, taking timber from the outside protected area from the lower districts for construction if the local permission and local availability is not there, and so on. So such mitigation measures is only possible in Sagarmatha because they're getting high annual income from the tourism, so they can afford to buy such things from outside, even on transporting from helicopter. So again, the visitor statistics, if you check from year 1990 to 2008, and then followed side the year, you could see it's increasing every year. So one interesting, the ecological phenomena had happened in Sagarmatha. It is very interesting to see. Have snow leopard made a comeback every season of Nepal? A question mark was raised then by Dr. Som Ale in his then study in 2005. When I visited Sagarmatha, the incoming of snow leopard has already been reported by the park, but in department there was a discussion whether it is true or not. So some of people who had seen or witnessed or guessed, they were saying yes, but some of people in conservation, they were not believing how could have come snow leopard. So that on that connection, this study was made, and then he found that the photograph you are seeing, though it's not that clear, snow leopard pictured by Tim has been seen. So it was a transient snow leopard, then may have visited the area for adjoining T-bird. That's what then in 2005 said. But then later on, when the studies is being conducted, like I've already mentioned earlier, some 4 resident the snow leopards has been reported in park now. So similarly, the comeback, during the comeback sign, the sign survey based on transit were made by the team. They visited the valleys, potential valleys, and they could see the sign density of 4.2 signs per 2 kilometer. and 2.5 signs per kilometer was then estimated by the team, which indicated eastern leopard already been present there, even with the photographs. And they also estimated the 1 to 3 cats as a density in whole every season in 100 square kilometer, a figure that was supported by different sets of max and actual sightings in 60 kilometer square sample survey area. So then it was a question, that's why detailed survey had to be done. And you could see the detail, his name here. He's a professor in US now. Previously, he used to work to Annapurna conservation area. In the study area, Thar population had a low reproductive rate. One of the questions then raised was the Thar had to learn how to survive their group from the new snow leopard. Their experience of snow leopard predation was not there in few generations, so they had to learn how to be survive from the predation, and that's why the ratio and then the ecological information was studied by the team. Dr. Ali's PhD study was part of the site also, and that's why the interesting facts have come then. So key studies of that was very interesting. Some glimpse of one of the fiscal year of the research done in Sagarmatha National Park, ranging from human-wildlife conflict. Even our students also did the human-wildlife conflict, focusing on wolf in 2 years back, probably. Similarly, environment and climate change studies, distribution of bacteria in E. coli studies, in water quality, hydrometeorology modeling, sustainable solid management, and GLOF risk by the some research team, reduction in Nepal's Himalaya, the case studies from Sagarmatha, including other mountain pottery areas, glacier thickness measurement, and ice cap mapping, and so on. Now, this, other than the most year posting cases, which has appeared in some of the fiscal year back, general the threats are pollution, low forest area, high energy demand during the winter season, and the supporting thing by the trekking and tourism agencies, causing threat to the shrub and forest are prominent threats in the region. And if you happen to go in a mountain flight from Kathmandu, this is what probably you would like to go and see. So many nationals, they would take the morning flight, a mountain flight from Kathmandu. In an hour or so, they will be able to see all the way from Makalu mountain to Sagarmatha, and then up to the IQAC area mountain flight, which is very cheaper, easier. Who will not be able to getting chance to go to the Sagarmatha, they will enjoy this. The pyramid, it's a very interesting lab there set up by the government with the help of Italian government, international lab of observatory in high altitude scientific research center in 5,000 plus meter in Khumbu Valley. It's base of Nepali side of Everest since 1990, and offering international scientific community a priceless opportunity to study environment, climate, human psychology, and geology, jointly managed by the committee called EV, abbreviation for Everest, K2, name of the Pakistan mountain, and CNR, the Italian committee, and the Nepal Academy of Science and Technology coordinates from the Nepal. So 520 scientific missions have been carried out so far by 220 researchers from 143 different scientific institutions based on their website. So this is the pyramid photo. All you can see here, and then you can see Sagarmatha from the pyramid in the snow area. I was also fortunate to be on the area and during the Gokyo Ramsar site survey. It's their mission. Mission is to specialize scientific support for sustainable development in heritage areas, promoting environmental conservation and better quality of life for local people. So this you can later on revisit if you are interested. But you can see 500 plus scientific missions, 200 plus researchers carried out scientific research. Over 80 people, scientists, technicians, collaborators are regularly working there in the research season. More than 700 publications, 142 partners, more than 2 million euros has been already invested in such site. So their particular interest area and research area includes monitoring climate, monitoring glaciers, monitoring atmospheric micro and nanoplastics, monitoring atmospheric compression, and so on. You could see one of the picture where they are doing some management with the instruments, and you could see the scientific station team in front of the pyramid lab. One of the publication, compilations by Jha and Khanal 2010, they have compiled the whole presentations in that contemporary research publication, where overview type of research 3, technologies type of research 5, ethnography and responses type to higher altitude 11, environmental biodiversity related 8, and then biological research type 8 articles are compiled on that book, which is available in the NAST, Nepal Academy of Science and Technology, for anyone interested. So Department of National Parks and Sagarmatha National Parks were there. I was fortunate to present one of the paper during that time, and that's why I know the detail of this presentation also. And this is what the content of that paper, just in case some of you might be interested. So the one highlighted is what my presentation then was, issue related to conservation of high altitude wetlands in Sagarmatha National Parks. But then these are the chapters and overview that I've already indicated you. So anyone interested to get in contact with Sagarmatha National Park, is a mail here, 2 mails, and then website. Of course, you can also go to the link from the Department of National Park website, which Dr. Ganesh might have already shown in his previous presentation of protected areas. So few slides, if time permits, to Makalu National Park.
Karki Sahab, you've got another 5 to 7 minutes to kindly consolidate your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. I will complete this Makalu in 5 to 7 minutes. This is first the national parks where the conservation area was then run by the project support by the Mountain Institute. For 12 years, the current buffer zone was then managed in a type by conservation area. This is the only park in Nepal where strict nature reserve is embedded within it. The detail of this I am not going to do with the time limit. This is again boundary. East is Sikkim, India, and north is China. This is the biggest value. Forest is the highest among the highest rainfall occurring park. West is like our Sagarmatha National Park. This park is rich in terms of tree compared to Sagarmatha, where there is only 4 to 5% of forest. So this is very rich, and then valleys are very rich, and of course the Barun, the hydropower, Arun hydropower supported by India, is also in the same park, and the highway from Viratnagar to the China border has been constructed in the park part also. And this is one of the area where our transboundary conservation effort is very strongly being implemented. You could see in the second slide where from Gauri Shankar conservation area to Sagarmatha to Makalu Barun with a very narrow gap, again Kanchenjunga. So whole range of continuity is there in the mountain area. Compared to lowland, it's not the case. In Kochitapu, you have a gap of long compared to the mountain area. Similarly, the sacred landscape, Himalayan landscape, is in our part is functioning very well. It's important other partners are supporting such Himalayan mountain scene. We can see. I had fortunate to visit the Barun base camp to survey the wetland Barun Pokhari and Paas Pokhari. That's why I'm showing you the graph. Again, both the Sagarmatha and Makalu is rich the snow glacier source, and that's a water melting area. Barun Pokhari and Thulu Pokhari was surveyed then. Also later on, the Paas Pokhari was surveyed for the potential Ramsar site. Here too, the formal nomination of these wetlands has not been proposed by the sites, and that's why still pending the declaration. This is the Thulu Pokhari during my survey time, where the partial snow was there, and this was the Barun Pokhari during Barun base camp, the glacier wetland we surveyed then in 2008. Probably the second last or last slide, another slide of cordyceps from that area, Makalu Barun area, in the lower Barun from slightly further away with the glaciers and wetlands. And thanks for this opportunity, Chair, and particularly Professor Skand Mishra for contacting me to coordinate from Nepal side. Thanks to Dr. S.V. Bhatnagar for giving my contact to Professor Skand Mishra. That's why we Nepal team were able to be in this the very interesting webinar. Myself is first time to participate on this, and thank you from my institution CAFCOL is willing to continue our association in such cases in future if the university and Professor Skand would like to have. So I welcome for the question, answer, and queries. I will be happy to share if any. And I also invite Dr. Ganesh if he is there in case any question that I may not be able to update, particularly now I am not with the direct government. Thank you very much once again. And my presentation is over, Chair, sir.
Yes, Dr. Borkar sir.
Ajit Mishra Saab, I appreciate that. Any other question? We can have another question if there's any from the fellow delegates, please. I do not see any more questions coming up. In which case, do we have a co-chair for this session, please? Professor Skand Mishra ji? Would anybody?
नसीरुद्दीन शायद सर वो ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए हैं.
कोई बात नहीं है सर, कोई बात नहीं. और Karki Saab, I wasn't actually talking about political jurisdiction in terms of transboundaries at all. Yeah. My concern was any species of very high conservation value, irrespective of its geography and political jurisdiction, is a global asset. Yes. One particular country cannot. I mean, जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ we have the Asiatic lion. I mean, though it is residing within Indian political boundaries, it's a global asset. I think the whole world, has to be responsible to conserve it. Yeah. So from that perspective, what I was trying to suggest is, if the IUCN regards that as near threatened, then maybe just a review. I'm not suggesting that there should be a blanket ban, because I understand that Nepal also has some economic interest in the whole thing.
Yeah, your point is very well taken. Personally, what you are saying, I agree with you.
Right.
Yeah, being not now in government and not updated.
I understand. So for now, I think if there are no more questions coming up, are there any more questions from any other delegate? Well, I do not see any questions being raised. So once again, thank you so much, Dr. Saab, for sparing your precious time and enlightening us with your experiential learning. And it was a brilliant session, let me tell you. I've spent 34 years in academics, but yes, I have learned quite a lot today after sitting through your session. God bless you. Keep on doing good work. And let's work together for the conservation of water. God bless, sir. Skand Mishra ji, back to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Borkar sir and Dr. Karki sir for given time in this webinar series. Actually, sir, Borkar sir, Dr. Karki ने हमारी काफी मदद की नेपाल के लिए, और नेपाल के वाइल्ड लाइफ पर जो एक्सपर्ट मिले, वो कार्की साहब का कोऑपरेशन रहा, हमारा लगातार उनसे संपर्क रहा, और उन्होंने पूरा एक उसका प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल, और लास्ट में एक दिन एक्चुअली ये एक ही दिन में कराने की सभी टॉक का था, लेकिन थोड़ा लेट हो गया, तो नेपाल की टॉक थोड़ा अलग अलग समय पे हो पाई, नहीं तो
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है,
एक सेशन उसमें था, लेकिन तब तक टाइम आ गया था, प्रोग्राम शेड्यूल जो है वो निकल चुका था.
मिश्रा जी ना केवल कार्की साहब, पूरा नेपाल देश ही तो हमारा मित्र है.
हाँ, तो इसमें जो 5-6 टॉक पूरी हुई, तो उसमें एक शेड्यूल बना कि पूरे नेपाल को कवर किया जाए, और लगभग हुआ भी. अभी
बहुत बढ़िया.
हाँ, आज भी इसके पहले एक टॉक हुई गणेश पंत ने पहले दी थी पूरे नेशनल पार्क पर, आज थापा जी ने दी, इसके पहले है, और अभी एक टॉक और है जो 15 तारीख को होगी, जो त्रिभुवन यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस के प्रोफेसर हैं, और इसके अलावा वहां पर जो WWF के जो हैं उनने शेयर किया एक सेशन, और एक त्रिभुवन यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर साहब तेज बहादुर थापा, प्रोफेसर तेज बहादुर थापा साहब ने शेयर किया. तो और 3 जो है टॉक नेपाल से हम आर्कियोलॉजी, नेपाली हिस्ट्री इस पर हुई हैं. तो नेपाल का बहुत अच्छा कोऑपरेशन मिला है, और भी देशों का मिला है, पाकिस्तान, श्रीलंका, सभी देशों, मलेशिया, कंबोडिया की अभी जस्ट टॉक होने वाली है. तो इस तरह से कार्की साहब ने नेपाल के लिए और हमारी उनकी तो 3 बार जो है करीब आधे घंटे टॉक हुई है. तो बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट रहा. आगे भी जो अपन कार्यक्रम करेंगे, बुक जैसा कि आपने कहा, बुक पब्लिश के लिए राइट अप मंगाएंगे, और भी आगे जब सीरीज यदि अपन आगे बढ़ाते हैं तो अगले सीरीज में भी हम चाहेंगे कि जामक कार्की साहब का इसी तरह से कोऑपरेशन और निर्देशन, क्योंकि वो हमसे जो है बड़े हैं और खासकर इस एरिया में एक्सपर्ट हैं, तो अपना
your knowledge with this webinar. Congratulations and wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Madam Dr. Jagas Jayasi, Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rewa, Master. Thank you for your now introduce me that you brief on my background. First of all, I would like to say Cambodian language, Namaste. Very good. Yes, very good afternoon. First of all, I would like to say on my expression to hosting and moderator from Department of Botany and IQAC India, chairperson, Madam, and co-chairperson and eminent speaker from around the world. I'm so glad that I was enjoy this program. And they all international participate in this international webinar series today. Taking this opportunity on behalf of Ministry of Tourism of the Kingdom of Cambodia and on my own behalf, I have the great honor and pleasure to participate about social culture, archaeological, natural, heritage site, monument, and museum, identity, conservation, and management as international webinar that will be start from 5 to 15 November 2020. I would like also to take this opportunity to extend my knowledge, even if not my expert, but I am trying of the best in order to share knowledge on social culture heritage of Cambodia. Let me show the my slide. Excuse me, host. May you let me share the screen? I can't share. I cannot share.
No, Dr. Khan, slide not share. Not visible.
One moment. Yes, again. Cannot. Why I cannot share? Okay, now I finish on my introduce. My topic talking about Angkor Wat Temple. During this taking decision right now, I would like to say thankful to Professor Scan Case Masa, convener International Webinar Series, Majas, India. They are invite me joining this program. So all in all, before I make presentation from my side, I do hope that our eminent speaker and participants a great success with new input and fruitful outcome when we will finish it as sooner or later. And Professor Rewa, let me try again.
Please, Mr. Pond, please try from your side. If not possible, then we will share just 2 or 3 minutes. Please try.
Yes. Now I will try. Maybe internet connection. I apologize also professor and guest speaker that you heard you hearing the background sound because now I staying in the coffee shop. I'm so sorry. Sometime trouble sound. Let me try again. Dr. Rewa, may you allow me to share the screen because when I click the share the screen, you cannot because you yeah.
Sir, there is auto joining. There is not necessary permission.
Oh, let me try again. How can I share? I'm so sorry. I sign out. I sign in again. Let me try again. Okay, fine. Now I can share, Professor and okay, speaker. I'm so sorry. My internet may be trouble. Okay. Can you see? Professor, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes. Visible. Your screen is visible. Slide visible.
Yes, thank you. Let me try and talking on my topic. Yes. Once again, Namaste. Now, not at this time, my topic, I will be talking about social culture heritage of Cambodia. The case special focus on Angkor Wat Temple. Angkor Wat Temple is located in Siem Reap province. So, as Dr. JKA Yamasi Singh introduced me, my name Sopek Khan. You can call Sopek. My name Sopek. I'm a got master degree international tourism management as well. So first all, I would like to show about my content that I will present. My content the first, I will introduce a little bit about general information of Cambodia, where my country stay in, or where Angkor Wat. And the second point, I will talking about background. The first, I will talking about why tourism. This main focus in the case in my country. And the second, what is Angkor Wat Temple? And third, what is cultural heritage? And fourth, of the second part, type of cultural heritage. And third, cultural heritage conservation in Cambodia, vision, mission. And also, on my content, I will separate 6 parts. Let's go. I'm so sorry, maybe maybe internet connection. I'm so sorry. Let me try again.
Hello, Mr. Fawn. Phone. If any problem on slide sharing, please send in my mail. Your presentation, send my mail. There is some connectivity problem. So, Mr. Fawn just send me his presentation, then we will share from our side. Yes. Please share.
Your phone is off, Mr. Speak.
Yes, thanks. Oh, sorry. Yes. Once again. Okay. Yes. Let me share again. Skill. Yes.
Okay. Visual.
Okay. Content already I mentioned. Okay. I will be go fast. So my content I divide 6 parts. This slide I will be present about overview of Cambodia. Location of ASEAN have border checkpoint with 3 countries and 1 Gulf of Thailand. And we have border checkpoint with Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. Our area 181,000 certified square kilometers. The population of Cambodia 16 million people. And our capital is Phnom Penh. Climate change. There are two seasons. Tropical motion, dry season from November to April, and rainy season from May to October. This season is dry season also. So let me share of my presentation. Some part I will be brief because maybe time has limit. So our region, the population is like this, Buddhist and Buddhism also, with a small Muslim minority around 5%. There is a small but growing Christian community also. And biographically, Cambodia is dominated by lowland along the Mekong River and the Lake. As international tourists, they know Great Lake, like lake in Southeast Asia, which are the site of most population and agriculture. The coastal area covers 17,237 square. The coast lies along Cambodia's southwestern coast, which is 440 kilometers. That means the distance, the coastal zone. And there are cities, islands in Cambodia coastal water. Planter and mountainous are over cover 68,061 square kilometers. Climate, culture and historical, rich of culture and nature resource. They are both tangible and intangible. World Heritage that is world registered into the World Heritage Record. I will be present on the next slide. Natural resource River Dupin. As you know, River Dupin in only Asian country, especially in my country. Cambodia standard time GMT +1, and it's 1 hour 35 hour front of India. So this I just brief our border checkpoint by air. There are 3 international airports. The first Phnom Penh International Airport. The foreigner can apply visa on arrival that they on time. And the second international at the Siem Reap International, they call Akashinatat Antrakchit Siem Reap. And the third Sihanoukville International Airport, this province along the coastal zone, the part of coastal zone. So in my country, they have 3 international airports also. So this I just brief from overview of my country. And this also I would like to show about a top 10 market tourist arrival in September 2020. As you see the figure, the top 10 of my country, they are Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, China, Indonesia, USA, Korea, Malaysia, India, and Japan. And look at the India. You can see compare 2021 and India tourists on arrival in my country 82 because on that year the COVID-19 outbreak again, so amount decreased. But also this year for the last month 2020 India tourists came to visit in my country 3,979. So the amount increased. It's just overview the statistic by figure. Look at the inbound tourist, international tourist arrival in January to September 2020.
Mr. Phone, your
Yes.
slide not moving. Your slide. There is first slide only.
Oh, okay. Now you can see my slide. Which what slide? Which slide? You can see or not?
No. Same slide. What? Please click second slide.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay. So now you can see the top 10 market tourist on arrival in September, isn't it?
No.
Okay, this I just show about the figure, the tourist statistic.
Well, just previous slide, please. Previous slide, please.
Previous slide.
Previous slide for 1 minute. Yes, yes.
Top 10 market. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, top 10 market.
Thank you.
Okay. So once again, I would like to show about top 10 market tourist on arrival in September 2020. Everybody can see the top 10 of market that tourists came to visit in my country. There are 10 countries: Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, China, Indonesia, USA, Korea, Malaysia, India, and Japan. Look at the figure 2021. You can see India tourists came to visit in my country. Amount 82. Why this amount, small amount? Because on that time the COVID-19 outbreak again. So some airlines they stop flying. But however, 2020 this year, India tourists increase. India tourists can visit in my country 3,979. So the amount increase. And may I let the next slide? Can you see my next slide?
No, same slide. Please click.
Already
Next
click.
slide. Please click.
Next slide.
Yes.
Yeah, international tourist arrival in January, September. You can see inbound tourists, some.
No, the same slide, sir. Please click other slide.
You can see my slide inbound tourism.
The top 10 market tourist arrival in September.
Already I mentioned.
Yes. Then please click next slide.
Okay.
Okay. International tourist arrival in January.
Yes. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Professor. Inbound tourist, this figure I just mentioned only tourist statistic on arrival at Siem Reap, because my presentation focus on only Siem Reap. You can see by air. I'm not mentioned because the time has limit. So Siem Reap, inbound tourists on arrival from January to September 2020 this year. 2020, the tourists came to visit at the Siem Reap, 240,884. But 2020, as I mentioned, this year the COVID-19 outbreaks again. So only 4 tourists visit at the Siem Reap. I mean Angkor Wat Temple. But right now, in this year, from the statistic tourists from January to September, the tourists that visit in Siem Reap, 70,041 tourists. This slide I will talking about why tourists. What is tourists? Why tourists? This mentioned for only Cambodian tourists. Our government significant why tourists. Tourist is very important because tourist is a social culture, heritage, and natural. Tourism has been designed as green goal. Tourism is one top 10 priority sector for social economic development, isn't it? Recently, in my country, tourism is one of major generator of revenue, contributing more than 12% of GDP, job creation. Why tourism? Sustainable tourism contribute to poverty alleviation and climate change mitigation. And the next slide, let me share what I say. Where is Angkor Wat become seven wonder in the world? Why? Please enjoy the video show. Period of time 2 minutes 10 seconds. May I show? Please enjoy.
Yes, Mr. Phone.
Yes.
Angkor Wat, seventh wonder of the world, Angkor, UNESCO Heritage Site slide visual.
Yes, but Professor, can you might enjoy my video playing? Because this slide showing about video clip. You can see it now. Let me try again.
Sir, or full screen?
Yes, already full screen.
If not possible, then okay.
Not working, yeah?
So you go in the next slide.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Okay. One. Yes. Thank you. What is cultural heritage? Cambodia is the rich in cultural and natural heritage, the most famous of which include the temple at Angkor, the, the freshwater Great Lake that I mentioned the previous slide of Tonle Sap, the Mekong River, and the Cardamom Mountain range rich in fauna and flora. The earliest human occupation of accompanying a slightly chopping tool industry date back to 71,000 BP at the Longspan Cave site in the northwestern part of Cambodia. The country history starts from the Punon period, the first to 6th century, Chenla period 7 to 8th century, and Angkorian periods 9 to mid 15th century, and post-Angkorian period mid 15th to third quarter of 19th century, and the modern period late 19th century until present. A recent science survey records that Cambodia has over 4,000 archaeological sites of various types such as temple, burial site, ancient road, bridge, stone quarry, hydraulic structure, and pagoda. So, this I just mentioned what is cultural heritage, why is Angkor Wat become heritage, and type of cultural heritage, and I mentioned overview of my expression. In my country, there are tangible and intangible world heritage. So, as everybody can see my presentation, Cambodia has 3 sites inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, like Angkor Wat, as you see, Angkor Wat, and Previhi and Sambo Prekop. But right now, my presentation time, I only focus on Angkor Wat. But the tangible heritage, Previhi and Sambo Prekop, I just brief. And 8 more on the tentative list. And this is only, there are also 4 intangible cultural heritage: Royal Ballet, Sado Pepper, Thread, and Tang Oliver along the Lot, Chapai, and Mari. All of for this intangible cultural heritage, I will show not detailed, but I will show all of you, especially the guest speaker, guest speaker, and host will be know what is my intangible cultural heritage. So right now, let me show about what is Angkor Wat heritage. May I play again? The period of this video, 2 minutes 43 seconds. Please enjoy. The Khmer letter is mean Angkor Resort, World Heritage. thank you for watching. I'm going to the next slide. Yes, this I will brief fourth intangible cultural heritage. That it means. Let me try this slide. And okay, this the first, the Royal Ballet. Royal Ballet, the Khmer language is called Rokmam Apsara, and the second you can see shadow puppet theater. Its main Khmer language is called Spike Thum. Called Spike Thum. Yes, and the third you can see tongue of the world. This Khmer language they call Tin Prawn, là bánh Tin Prawn. And long lute, you can see the fourth of the picture. Khmer language is called Chapay Dongway. All of these, everybody will be understand of my present the next slide. This Angkor complex is the World Heritage that recognized in 1992. You can see the Angkor complex has two major architectural area, Angkor Thom and Angkor Wat. You mean Angkor Temple, not only Angkor Temple. That they are Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom. As you see the picture, I mentioned on the picture. 80 is mean Angkor Thom has a perimeter of 12 kilometers with 5 gates into the surrounding wall. And AW is mean Angkor Wat has a smaller circumference about 5.6 kilometers, but quite intact. The most characteristic of Angkor Thom in the Bayon Temple with 54 towers built of craft stone from 25 to 43 meters. As you see, the picture below the Angkor Wat Temple on the right side. See? Each tower has 4 faced caves according to the legend of the Buddha. Head on each different direction for eye view. So especially I would like to show all of you. Total Angkor Thom has 216 facts with mysterious smile associated with fairy palace in I surprise in Indian. You know, especially as I know the previous time my culture or my religion native from Indian. Mythology on the stone wall, there are many pictures of the ancient temple. It was very lively screen of the Khmer Empire that include festival trading. You see, and so unluckily because my screen not zoom out, so it may be small. Angkor complex, you see, this represent about some intangible world heritage on the wall of Angkor Wat Temple. From the painting, it was possible to see the broad exchange capacity of the Khmer Empire, in which besides the Khmer, there were Chinese and India. You see, Chinese and India, who has been present here very early. Angkor is a 10th wonder, the great archaeological work with intricate carving and unique. So I'm not mention too much. Angkor include 259 temples located on the forest area of 40 square kilometers surround the northern town of Siem Reap. I mentioned, the peace return to the world-owned land. More and more visitors are arriving here over any period of nearly 35. Dear professor and other guests, maybe I slide, maybe I skip some part. The previous, as I mentioned the previous slide, the previous here, I'm not mentioned to mine, so I just show all of you why previous here significant from UNESCO World Heritage. But before previous temple is the ancient Khmer temple also built during the period of the Khmer Empire that is situated on the top of 525 meters in the Dong Rai mountain. Dong Rai mountain is mean my language is Chuk Num Dong Rai. In the Pravihir province, Cambodia, it is near the this temple also near with Thailand at the Sakai province. 1962, following this, I brief the historical of Pravihir temple. A lengthy dispute between Cambodia and Thailand. I think other guest speaker and professor also maybe known about this history also. Over ownership, the International Court of Justice (ICJ) in the Hago role that temple in Cambodia again. So this temple significant from UNESCO World Heritage Site on 7 July 2008. And some also I'm not mentioned too much, just UNESCO World Heritage Site also recognized in 8 July 2017. So this I would like to show deeply, but maybe my time is limited, so I just brief. Intangible Cambodia UNESCO World Heritage, as I mentioned, Royal Ballet. Royal Ballet we call Apsara dancing, is my language, we call Robam Apsara. You see the picture on the top, this group of Apsara dancing, and the left below of the picture we call Niang woman, we can call actress, and also Niang Rong man we call actor, and also this giant, and also this Royal Ballet is present motion from nature to positive, from anger to happiness, from fear to love. Royal Ballet cannot to be perfect without an orchestra and a great chorus of music. Actually, I want to more detail, but my time has limit, maybe as I mentioned. So let me show about what is
Mr. Khan.
Yes.
You can speak extra 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I just show a little bit this Apsara dancing showing. Yes. Go ahead, the next slide. Yes. This Baitum were recognized World Heritage since 2008 also. And also, I can show about behind. How is Baitum? This the activity behind of the screen. Okay. Just move. And also this time of the ritual, I mean Ting Prawn. You see, this historical from the Angkor Wat. They record on the wall of Angkor Wat. So if we do not attend, so Chapai Dong Wayne. Also, let me show a little bit the video. Okay, the next slide. This the video showing about Cambodia celebrate 5th anniversary include both tangible and intangible world heritage. Please enjoy. Thank you for watching. And this part talking about cultural heritage conservation. The legal framework on cultural heritage conservation in Cambodia. The Ministry of Culture and Fine Art is the principal government body in charge of the country heritage preservation, while other national authority, which means APSARA, Authority for the Protection and Safeguarding of Angkor and the region of Angkor. Here and Sambo National Authority also respectively are managing and the Angkor here and Sambo. The country has the Cultural Heritage Protect Law enacted in 1996, while also has ratified several international conventions for natural and cultural heritage protection, and have been signed several bilateral agreements with China, Thailand, Vietnam, and USA for illicit traffic or articles objective. The second, conservation of Angkor World Heritage at the Siem Reap province of Cambodia during 25 years of activity. Apsara National Authority has hanged the picture and permit the gradual transfer of skill to Cambodian professional keeping activity at the same time. The file of operation of the international corporation. It is with it almost 3,000 employees of the first employer, yes, of the region. So the next slide. This also the vision. So Apsara Authority, National Authority vision also, mission also, and this the ongoing project that recently the conservation and restoring at the social cultural heritage at the Angkor Wat Temple. Yes, skip. This ongoing project. Only one and project recently at the third entry of the Preco. Preco is mean the part of Angkor Wat. And also achievement for the conservation and restoring at the social cultural heritage. So all in all, its conclusion is this final line of my presentation is the slide. Conclusion, social cultural heritage is mean of Cambodia is part of tourism is the fast growing sector. Social cultural heritage tourism in Cambodia is one of the top 10 priority sector, as I mentioned the first line. Social cultural heritage provide job opportunity, alleviation to the local community, conserve and protect on I'm sorry. Take on social cultural heritage and natural resource are good intensive from Cambodia government, and it is part of economic growth in the country. Actually, from my side, especially from Cambodia, from the investor, we can in my country has strength in Angkor Wat Temple and opportunity for investment in tourism. The first thing, situation is a can community letter after Phnom Penh city, accessed by all men of transport, rich and social, in social culture, heritage and natural resource. Tourism in one of the top 10 priority sector. First top travel destination in Asia and second in the world. Political stability, security and safety, high economic growth. How about opportunity for investment in tourism? That investor can invest in tourism sector in Cambodia, especially at the Siem Reap, at the Angkor Wat Temple complex. Can tourism related infrastructure development, hotel, in resort, shopping center, etc. Might also same part travel and transport, tourism and vocational training school, and other tourism related things. So my presentation is finished. Before I complete on my presentation, may I share a little bit last one video? May I, Professor? Only thank you for watching. This is all showing about our culture, social culture heritage. Thank you so much for your pay attention and apologize again for my presentation has some problem, especially internet connection in my country difficult to connect sometimes, disconnect sometimes, connect sometimes is good. Thank you. អរគុណច្រើន
Yes, please. Chairperson, please. Madam Jaisingha.
Please, everybody and guest speaker, professor, and all our experts, if you have
Nirmala,
any
madam.
question,
Please.
yeah, if you have any question, please ask if I can answer. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good presentation. You mentioned a lot of tourism areas in your country. I like very much your presentation. Video presentation is actually very nice areas in your country. You mentioned intangible cultural heritage in your country because I like very much. It is familiar to us in Sri Lanka. Very nice presentation and very nice natural area in your country. Thank you very much for your presentation and
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you,
give us
my
your
chairman.
knowledge. Thank you so much.
Actually, as I said, unfortunately, because my connection is not well, and some many part I pass because time high limit, as Professor said.
Don't worry about that.
Co-chairperson, Nirmala, madam, please. Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel, co-chairperson, please. Please unmute yourself, madam.
It was excellent presentation. We know very much about your country's socio-cultural activities and heritage site and museum Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. Exactly. If I have a chance to present directly to all of you, I very so great. Yeah. But sometimes on the Google meeting and Zoom online, disconnect, difficult to contact.
Thank you. Thank you.
I try the best. Yes, yes, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Sopek Fon, sir, for nice presentation
Thank you.
on your country, and Madam J.K. Singha, Madam, for chair the session, and Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel from Nepal, co-chair the session. Yes, Madam Singha.
Yes, yes, Professor.
Uh,
Shall we?
One point, you can talk some points, Madam.
Please advise or comment any comment from the chair,
Thank
board
you.
of chair, like chairperson, co-chairperson, or Professor Rawa, or all of the guests. Please comment or revise of my presentation, if you can. Yeah, as you
Thank
can.
you. Thank you, all of you, chairperson, co-chairperson, and eminent speaker, Mr. Fon. Thank you, all of you. And now next session, chairperson, Madam Bhavani A. Mahida, Chief Curator, Science Center, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Museum, Surat, Gujarat, India. Co-chairperson, Madam Sayyid Gul Kailas, Field Officer, Archaeology Museum, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan. Welcome. And our eminent speaker, Professor Dr. Poonam Chaudhary, Director, Center for Studies in Museology, University of Jammu, Jammu and Kashmir. Yes. Madam Bhavani, Madam, welcome.
Yes, sir. Welcome,
Sayyid,
sir.
Madam, welcome. And Professor Poonam Chaudhary, Madam, welcome. Professor Poonam Chaudhary, Madam. Please unmute yourself, Madam. Poonam, Madam.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Thank you very much.
Welcome all of you. And I am request to Madam Bhavani, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Poonam Chaudhary.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I am pleased to invite Professor Poonam Chaudhary, and I'll just brief about what she is. Professor Poonam Chaudhary is the first woman museologist of Jammu and Kashmir and is working as founder director of Center of Studies Museology in Jammu and Kashmir. She has been instrumental in establishing Sheikh Nur Ud Din Nuran Museum of Heritage, and it is a university museum. She has 25 years of teaching experience at postgraduation level and 30 years of research experience. She has guided many PhD and MPhil scholars too. She also served as principal of Institute of Music and Fine Arts, Jammu. She has been nominated as a member of Board of Trustees of Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata, through Ministry of Culture. She was identified as principal candidate at the New York University. ICOMOS also nominated her as an expert in cultural roots. She is a member of various cultural committees at local, national, and international level too. She has organized many conferences, workshops, artist camps, etc. She is widely traveled and participated and lectured in many national and international conferences and published number of papers, books, and monographs. I warmly welcome her and invite her in this webinar and ask her to present her paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for introducing me, and I thank everybody for inviting me on this lecture. But I have a small limitation. I have come on official work to Delhi, and here the internet connectivity is very poor. In fact, I have joined through my hotspot. So in case it gets disrupted, then I'm sorry about that. Okay, so let me share my presentation. Is it possible for you to see my presentation?
Yes, madam, it is visible.
It is visible? Because I can't.
Yes, madam.
No.
No, it's not visible.
It's not visible? But it's showing sharing.
Madam?
Yeah.
Hello, Poonam madam?
Anji.
Yes, Poonam madam. Professor Poonam
Anji,
madam.
I can hear you.
Can you send your presentation in my mail?
Okay, just let me try.
मैडम उसको फुल स्क्रीन में करिए स्लाइड शो में तब दिखाई देगा.
Okay.
मतलब if it is visible to you, it will be visible to us as well.
No, it is visible to me, but it's very, what do you say?
Make it in slideshow mode.
Okay.
Half of it is, yes, it's visible now.
Yes,
now it is very clear.
Perfect. Perfect.
So, as Madam has said, I am a museologist, and I would be talking on the musealization of the heritage of Silk Route, specifically on the Silk Route which touches Jammu and Kashmir, because it is a very vast subject and it is not possible to cover all the aspects of the Silk Route. Then another thing which I found is that when I was preparing for my presentation, that even the route which touches Jammu and Kashmir is very vast, and it was very difficult to cover all the aspects of heritage. So my aim of giving this presentation, ultimately I realized, was to give an idea of the heritage along the Silk Route, which touches Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh, and how this heritage can be musealized. What are the steps and how we musealize this heritage? So basically, I am talking about musealization of heritage of Silk Road, Jammu and Kashmir, the lesser explored Silk Road. See, when I say lesser explored Silk Road, I am not denying the fact that it has not been explored by the historians. What I mean to say that it is not known to many people about Jammu and Kashmir. That is, when I talk about Jammu and Kashmir, I am talking about the state of Jammu and Kashmir and how the silk, how the study on Silk Route is important for the creation of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. So, and this is the area which is not even known to the students of Jammu and Kashmir. So when, let me explain it to you what exactly we mean by musealization of heritage. When I say musealization of heritage, basically I am trying to talk about a creation or building a museum which would highlight or which would showcase the heritage along the Silk Route, and it would also depend upon what kind of heritage would you like to showcase, because it will depend upon your mission, on the objectives of that particular museum, what exactly you want to showcase. Nonetheless, what do we find is that there are certain characteristics of a museum which need to be fulfilled if we have to musealize a heritage. When we say musealize a heritage, that means we put heritage into museum, or we document the heritage which cannot be put in a museum. So in this, collection is very, very important. Then, and collection will definitely depend upon what is the focus of your museum, because Silk Route, again, like I said, it is a very vast connotation, and it is not possible to collect each and everything on Silk Route. So the collection would depend upon the collection policy of a particular museum, which is already established or which we plan to establish on the Silk Route. Then documentation is again another important aspect of museum studies, because if an object, or if we do not document our heritage, then we will not be able to preserve a heritage for posterity. So documentation is very, very important if we want to know about our heritage. Documentation is done both on the tangible as well as the intangible aspect of heritage. Then preservation and conservation, of course, is another aspect which needs to be taken care of. Then exhibition and communication is again very important. Exhibition and communication, through exhibition, we what we do is that basically we are transmitting the knowledge, the learning to the target audience of a particular museum, because exhibition includes display of the collection which has been documented, which has been preserved. So we exhibit that collection, and we communicate it to the public through the labels, through introductory labels and other things. So then research and publication. Unless and until we do research and publish whatever about our collection, it is not possible to reach out to the society. And these days, the most important aspect which we need to cover is the community development programs, or the involvement of the community in the preservation of heritage. And this is the concept of new museology, where community plays a very important role in preserving its own heritage. Here, we do not talk about the four walls of a museum, but here we talk about the museums which can be called eco-museums, which can be called open-air museums. So there's a lot of variety in how you want to showcase or how you want to visualize your heritage. Now, the significance of heritage, as I've already told you, that it is a strategy where you reconstruct a museum, you identify the collected object or a heritage, then you don't document both tangible and intangible heritage of mankind. You need to conserve it before it is lost for posterity. Then display the objects. Like I said, we can display the objects in situ also, and we can do it ex situ also. When we say in situ, we say we are talking about the museums which are open-air museums and which are set up in an open environment, keeping in mind the importance of that place. That place should have a geographical boundary, that place should have a heritage which can be displayed in open air. Then ex situ exhibition can be in the four walls of a museum. Promoting education. When we say promoting education, museum education is a very important aspect of museum study these days. And through museums, we can educate the children, the school children, the university children, even the general public on any aspect of heritage. Now, building a museum, as I have already said, that building a museum can be a four-wall museum and it can be an open-air museum. But when you build a museum within four walls, then that particular museum is either a state museum, a government museum, sorry, or it is governed by a trustee, or it can be a private museum. And when I'm talking about Jammu and Kashmir, I'm mostly talking about the private museums which have opened up along the Silk Route in Kashmir, not in Kashmir, sorry, in Kargil, and also in Ladakh. The museum which has opened in Kashmir is a general museum, Sri Pratap Singh Museum, which has one gallery or galleries on the Central Asian collection, which in turn links you with the Silk Route. So as such, Silk Route collection is not there, but the Takshashila, the Gandharan collection. So those kind of collections are there in Sri Pratap Singh Museum, which can be linked to the the Silk Route. And then another very fine example of this building a museum is the Unlock Hunderman Museum of Memories. This is a museum which talks about the intangible nature of heritage. This I will be discussing as I proceed further in my presentation. Like I said, collection is very important. So collection which you put in a museum is an immovable collection, is a movable collection, and the collection which is in situ, a monument, that is a immovable collection. So when we are collecting a movable collection, we have to go to the field, we have to excavate, we have to depend upon the donations, because lots of museums have opened up with the help of the donations or the private collections of a particular person. These have been gifted and some have been purchased. However, when we talk about the purchase, it is a very, very tricky thing, because we need to have a proper purchase policy to be able to purchase an object, and a committee which is constituted for the purchase of a particular object needs to be a highly expert committee. So generally what we these days do in the museums is we generally depend upon the gifts and the donations. I'm talking about the small museums. Of course, government museums have all the kind of money in which they can purchase whatever they want. Then documentation of a tangible heritage. Why the need to document a heritage? As I've already told you, because it can provide a lasting record of culture heritage. If you do not document a heritage, then if it is lost, then it is lost forever. If it is broken or it is deteriorates, and if you have not documented it, if you have not photographed it, then you may never see that particular piece ever again. Then it is indispensable for the purposes of identification, protection, interpretation, and physical preservation of movable objects, historic buildings, archaeological sites, and cultural landscapes. So documentation is applicable to all these aspects of heritage, and all these aspects of heritage are found along the Silk Route, which connects, which is where Jammu and Kashmir is located. I have not taken into account the cultural landscapes and the natural heritage, because then the presentation would have become very, very big. So I am laying a lot of stress on documentation is because without documentation, a museum cannot be set up. A museum object has no meaning. So a proper documentation facilitates. It helps you to identify an object. It helps you to protect an object. It helps you to preserve an object. It helps you to promote information or to promote heritage. And it helps you to disseminate the information about a particular heritage to the public. And public can be the school children, it can be your civil society, It depends upon what is the target group of a museum. So this is a sample sheet of documentation sheet of a tangible objects, which is given by CDOC. I'm sure that everybody has heard a name of ICOM. ICOM is an international council on museums and on museums. So it is all the museums all over the world are governed by the International Council on Museums, and it was in 2022 that the 26th General Conference of ICOM was held, in which the new definition of museum has been given, and which talks about inclusivity, and it also talks about the sustainability and diverse cultures. So we are not going into the detail of that. If you look at this documentation sheet, which is given by one of the elements, one of the bodies of ICOM, which is the CDOC. CDOC is a department which works on the documentation of heritage, and CDOC has given a guideline that this is how an object should be documented. The most important aspect of documentation is the acquisition information. How has that particular object been acquired, and in what condition has it been acquired? Has it been acquired? When you talk about the condition, you also talk about taking a photograph of that particular object. Then, from which institution it has come, and in which institution it is going. Then, where is the current location of that document, and how it has reached the current place where it is to be put. Then it also needs, see, all the categories are not relevant for all the types of objects, like inscription. Inscription information is relevant only to those objects where the inscription is there. Material and technique of making a particular object is very important, whether it's a manuscript or it's a terracotta, it's a stone. You need to mention the material, because on the basis of the material only the conservation of a particular object happens. Then measurement again is very, very important of an object, and the object association information of an object is also very important, because there are times what happens is that an object is taken away from the place. Maybe there's a panel which once adorned a monastery. Maybe that has been taken and put in a museum. So if you do not give the context of that particular panel, it loses its importance. Then it has no meaning to be in a museum. So associated information of any object is very, very important. Then we talk about the object entry information. Who is the current owner, from where it has come, whether it has been gifted, or what. Once the object enters the museum, you need to give an object information. You need to give where the object was. In the object information, you also need to give information where was this object produced and from where it has been found. And there are other components of which you have to give. You have to give reference information and any other additional information if the need be. So now let me give you an example. Now this is a terracotta tile which has been found from Kashmir, from a place called Havan, which has been identified by UNESCO as a heritage, which has been identified by UNESCO on the tentative list of the sites on the world, on the tentative list of the World Heritage along the Silk Road. So this tile, if you look at it clearly, because we are not going to go into the details, if you look at the forehead of this tile, of this person who is sitting, an ascetic is sitting, this is not a Kashmiran style. It is not a style which you find in Jammu and Kashmir, but the forehead, this receding forehead line, and this people standing in the balcony, this is a very, very Central Asian, or this receding forehead is a very, very Greek influence in Kashmir. And we also know that Central Asian influence on Kashmir has been very, very great. So it has been identified in 2010 as on the tentative list of UNESCO, along with the other heritage sites along the Silk Route. Sorry. So this is the documentation system which is being followed by the Metropolitan Museum. And you need to give the title, you need to give the date, you need to give to which place it belongs to, what is the material, what are the dimensions, in which category are you going to put it, whether it's been gifted or it has been donated or it has been purchased. So you give that. And accession number. This is very, very important when we talk about the documentation system. 1987 means the year when it came into the museum. 424 is the lot number, and 26 is the number to of the lot number 424 कि ये object जो है ये 424 objects की 26 number पे ये object आपका लिखा गया है. So this is what it means by this. It is a tripartite system, but now we follow a 4-figure system. So now this is the documentation of the Cleveland Museum. So now you must be thinking, why am I showing you these documentation only? Because these are the tiles which have been found from Harvard and which are very, very important from the perspective of the Silk Route, because Harvard played a very important role and it was a very important place along the Silk Route in those days. So again, this is how it has been given in the Cleveland Museum. So now this is one particular piece which has been found which is in the Kashmir Museum, which is Shri Pratap Singh Museum. And look at the way they have initially, yes, of course, this is how it was done. They have documented it on the stone itself. So this is not the way you should document your heritage, because it will depend upon what kind of a stone it is. And if it has been written like this, what do we find is that maybe it has, this ink may have a diverse effect on the stone. So this is a wrong way of documentation. What you need to do is that you need to put a tag, and only then you can document a particular thing. And you have different ways of documenting a textile, a manuscript, etc. So this is a numbering system which one must follow, a 4-part numbering system. Like I said, IM means the name of a museum where it has been kept. 2022 when it was purchased or it came into the museum. 05 is the lot number, and 12 is the item in lot number 5. So this is how a museum object is documented. Exhibition and communication, I have already told you that it is very, very important aspect of heritage. So when I talk about ex-setu exhibitions, I have already told you, we talk about the museums which are not in that particular place, but they are away from that particular place, but it at the same time has the heritage belonging to that place. Then Manda is a place in Jammu and Kashmir which is not directly linked with the Silk Route, but Silk Route was so vast and there were so many capillaries of the Silk Route that some of these Silk Routes, they even touched Jammu. And we have Buddhism, of which nobody knew before prior to 2006 or 7 that Buddhism even flourished in Jammu and Kashmir. It is thanks to the Silk Route roads, the Silk Routes which were carved in that Silk Road, that the Buddhism traveled to Jammu also. Then exhibition and communication. I've already told you museum education is very important. We can have training programs. We can have in-house museum exhibition. Education and outreach programs. In-house, what we can do is we can invite the children and showcase our heritage. And in outreaches, we reach out to the public or to the children. Conservation is very important because it is very important to understand the collection, that it may not, so that we cannot delay the natural laws of deterioration. Before it deteriorates, curative conservation should take place, and before that, preventive conservation is also an important aspect of heritage. Now, safeguarding the cultural heritage along the Silk Road, we have number of cultural bodies which are talking about, which are working towards the safeguarding the heritage along the Silk Route. We have UNESCO, we have ICOMOS, we have ICOROM, we have ICOM. So these are the 4 agencies which are tirelessly working towards safeguarding the cultural heritage, not only along the Silk Route, but otherwise also. Then I have already told you that community development, unless and until you involve the community, it will not be possible for you to then the collection will have no meaning, because in new museology or in new museology, community plays a very, very important role in preservation of our heritage. We need to develop the skills of a particular craft or of a particular thing, so that that skill remains with you forever and it is transmitted from generation to generation. We have a temple, I'm forgetting the name of that temple in Japan, which is constructed after every 15 or 20 years, I think, with the same skill which was used 20 years earlier. So what they do is they make that temple, then they dismantle that temple, and then again it is built in the same way it was built earlier. So this is the way the skill is transmitted from generation to generation. Now, when we are talking about the tourism development along the Silk Route, we have a very interesting concept, where Nubra is a place in Ladakh which is very, very difficult to access, and which is a very difficult terrain. And Ladakh, in any case, you know that it is the oxygen levels of Ladakh are low, and whenever you go to Ladakh, you have to be very, very fit. So these Silk Road huts, the concept of Silk Road huts has been taken out by the locals, by the community of that particular area, which offers that the feel of that Silk Route in these huts, and which is becoming a very, very attractive tourism place. Then even this Unlock Andaman Museum of Memories, which is in Kargil, it also talks about how this museum was created and how it now attracts almost 3,000 people, tourists every year. When I talk about 3,000 tourists every year to an area called Kargil, it is very, very amazing, because all these areas are not easy to access, and you really have to be fit to be able to access these areas. Research, I've already told you. Then education and training programs. So this is one example which I have taken from the Silk Route to prepare education sheet for the school or for the children for grade 3 to 5 or 6 to 8. And in this, what I have taken is that early travelers who traveled the Silk Route. So I have taken the 3 early travelers, Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta and Zenge. So these 3 travelers who have talked about the Silk Route, and they have many stories to tell. We have hidden stories about Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta and Zenge. who have so many, who have so many adventures and who had so many stories to tell, which are not known to people, and which can be a part of a museum of intangible cultural heritage. But this sheet I have made for you to understand how the heritage, once it is musealized, can be used to provide education to others. Here the target group is 3 to 5 and 6 to 8 years. What you do is you prepare a lesson summary so that the children explore the adventures of these three travelers on the basis of the material which is provided to them, which can be in the form of the videos, photographs, maps, etc. And what is the outcome of this lesson plan is that the children should be able to at least write an essay or prepare a short play on the stories which these travelers had to share. Time allocated is 5 minutes for introduction, video and class discussion 25 minutes. For how long? A visual primary source activity 10 minutes and written primary source activity 20 minutes. Geographical activity 30 minutes. Geographical activity is very important where the Silk Route is concerned because it has the geographical area of the Silk Route is very, very huge. Then the culminating activity which can take place in the next day or maybe 2 days later, and which should be of 1 to 3 hours because it is going to culminate into a project. So what all you have to give, I have written. Then it also helps you in vocabulary enhancement. And in the end, you have to prepare a question and answer session. And one can also prepare a comic or a storybook on the adventures of Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta and Zenghe. So this is how you musealize a particular heritage. So now Silk Road, coming to the Silk Road. Now what is a Silk Road? The Silk Road is the longest and the most ancient trade route connecting the diverse cultures and faraway countries over the centuries. This Silk Road, as we all know, as I've already said, it spread over a large area, but we are concerned only about Jammu and Kashmir. And this is a map which talks about the original Silk Road, which started from Xi'an and it went up to Samarkand. And later on this Silk Road, many capillaries or many routes were carved out of this Silk Road, which connected the whole of Asia, the Central Asia, Eurasia. So it covered a lot of a big area, and it is along this Silk Route, and it was a caravan route or an overland route. The sea route of the Silk Route came very late. And Zhenhe, the Chinese traveler, he came to India via sea route, whereas Marco Polo and Ibn Battuta came along the caravan route. So trade exchange, of course, happened. Then culture and ideas also happened here. And a fine example of this is Buddhism. Buddhism from Kashmir traveled to China through the Silk Route. And the Chinese call this Silk Route as, I don't think I need to read out the Chinese name of the Silk Route. So it connected China, Central Asia, India, and Levant. And it was this term Silk Road was used for the first time in the 19th century by a 19th geographer, Ferdinand von Richthofen. Prior to that, I don't think the term Silk Road was used. Like I said, that this is Xi'an, from where the original Silk Route originated. Then see where all it has moved to, and how so many capillaries or so many routes have come out of the main route. And one route moves from Pamir from Karakoram range, where your Ladakh is, to Takshila, from Takshila to Jammu and Kashmir, and from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab, Punjab to Delhi, Delhi to Prayag and Patna. And along the Silk Route, UNESCO has identified around, I think, 22 heritage sites. One of them is your Havan. There are other tentative sites also in Kashmir, but those are not directly associated with which doesn't, they do not fall exactly on the Silk Route. So that the name, as you already know, how this route got the name silk, because silk was the most what do you say, valuable commodity which was traded on this route before it the secret of how to prepare silk through the silkworms was let out from China. And a proper what do you say, proper inspection used to happen before the silk could be transported from one place to another. And this is one of the pictures which is in the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, showing how the Chinese ladies looked into the what do you say, bolt of silk. And look at this lady, she is looking from below that if that bolt which they have prepared is all right or not. Then, as I've already told you, Ferdinand von Tischon was the first German to use the term Silk Route. Then we have number of what do you say, stories and number of surviving historical works of Orlstein, and one is in the form of Rajtarangani by Kalhan, which was translated by Orlstein. And Kalhan's Rajtarangani is a chronicle of the kings of Kashmir, which talks about Kashmir from earliest times. So Orlstein, it worked mostly on the Central Asian route of Silk Road. Hence, it is very important for the study of Kashmir. Then you must also understand that Orlstein, he took many artifacts and manuscripts to the British Museum. That has been the case when we were a part of the British Empire. Many of our heritages have landed up in the British Museum. One of them is your Kohinoor, which we've never got back. So then another person who worked on the Silk Route was Sven Huyten. His work is a bestseller in Germany. So now Marco Polo, Ibn Battuta, Zheng He, these are the people who traveled the Silk Route, and these are the what do you say, route which was followed by both of them. One followed, Ibn Battuta followed this route, which is in green, and this is Marco Polo who traveled through this along this red line. So these are some of the pictures which show that it was a caravan route, how Marco Polo traveled to India. This is a caravan of Marco Polo. And Zheng He, as I already told you, traveled to India from here to here. He never came to Kashmir, of course, and he went via sea route. These are the ships which they used. So this was around 15th century when Zheng He traveled. So, okay. Then another very interesting aspect of the Silk Route is the Chinese pilgrims who traveled to India via this Silk Route. And this is a photo of the Hyun Sang, which I still remember when I was a child, and we would open our book and we would read about the history of China, or whenever we read the history of Buddhism. This is the photo which has remained in my mind, and this have always fascinated me, how he used to carry this thing with full of books and his clothes, and this is how he traveled, which is very, very amazing. And Hyun Sang has left an account of Kashmir, because he entered Kashmir in 631 AD. He spent 2 years in Kashmir studying the sutras and shastras belonging to Buddhism. He entered Kashmir, if anybody is familiar with Kashmir, from a gorge, Baramulla. So when he entered Kashmir, he found that Buddhism was flourishing there, but it was not very, very predominant, as it was found by Okong, who came to Kashmir in 759 AD, that is 8th century. So he found that Buddhism in the 8th century was flourishing in Kashmir, and Okong is said to have took his full vows of a regular monk in Kashmir. So these are the stories, these are the things, small things which the people don't know. We have read about Fahim, we have read about Okong, but we do not know much about what they say about Kashmir, which lay on the Silk Route. So when Hun Sen came to Kashmir, he was welcomed by the king, and he is said to have been given 20 scribes to copy the sacred books and shastras. Scribes, when I say 20 scribes, these were the 20 writers who helped him to translate or to write the books and shastras on Buddhism. So you can understand the kind of hospitality these Chinese travelers they got. And they came and they studied Sanskrit, which is again very, very amazing. Then we also have references to the to those who went to China from the embassy of Kashmir, who went to the imperial court of the first embassy from Kashmir to the king in 8th century AD. So it was during the time period of Chandapira, Muktapira, and it is documented in Rajtarangani. Then another traveler, Arab traveler who came to Kashmir was your Al-Biruni. So let's not discuss too much of that. Then significance of the Silk Route, I have already told you that it is very significant because the raw material, finished goods, they all travel through the Silk Route. So while traveling through the Silk Route, as I've already told you, cultural hubs of learning, they emerged. And three most important cultural hubs which emerged in Jammu and Kashmir were Ladakh, Kashmir and Kargil. So what was traded on the Silk Route was the Chinese porcelain, tea, paper, bronze products, Indian fabrics, spices, etc. Later on, it was porcelain, Chinese porcelain, which became very, very famous. And by that time, the sea route had also started, and hence, what you find is that porcelain became very, very important. Silk was very easy to carry, transport overland route because it was very light and it was very light. So horses were the China's most prized import, which came from Central Asia. Then these are the, as I've already said, that 12 sites have been identified by UNESCO. One is in Kashmir. And for the Jammu and Kashmir, the significance of Silk Route has been great because of the Buddhism which spread to China from Silk Route, and of course the impact which the Persian impact which we find on the culture of Kashmir. So because the Persian culture can be seen on the language. Now today also the state language or the language of the UT is Urdu, which is which has come out of Persian. And then we find lots of similarities in the food. Rishta Gushtaba, which is a gastronomy of the Kashmiri Muslims, is something which have come from Persia. The Persian carpets you find in Kashmir, the Persian designs which you find in Kashmir carpets have come from there. The samovar in which they make the tea, the kahwa, has also traveled from Persia to Kashmir. So as I've already told you that Harvan is a site which has been identified as on the tentative list of UNESCO. And a Buddhist settlement, a temple and a monastery has been found on this site belonging to the 4th, 5th century AD. And another very important thing which have been found in here are the terracottas, the terracotta tiles, which I showed you earlier, which are there in different museums abroad. So the terracotta tiles, which embellish the Chaitya and the Buddhist temple, are found all over India, and it is a very important aspect of the site Harvan. So the tiles, which measured 18 into 12, they had they reflected the contemporary society of that point. Then, when we are talking about Kashmir, I will be showing you Harvan one more time. I think I have added that in my slide where I'm talking about the tangible heritage. So the Dogras, rulers of Jammu and Kashmir, they have also played a very important role in facilitating the trade which connected Srinagar, Kargil and Leh and to Yarkand. So maximum trade happened on this route, and this route, it was very, very popular in the 17th century, and it was later named as the Treaty Road. And we also have a reference that in 1870, the Dogra ruler Maharaja Ranbir Singh signed a treaty with Thomas Dogal Foyce in 1870 for reopening of this route. And these are the passes which we find on this route. And in Khalaste, we have number of stupas which are found spread all over Ladakh. And this is how the route, the path looks like today. The Treaty Road was, as I said, was very important from the point of view of trade from Kashmir to Yarkand. And in 17th and 18th century, this route was only a track. And it was from here that Pashmina wool traveled from Yarkand and Tibet for Kashmir shawls. Then we also, another very important aspect which happened because of this opening of this route, or what do we find, is because of the efforts of the Dogra general Zorawar Singh. He is said to have conquered Ladakh, and he is responsible for making Ladakh, Gilgit, a part of India, and he has been called the Napoleon of India. But for him, we have Ladakh as a part of India. So it's the utensils belonging to Zorawar Singh, and which he had very recently showcased in an exhibition in Jammu. But of course, we need to have a proper museum of Zorawar Singh to understand how Jammu and Kashmir, as we see today, became a part of India. Then the legacy, I've already told you, heritage. So this is, I will move quickly now. How much time is left? Excuse me? How much time is left?
It's 5 to 7 minutes, madam.
Okay, I'll just quickly finish it off now, because I'm also out of my meeting for a long time. I have to rush back. So this is the tangible heritage which we find along the Silk Route. These are the forts of Zorawar Singh. Then this is again Skardu was conquered by Zorawar Singh, and this is the photo which I found in one of the books. Then this is the fort which is now have been renovated and which is known as a Bhimgarh Fort. But this is how the fort in 19th century looked like when Zorawar Singh entered the hills of Jammu. And then this temple is very, very important, because it is here that when Zorawar Singh went on the Tibet campaign, he went to this goddess and offered his prayers. So this is the fort of Riyasi, which has been renovated now. So this is the Samadhi of General Zorawar Singh at Toyo in Tibet, where he died. So this is the tangible heritage, the memorial stoop along Khalsate and on the treaty route. Then the site of Harvan, as I've already told you, the importance of Harvan. These are the pictures, the monastery, the stoop. So this is the Rebel monastery. This was the method which was used for the construction of this monastery. Then again, I've also shown you this figure. Then Kargil also played a very important role, because it also, Kargil, by Kargil, it means that a place where all the people come and stop. So this is the Kargil house, the remnants of the ancient times. So this is the sarai which was used during the time in the Silk Route, during the time when the Silk Route was still active. So this is the remains of that sarai. And then there is a museum, Munshi Aziz Bhatt Museum, which has been opened in Kargil, which showcases the Central Asian antiquities. So this is the collection of Munshi Aziz Bhatt Museum. And then we have a Central Asian Museum, Leh. I will be talking about Munshi Aziz Bhatt. He is very important where your Silk Route is concerned, but I will tell you about him in the intangible culture heritage. This is a Central Asian museum in Leh. This is a building, the new building, and this is the Samavar which I was talking about. So this is the collection of the museum. And these are the collection of the Sri Pratap Singh Museum, the Gilgit manuscripts. Then this is one of the most important shawls of Kashmir, which was presented to Queen Victoria by Maharaja Ranveer Singh, and it is presently in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. So it took 30 years to make this shawl. So hidden stories of adventures of Marco Polo, like I've already said, that we need to document them as a part of our intangible heritage. So this is one of the story which we have of Marco Polo. Then this is the documentation sheet for the intangible culture heritage, how the intangible culture heritage has to be documented, which has been given by ICOM. So that Munshi Aziz Bhatt is very, very important, because he says that he was the last great Silk Route trader of India. And he also talks about the sarais, and he says that how this sarai also served as a postal department for the people from Punjab who had opened up their shops along the Silk Route. And he talks about one family from Hoshiarpur, and this is the shop which the descendants of the family of Hoshiarpur traders have still preserved. So then this is again a story of Haji Abdul Rashaq. He claims that he's the one who got this double-humped camel from Yarkand to Ladakh. He introduced this because he was a trader of Yarkand to the valley of Nubra. So this is the village in Kargil, Hundarman, and how the people have made a museum in this Hundarman, and it is known as the Unlock Hundarman Museum of Memories. This has been done completely, totally with the initiative of the community, and it documents the life of the border families. And this project was started in 2015, and various NGOs helped Mr. Ilyas Ansari to make the Museum of Hundarman. So then I also wanted to tell you, this is how the interactive display in the museum, in the Pen Museum, happens. And this is how they have tried to showcase as an interactive thing in the Pen Museum. So we can have a virtual museum. Then this is the kind of an exhibition which the descendant of Zorawar Singh had put up. Then forthcoming initiatives of the Silk Route is that the Mosam, which was launched in 2014. Then we have digital Silk Route project. And the expectation is that we need to revive the lost linkages. But how we are going to do, because LAC is again too much into news because of some tension going on in LAC. And so at a regional and a local level, we need to organize outreach programs and add more and more sites to the World Heritage List. Thank you very much. I hope I have not exceeded my time, and I have been away from my meeting for a very long time. I would be very happy to take any questions via mail if okay with all of you, because I am sitting on the road and presenting my presentation.
Yes, madam, just 1 minute. Thank you for your nice presentation, Dr. Madam Mahida, madam, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I am very much thankful to you, madam. In case any questions are there, we will mail you up.
Co-chairperson Syed Gul Kailash. Syed Gul Kailash.
Poonam ji, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, Poonam, I'm Kedareshwari from Salarjung Museum.
Oh, hi ma'am, how are you? Long time.
I know, I heard your presentation. I'm glad you brought the Silk Route up. Long time no see with you.
Yes, you invite me to Hyderabad.
I'll definitely invite you. I'll definitely invite you. And but I need to tell you that where you are a trustee today, that was my first point of employment, Victoria Memorial Hall.
Oh, okay.
You've seen the City Gallery. I was the pivot there. I was a research associate for the city, India's first city gallery, Kolkata Gallery.
Okay.
Achha, I want you to do me a favor as a board member.
Yes, please.
We had introduced the system of smell and vocal talk also in the Calcutta Gallery. Somehow, you know, a lot of money was invested in it. This was inaugurated by Professor Nurul Hassan. He was the education minister at the center. And they have neglected that. So in case you have the chance, try to, you know, do something.
I will.
That will be very good.
I'm going to Calcutta from Delhi itself on the 17th. So you said Calcutta Museum, no?
Yeah, the Kolkata Victoria Memorial Hall. The Calcutta Gallery within the Victoria Memorial Hall.
Yeah.
Madam Mahida, madam, please sum up the session, because now next session time.
Sir, I think madam has to go early. So I'm not going to much into the details, and I'm not telling much about the things because most of them have heard. So it is good. I will just say that thanks a lot, madam, for the presentation. And in case anything is there, we will just mail you up.
Yeah, please. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Bhavani Mahida, madam, for chair the session, and Syed Gul Kailash for co-chair the session, and Professor Poonam Chaudhary, madam, given a nice talk in our international webinar. So thank you, all of you, madam. If Syed Gul Kailash, शायद वो स्क्रीन में है नहीं लगता है. So thank you all of you, madam. And now next session, very important session. Our chairperson, Dr. Kalimullah Lasari sir, chairman technical consultative committee for Mohenjo-daro, Sindh, Pakistan, and a special guest for this session, Dr. Asma Ibrahim, Director, State Bank Museum, Karachi. Our speaker, eminent speaker, Professor Naeem Qazi Sahab, Professor Professor and Dean Archaeology Department, Dean Art and Humanities, University of Peshawar, Pakistan. Welcome, Dr. Lasari Saab, Madam Asma Ibrahim, Madam, and Professor Naim Kaji Saab. Welcome. And I am request to Dr. Lasari sir, please chair the session, and Dr. Asma Madam, please introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Naim Kaji.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum and namaste to everyone. And I'm happy to be with you in this session and chairing the very important talk which is going to be given by Professor Naim Kazi Sahab. I will now request Dr. Asma Ibrahim Sahaba to introduce the learned professor. Over to Dr. Asma.
Thank you, Mishra Saab, and thank you, Lashari Saab. So I have the pleasure to introduce today's speaker of this session, Dr. Professor Mohammad Naim Kazi Saab, whom I have the pleasure to know since a long time, also personally. And he is at the moment Dean Faculty of Arts and Humanities, University of Peshawar. His PhD is in Tarkhan Dynasty at Makli Hill, Thatta. And MPhil was from same university, that is the University of Peshawar, in History and Architectural Decoration in Lahore Fort, Lahore. He's a gold medalist in archaeology in his master's, and he is teaching since 2014, supervised many MPhil and PhDs. He's now Dean of Faculty of Arts and Humanities since January 2022 in the University of Peshawar. He's also member of several boards of educational institutions, and he has a long field experience of survey and excavations. Also worked as field director for several excavations. Also, he was involved in several museum displays after his educational career, and author of several research publications. He's also now running several lectures on YouTube, which are quite popular amongst scholars. So over to you, Professor Naim Kazi Saab.
Sir, PowerPoint, yes. Sir, PowerPoint आ गया, sir.
Okay, ji. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To start the proceeding with the name of Allah, the most merciful and beneficent. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. In detail regarding the history of Lahore Fort. I will focus on the architecture and the architectural decoration. However, for those who are newcomer, so for them, I want to summarize the history of Lahore Fort in few words. As we know all that in the historical account or annals, it has been mentioned that one of the tradition recorded in Mahabharata that one of the sons of Rama, Lo, who came to this vicinity, and he founded a fort here known as Loh Kot, since Kot is a Sanskrit word which means a fort. So this fort was founded by Lo, the son of Rama, and thereafter it owed its name from Loh Kot as Lo Avar. Avar is a Sanskrit word, Avarna. From Avarna, the corrupted form is Avar, and Loh Avar, the meaning is the fort of Lo. As far as when this fort was constructed, during the course of excavations conducted by the Department of Archaeology and Museum, Government of Pakistan, in May 1958, until 13 June 1958, a trench was laid in the lawn of Diwan-e Aam for about 50 feet deep excavations were conducted by Dr. Fazal Ahmad Khan. During the course of excavation, from the earliest levels, terracotta mother goddess figurines have been reported. Moreover, some bull figurines have been also reported. On the basis of such findings, these have been assigned to the 2nd century AD or even in the 3rd century AD. Whereas from the upper level, some Hindu period objects have been reported, which are assigned to the Hindu Shahi period, dated about 9th, 10th centuries of the Christian era. Furthermore,
नईम साहब, जब स्लाइड बढ़ाना होगा तो बता दीजिएगा, नेक्स्ट कर दीजिएगा.
ठीक है जी. From the 13th layer, a gold coin of Sultan Mahmud has been reported, which is dated to 1015th of the Christian era. All these findings have been reported and carefully analyzed by the eminent scholars. Besides, an event of Mahmud Sultan Shahabuddin Ghawri has been also recorded, and it is said that this fort was renovated or reconstructed in 1186, 1187 when he was marching towards India. As far as Munshi Sujan Rai in 1695-96 has mentioned in his account that Ayaz was appointed as the governor of Lahore, and he was ordered by Sultan Mahmud to rebuild the fort of Lahore, and he duly acknowledged the order of the King Sultan Mahmud Ghaznavi, and he reconstructed the fort from mud. So mud brick were used. So with this, the history goes on until the arrival of the Mughals, when in 1526 Shahabuddin Zahiruddin Muhammad Babur, when he entered into Peshawar, and from Peshawar when he has been to Lahore, so he stayed in the fort of Lahore. It means that this fort was existed by the time when he has been to Lahore in 1526 of the Christian era. Now, as far as the later part of Mughal history is concerned, in the time of King Akbar, it is said that in 1566, he started to reconstruct the fort with burnt bricks, and he laid the foundation of Akbari. Skandarji, please start the slides now. So as far as the fort is concerned, the different buildings which are located inside, just in front of you on the right side is the photo of Akbari Darwaza, and this Akbari Darwaza was constructed in the time of King Akbar, dated to 1566. This Akbari Darwaza is presently also called as the Masti Gate, because the mosque of Maryam Zamani, the mother of King Jahangir and the empress of King Akbar, that mosque is located just outside this Akbari Darwaza, which was constructed during 1614 of the Christian era. Thereafter, this gate has been given the name of Masti Gate or Masjidi Gate. To the left side, the photo is showing the detail of the inner side. You can see that up above are the balconies where the Nakar Khan or the trumpist were sitting, and they were announcing that the king is about to enter the fort. or he is leaving the fort. So the majestic architectural details are showing that the matriculation hole which are provided or for the purpose to stop the invaders, and through these matriculation holes they were throwing the warm or hot water and other things to protect the doorway. Besides, the entrance has been flanked on either side by the magnificent bastions, and above are the parapets. So these are some of the exquisite details. Next, please. Now this is the second entrance, and this second entrance was constructed in the time of King Aurangzeb Alamgir, and this is with the agreement to the Badshahi Mosque, and between this gate and the entrance of Badshahi Mosque is located the Huzuri Bagh. This monumental gateway was constructed during the regime of Aurangzeb Alamgir, which is dated to 1673-74. This monumental gateway is flanked on either side by fluted shape bastions. These are crowned by the pavilions. As far as the entire gateway is crowned by the battlemented parapet, and you can see the matriculation just above the entrance. Next, please. Now, coming to the important building like Diwan-e-Aam. As far as this Diwan-e-Aam is concerned, this was constructed for the common people, a common people hall, a pillared hall, or better to know it as the pillared veranda. The colonnade of veranda is showing 40 pillars constructed from red sandstone. The base is square and beautifully decorated by means of floral decoration. And if you see the base of the pillar, it is telling us that the local traditions have been followed because the typical Gujarati style and Fatehpur Sikri style has been retained for the construction of these bases. As far as the shaft is concerned, it is multifaceted, which is one of the architectural style of Shah Jahan period. As far as the capital is concerned, beautifully ornamented through floral pattern. As far as on the right side, this wonderful Jaroka is concerned. This Jaroka was actually constructed in the time of Jahangir, whereas the left side picture is showing the double-story building, which was actually constructed in the time of King Akbar. So the building, this Diwan-e-Aam was actually constructed in the time of King Akbar, the double-story building, whereas to the front, this Jaroka or balcony was added in the time of King Jahangir during 1617 and 1618 of the Christian era. The style of this balcony or Jaroka is a very traditional one, and this is of course an indigenous style of architecture which has been retained during the Mughal period, and we can see such type of Jarokas inside Gujarat, and we can also see such type of Jarokas in the Hindu period architecture during the Chauhan dynasty as well. We can see that at Fatehpur Sikri, such type of Jarokas have been also constructed. So likewise, such has been provided to this particular Diwan-e-Aam. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, As far as the Diwan-e-Khas front veranda is concerned, this was added during the time of King Shah Jahan around 1631-32 to shelter the common people. Now we are proceeding towards the next building. This is about the Jahangir Quadrangle, and the Jahangir Quadrangle is the Jahangir sleeping chamber or the palace of Jahangir. During the British period, the Charbagh patron garden, this is Charbagh or the quadruple garden or the garden on four sides. Idea has been derived from Persia, where such style of gardens were so popular, and from there it disseminated to Central Asia, and from there it came during the Mughal period to the subcontinent. This garden was replaced with the tennis court during the British rule in 1846. However, Waliullah Khan, one of the director of the Lahore fort during 1958, he turned it again into the Charbagh patron, the garden of typical Mughal period. So on the either side of this Jahangir quadrangle or the Jahangir palace, there are two different type of buildings, which is termed as the Eastern Dalan or the eastern veranda with the sleeping chambers, and the western veranda with the sleeping chamber. These were for the royal female servants, and these were so beautifully constructed. The material used is the red sandstone, which was borrowed from the Fatehpur Sikri, and as you can see that one of the pillar has been crowned by the elephant figure, and whereas the left one, you can see the decorative motif, how the four-armed brackets, one of the popular style of architecture being used during the early Chauhan dynasty period, as well as the same has been followed in the Hindu period temples, particularly from Modhera, located at Sarnatha Patan at Gujarat, and from there such have been taken, used at Fatehpur Sikri, and the same have been reused here in the Lahore fort during the Jahangir period. So these lovely elephant figures, there are some lion figures, peacocks, sparrows, parrots, such have been so common at Gujarat, at Fatehpur Sikri, and at different localities located inside India, have been adopted here during the Jahangir domain and were duly acknowledged in these buildings. At the back of these verandas, there are sleeping chambers or rooms where the concubine or female servants were residing. And there are basement as well, the summer rooms where they were sleeping during the summer period. Next, please. Now, this is one of the frontal view of the eastern dalan or the eastern veranda. As I told you that the red sandstone pillars richly decorated by means of the bases idea from the traditional or indigenous architecture of the Indo-Pak subcontinent, and the crowning feature, as you can see, the different type of animal figures which are placed just above the a kind of platform has been provided, and these are generally square and circular in shape. Abacus, you can see that the idea of abacus is very popular in the Ashokan columns as well. Such abacus have been provided to the Persepolitan columns where back-to-back lines were placed, and these are not capital where you can see back-to-back line or back-to-back bull have been placed over the abacus, which is one of the national emblem of India. And to the right side, you can see the base of the pillar, and this is, of course, the continuation of the traditional style, the local style, which is showing the kind of a Gadvi shape, one of the traditional pattern, very popular and used in the different Hindu temples around 8th, 9th, and 10th centuries AD. Next, please. And this is just in front of you is the Sedari pavilion, or the entrance pavilion, located on the right side of the Jahangir Palace, or the sleeping chamber of Jahangir. This Sedari pavilion was also constructed during the period of Jahangir, dated to 16, 17, and 18 of the Christian era. As far as the significance of this building is concerned, that inside the vaulted ceiling, the squenches, and just above the cornice level, this has been wonderfully decorated by means of fresco bono paintings. Fresco bono paintings are generally illustrated on the wet plaster, and one can see the different saintly figures, particularly from the Armenian churches. Saint Gregory and Saint Thomas are beautifully illustrated. Unfortunately, the colors are vanished mostly. Anyhow, the traces can be observed during the British period, particularly from 1846 until the beginning of the at the end of 19th century. Those were whitewashed. Later on in 1990-91, when the whitewash was removed, so a lot of paintings traces have been noticed. L.A. Cooper has written a wonderful research paper on these paintings, that the ideas have been derived from the Western culture. Next, please. Now, this is the picture on the left side is the Shahi Hammam, or the royal bath. The idea of Turkish bath has been wonderfully exhibited, and you can see the soffits, the cornice moldings, and you can see the vaulted ceiling decorated by means of Ghalibkari work. This is also called as Ghalibkari, or the stucco stalactite work. The idea was taken from the Persian tradition, where during the Achaemenian period, the stone stalactites were used, but during the Mughal regime, they adopted it within the stucco. It is a kind of supportive element and reinforcing the superstructure, and they also created decoration, so it looks very pleasantly, and this is one of the beautiful feature of Mughal domain. On the right side is a wonderful painted scene. This royal bath was reused during the Sikh regime when Ranjit Singh, one of the great king of Great Punjab, who dominated from 1799 until 1834. So it is said that he repaired this royal bathroom, and inside the paintings which were damaged or defaced, those were repainted. So this is one of the paintings which was actually painted or illustrated in the time of Ranjit Singh, showing one of the typical Punjabi lady style. And to tell you that during the Mughal period, particularly in the time of King Jahangir and Shah Jahan, paintings were executed through the fresco bono technique. Generally, such paintings are painted on the wet plaster. However, the paintings executed during the Sikh regime were fresco seco. In this category of paintings, paintings were painted on the dry surface. Only sprinkling of water was used by them. So the fresco bono paintings are generally more durable, whereas the fresco seco paintings are less durable. Next, please. Now, just in front of you is the another complex of building, and it is called as Makatib Khana, or the clerk's office. These buildings were constructed in the time of King Jahangir, dated to 1617 and 18 of the Christian era. On the left side is the main entrance to the Makatib Khana. You can see that on the either side of this colossal archway, there are some smaller cells. Here inside, the different clerks were supposed to sit for a different type of routine works, whereas this monumental gateway on the top, particularly at the tympanum, is showing a Persian inscription executed through Nastaliq, and it is showing that how Karim Khan was ordered by Jahangir to construct this particular building. Moreover, the alcove ceiling is exquisitely ornamented by means of Ghalibkari or stucco stalactite work, and this was further illustrated by means of paintings, creating tiny niches and some chain pattern and floral design. Next, please. Next, please. Thank you. Now, on the back of this Makatib Khana is located one of the beautiful monument is the Moti Masjid or Pearl Mosque. To tell you about this Pearl Mosque, some of the scholars like Abdullah Chokhtai and others, they are of the view that this mosque was actually constructed during the time of King Jahangir. However, as far as the style of architecture and its surface decoration is concerned, it seemed to be placed in the time of Shah Jahan, because during the Shah Jahan period, the white marble, the use of white marble, the bulbous domes, the engraved arches or multi-file arches, or we call them as well the cusp arches, and the use of the proper domical ceilings, the Pietra work which can be seen at the parapet are very much similar to Diwan-e Khas, and this Diwan-e Khas was constructed in 1645 of the Christian era. So therefore, this Moti Masjid may be also placed in the same period in which Diwan-e Khas was constructed. So to tell you furthermore, that there are 3 Pearl Mosque or Moti Masjid in the entire Indo-Pak subcontinent. The earliest one is dated, or it may be dated to the Moti Masjid located inside Lahore Fort, which is dated to 1645 of the Christian era. The second one is located inside the Agra Fort in India, dated to 1654, whereas the third one is located at Delhi, which was constructed by Aurangzeb Alamgir, dated to 1662 of the Christian era. Dear viewers, in this particular mosque, you can see the facade of the mosque, and the central dome is a double dome, and you can see that the parapet is exquisitely ornamented by means of Pietra work. To tell you that this Pietra work is a kind of inlay work which was actually initiated at Florence in the Roman world around 1st to 2nd century of the Christian era, and from there it came here, and it was used during the Jahangir period for the first time in the tomb of Etimad-ud-Dawla, father-in-law of King Jahangir and father of Nur Jahan, which was constructed in 1626, located inside India. So, and here in Pakistan, the first ever use of Pietra work can be seen in the tomb of King Jahangir, dated to 1627, 1637 of the Christian era. So the idea which was adopted for the first time inside the tomb of Etimad-ud-Dawla in 1626 was duly borrowed here and was used in this beautiful mosque. Thank you. Next, please. Now, these are some of the internal details, and you can see the engrailed arches. You can see that how the gems are connecting the shoulder of these engraved or multifoil cusp arches, a typical architectural feature, which was so popular and very frequently used during the Shah Jahan period. Next, please. Now, this is a very significant view of the Shah Jahan quadrangle, or the Shah Jahani palace, located just in front of the Diwan-e Khas, as I mentioned before you, that from there the idea was taken. From there, the style of architecture is comparable to the Moti Masjid. Inside these Shah Jahan sleeping chamber, there are beautiful stucco tracery work, which is one of the other important decorative technique derived from the Persian tradition, where it was so common. And during the Jahangir period and later on under the Shah Jahan, the different building inside Indian soil as well on the Pakistani soil, this kind of decorative work was deeply acknowledged in these buildings. As far as the theme of decoration is concerned, it is purely decorative motifs, particularly the floral vases and other scrolls, arabesque work, and some plants have been exquisitely used to decorate the internal chambers as well. Some of the chambers were decorated once through the fresco Bono paintings. However, during the Sikh regime, during the fierceful fight before and onward, those have been damaged. Anyhow, some of the paintings were redone during the Sikh regime, as well as the Mughal period paintings can be also seen. During the Sikh period paintings, one can see the painting of Krishna and God Krishna, as well the gopis, like the milk lady with milk, and such paintings can be seen. during the Sikh period, such paintings have been illustrated by means of fresco secco technique. Whereas, next please. So these are the internal details of this Shahjahani Khwabga. As you can see, the rooms, how these rooms have been arranged. You can see the vaulted ceiling, and you can also see the stucco tracery work, which is known as Munabbatkari inside the Persian world. Next, please. This is the white marble perforated screen or jalis, a traditional style which was so popular inside the Indo-Pak subcontinent, because we do have summer here, very hot climate. So the perforated screens, they are creating very pleasing atmosphere inside the rooms. So the white marble perforated screens is the back side of the Shahjahani Khwabga, or the sleeping chamber, whereas on the right side picture, this is showing the internal feature of the perforated screen. The right one is constructed from red sandstone, whereas the left one is showing the white marble. Next, please. Now, these two photographs are so important. The right one is showing the beautiful painting done during the Mughal period, and it is showing that a female and a male figure sitting on the traditional couches, and in the background you can see peacocks, and it seems that both of these royal figures are sitting in the Shalimar Garden, which was too constructed in the time of King Shah Jahan. So the painting is showing that this kind of illustration may be assigned to the time of King Shah Jahan. Whereas the right one, the left one, is clearly in picturing us about the use of mirror work alongside the stucco tracery work. Next, please. Now, these two photographs are clearly in picturing us the use of stucco tracery work. This kind of work is executed on the plastered surface. First of all, a kind of plaster has been made, including or the ingredients of such kind of stucco plaster is the stucco powder, gypsum powder, jute, cow dung, jiggery, pulses, rice flour, eggs, and straw. All such are crushed and amalgamated, and the mortar is used for the stucco plastering, whereas the same with more elaboration was used for the stucco tracery work. For tracing the stucco decoration, they first of all they prepared stencils. With the help of stencils, the design were drawn on the plastered surface, and then above those stencil design, the artists were providing the stucco tracery work. Next, please. Now, just in front of you is one of the marvelous building of Diwane Khas, and just at the center of this Charbagh garden, there is a platform which is mentioned as Mahtabi, or a platform on the silver moon. The musician were supposed to sit over it, and they were playing with musical instruments, and the king from the Shahjahani Khwabgah side, and even from this Diwan-e Khas direction, they were enjoying the music during the full moon night period. As far as this frontal the view is concerned, you can see the engraved cusp arches, the base, the square base, the multifaceted shaft. The capitals are very much identical to those which you might have noticed in the Moti Masjid, and these are some of the stylistic approach which we can generally notice in the Mughal, in the Shah Jahan period buildings. Furthermore, the engraved arches are the same, very typical of Shah Jahan period, and furthermore, the parapet, as you can see, is beautifully decorated by means of Pietra work. In Pietra work, the precious stones were inlaid in a very delicate and minute pattern, and this particular style can be noticed here as well, and very much similar style was provided to the Moti Masjid. Therefore, the date of construction in which this Diwan-e Khas was constructed, such as 1645, the same may be assigned to the Moti Masjid. Whereas the right one picture is showing a building located on the right side during the British period. This was converted into a guest house, and the same is still remained in use. Next, please. Now we are moving toward the inner side, the inner details. As you can see, the flat ceiling, the detail of the pillars, and one of the jharoka on the rear side of this magnificent Diwan-e Khas, and this jharoka is exhibiting the traditional or the indigenous pattern, the continuation of culture from past to the Mughal domain, and very commonly used in the Gujarati architecture at Sarnata Patan, in the different buildings at Fatehpur Sikri, and duly acknowledged by the Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan here when he constructed this magnificent Diwan-e Khas. Next, please. Now, these are the two very superbly finished architectural features of this Diwan-e Khas. On the right side is the beautifully conceived perforated screen from white marble, exhibiting the royal patronage, whereas the left one is showing a cistern where a small, or this may be termed as a small fountain. This is beautifully enriched by means of precious stones and inlaid with the Pietra work technique. Next, please. Now, as far as the Pietra work is concerned, the left one is showing the Pietra work beautifully provided to the parapet of Diwan-e Khas, and similar kind of work can be noticed on the parapet of Moti Masjid. Whereas the right one is showing the stone inlay which is also called as marble inlay, and Percy Brown in his Islamic architecture of India, he termed it as opus sectile. It is also called as marble intarsia, and this is one of the initial pattern or style of this Pietra Dura work. So when we call it stone marble intarsia or marble inlay work or opus sectile, it means that only marble or ordinary stones were used. When we say Pietra Dura work is very delicate, very minute kind of inlay work, and in this form of work only precious stones are used. So this is the difference between the marble intarsia and Pietra Dura work. Next, please. Now we are proceeding towards the Painbach, which is located on the left side of the Vanechas. Painbach, or the Ladies' Garden, constructed in Charbagh pattern, and the royal female, they were roaming around, and whereas the left side picture is showing a pavilion provided with the Bengali chajja or Bengali pent at Bengal. This kind of curved pent was so popular, and from there the style was adopted, and it was duly acknowledged in this wonderful pavilion. Next, please. Now, as far as the Painbach and the Bengali pent pavilion is concerned, were constructed during 1631 to 32 of the Christian era in the time of King Shah Jahan. Now we are entering into the forecourt of Sheesh Mahal, this very beautiful monumental gateway was richly decorated by means of fresco paintings, particularly at the inner side, whereas the outer facing was decorated by means of tazakari or the brick imitation work. Next, please. Now we are inside the courtyard of this Sheesh Mahal, and at one of the corner you can see Adara Pavilion, and just above a pavilion was constructed where Ranjit Singh was supposed to sit there to recite the Granth Sharif. This Adara pavilion having 8 entrances, and thereafter it is termed as Adara. Now this particular building was constructed from the spoils of various buildings which were damaged inside Lahore Fort, and those were reused over here. To tell you something more regarding this Adara pavilion, inside there are fresco paintings showing Basant scenes, holy scenes, and some other very magnificent scene from the Sikh period, generally dated to 1821-22 until 1833-34. Moreover, the ceiling of this Adara pavilion has been executed by means of wooden painted paneling work, which is also called as Tarsim Bandi or Tarsim Kari. This is one of the beautiful feature which was so common and popular inside Kashmir, where in the time of King Zainul Abidin, during the 16th century and early part of the 14th century, such type of monumental work was so common, so popular. So this was borrowed from the Kashmir, and inside India in the palaces ceilings as well here inside the Adara pavilion ceiling, and onward I will show some It's exquisite example used in the Navlaka Pavilion. Next, please. So now we are just in front of the Sheesh Mahal. On the left side is the beautiful Sheesh Mahal, the mirror palace of Shah Jahan, which was constructed from 1631 to 32. And this is the frontal veranda of Sheesh Mahal, showing the multifaceted marble pillars, the very skillfully constructed bases of the pillars, and which are beautified by means of Pietra work. Moreover, the capitals are beautified by means of honeycomb pattern, and the spandrels of these engraved arches are decorated by means of Pietra work, and the work is very beautifully inlaid by means of Pietra work, showing the arabesque form of floral decoration. As far as the places just above the dado level, cornice molding and the ceiling is very magnificently decorated by means of convex mirror work, a very common feature inside Syria, Aleppo, and from there it disseminated, was adopted by the Persian, particularly in the time of Timurids, became a very fluent feature used by the Safavid, and from there, due to the course of cultural interaction, this kind of work was then adopted due to the Persian impacts. Here in the Lahore fort at Sheesh Mahal, both floral geometrical designs, some birds like parrots, some fruit dishes showing the watermelon, grapes, mangoes, bananas, apples. These are some of the beautiful decorative motifs. Next, please. Now, these are the internal details of Sheesh Mahal, and you can see that very beautifully these have been provided, and one of the right one is showing some panels in cusp art shape inside a square or a rectangular shape, shallow niches, which are adorned by means of glass mosaic, showing cypress tree, a live tree, very common in the Mughal miniature paintings as well during the Mughal mural paintings. Whereas the left one is showing the ceiling and one of the alcove ceiling with the mirror work. Next, please. Now, this is the inner side view, particularly the right one is showing the perforated screen provided to the royal bedroom at Sheesh Mahal, so exquisitely carved, showing the geometrical patterns and veneered from white marble. And as far as this left one is concerned, exhibiting the glass mosaic work and showing various geometrical and floral motifs. Next, please. Now these two pictures are showing again the alcove ceilings, showing the glass mosaic ornamentation and some fresco bono paintings. The traces are clearly in picturing us that once these were beautifully ornamented. Next, please. Now this is the base of the pillar provided to Sheesh Mahal, showing the Pietra Dura work. And this is a very expensive kind of work because precious stones are inlaid on the either side of these pillar bases. Next, please. Now, from the veranda of Sheesh Mahal, you can see the Shah Jahan period building, and inside once these were ornamented by means of fresco bono paintings. However, later on during the Sikh period, some of these have been redone by means of fresco seco technique, and this is one of the paintings, mural painting, which is showing the Vishnu figure. The lower part is in the form of a fish, whereas the upper part is Garuda, in the form of Garuda, and he has been inside the ocean to save the Prithvi, as per the Hindu tradition, is very elegantly illustrated in one of the room on the wall surface just above the dado level. The multicolor scheming is exquisitely illustrated by the artist. Next, please. Now, this is the marvelous building of Navalaka Pavilion. You can see the central cusp arch and the Bengali pent, and this Bengali pent is supported by means of the serpentine shaped brackets. The traditional style of both Gujarat and Bengal has been amalgamated and adopted here to veneer this Navlaka Pavilion. Now, this Navlaka Pavilion, the nomenclature is taken because this was the total cost was 9 lakhs of rupees. So thereafter, the name was used for it as Navlaka Pavilion. As you can see, the parapet is ornamented by means of Petrodura work. You can also see that just above the platform over which this Navlaka Pavilion is standing, particularly just above the dado level, on either side you can see panels richly ornamented by means of Petrodura work, whereas the right side is showing the detail that how the right side to this Navlaka Pavilion is the Sheesh Mahal, whereas to the left side is another pavilion where the prince nobility used to sit, and they were enjoying the music. Right at the center of this courtyard was a platform which is termed as Mahtabi. Their musician supposed to sit there, and they were playing with the musical instrument during the full moon night. Next, please. So these are the internal detail, the perforated screen provided at the rear side of this Navlaka Pavilion, and these are the capital, the honeycomb capital. As far as Waliullah Khan in his book Lahore and its important monuments, he recorded, because when he was restoring some of the work inside the Lahore fort, that 102 tiny stones, precious stones have been used to accomplish the design inside the honeycomb, the single portion, and particularly 2 by 2 inches space was filled by 102 very minute, very delicate hair size stones were dressed, cut and dressed, and were inlaid inside to complete the design. Next, please. Now, this is the ceilings. Particularly the right one is showing the ceiling of Navlaka Pavilion, constructed through the wooden painted paneling work, the Tarsim Bandi, and it is alongside the convex mirror glasses. is beautifully ornamented, over which multicolors were provided. One of them is the gold wash, and which has increased the grace of this very wonderful building. Next, please. Now, these are the two different panels over the marble surface, different multicolored precious stones were used to inlay through the Pietra technique. These different type of floral vases, increasing or enhancing the grace in the entire structural composition. Pietra Dura work is a very laborious kind of work. Next, please. Now, as I told you that Moti Masjid, Diwan-e Khas, and this Naulaka Pavilion, all of three have close affinity with each other and were constructed in 1645 of the Christian era. Now we are in the underground chamber or the basement of Shish Mahal, and these may be also termed as the summer palace, constructed in the time of King Shah Jahan, when they constructed Shish Mahal around 1631-32. So this basement was also constructed and beautifully adorned by means of different paintings, which were executed by means of fresco bono technique, showing the different floral and geometrical designs. Next, please. Now, this is one of the structure which is known as the elephant steps or the elephant pair. So from Shish Mahal, going downward, descending through elephants. So you can enter inside the basement chamber or the underground chamber of Shish Mahal, whereas further descending, you are going to enter the Shah Burj gate. That is one of the entrances through which the royal palanquins over the elephant were going outside the fort. So these were constructed during the time of Shah Jahan during 1631-32. Next, please. This is one of the inside Lahore fort. Actually, there were two entrances. The first one was constructed by Akbar, dated to 1566, whereas this one, which is just in front of you, was constructed in the time of King Shah Jahan, and it was used for the nobility and for other dignities, and this is known as Musamman Gateway or the Musamman Burj or the Jasmine Burj. This is dated to the time of King Shah Jahan, dated to 1632. And the third one was constructed in the time of King Aurangzeb, dated to 1673-74. Next, please. And finally, on the left side is the Shah Burj Darwaza, and this was constructed during the time of King Shah Jahan, completed in 1632. The royal family or the royal personality was supposed to enter or go outside through this magnificent doorway, and the inscription calligraphed through Nastaliq is showing that Mamur Khan was assigned the task to supervise the architectural supervision, and this wonderful entrance is beautifully ornamented by means of tile mosaic decoration. And the right one is showing a panel exquisitely finished by mean of tile mosaic ornamentation. Floral and geometrical designs are provided. Next, please. And these two pictures are showing the picture wall. The history of picture wall goes back to the time of King Jahangir, started by him, dated to 1624-25, and goes on until 1627. But when he died during 1627, so this unfinished work was continued in the time of King Shah Jahan, and this picture wall was then completed by 1632. This picture wall is exquisitely veneered through different scenes, actually done by means of tile mosaic ornamentation, sports scenes, war scenes, royal scenes, and some musical scenes can be seen on this picture wall. So this was all about the Lahore Fort architecture and its surface decoration. And if there is any question, so I am here, and I'm really grateful to Skandaji and other for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts and to discuss the Lahore Fort and its surface decoration with you. So thank you very much, Ji.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Chairperson, Dr. Lasari, sir. Dr. Asma, madam, please. Dr. Asma, madam.
Gigi, I'm here, and I don't see Dr. Lashari here.
Yes, madam. So,
just a minute, let me check with him, and otherwise I can give an overview of this talk. You want me to check with
Can we
him?
ask few questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
In the
madam.
meantime.
Welcome.
Professor Naeem Qazi Saab, this is Kedareshwari here. I was with the Department of Archaeology and Museums, and as a result of my work and travel, I have seen many forts. But first and foremost, I must congratulate you on your presentation. Fantastic slides, beautiful colors you have shown. My question is related to the hammams of the Lahore fort. This hammams, royal hammams, Mughal Shahi hammams, they have come from Iran. This is a tradition that they have taken from Persia. Were these hammams used regularly, or was it for the common people, or was it for the place where to wash the dead bodies of the rulers before they were buried after death?
Madam, the idea was actually borrowed from Turkey into Persia, and from there it disseminated towards the Central Asia, and from there during the Turk rules over the Indo-Pak subcontinent, this was provided to the royal buildings, and such can be seen inside the Lahore fort. There are two Turkish bath, and there is another one located inside the Shalimar Bagh, and yet another one which is provided just outside the Wazir Khan Mosque, and that is known as the Wazir Khan Shahi Hammam. Now these Turkish bath were used actually for the royal personalities. As far as for the bath of dead bodies concerned, for that there is a separate places where they were being bathed over there. As far as the common people are concerned, there might have been such Turkish baths where they might have been visiting for bath, as you have mentioned that inside Iran there are in plentiful number and people are very commonly using them. So we don't have such here in Pakistan.
Sir, I can also show you and send you samples of the hammams at Qutub Shahi tombs. These are built in the tombs, and these are built during the 16th century, 15th century by the Qutub Shah rulers. And we do not come across this used later on. They were in the tombs, and it is said that during Eid, it was for the commoners to bathe themselves and rest. There was a provision for hot water and cold water also. Now, if you may permit me, I would like to keep in touch with you. I have given you my email. You can share your email and phone number, because I would like to work on this subject further. I have brought information from Iran, but I have not visited Turkey. Inshallah, if I can visit Turkey, it will be very nice to see these.
Thank you.
And
Thank
these
you.
are,
Thank you.
Thank
My WhatsApp number is in the heritage group. So through that you can contact me. And I do believe, I do agree with your view that in the Qutb Shahi tombs, there are the Turkish bath. Yes, there for such purposes, the Turkish baths were used to give bath to the dead bodies, but we don't have here in Pakistan.
yeah, that is one thing. And this in Isfahan, I saw it. I saw it in Isfahan also. And they have been converted to markets now. They're put into use now. You know, people sell their wares there for tourists.
Yes, you are right.
Yeah.
There are examples at Isfahan.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Sorry, sir. Please, sir. आ गए हैं हाँ जी.
He's here, so he can sum up.
Today's talk was really very in detail, and he discussed the briefly historical events relevant to the Lahore fort. And as the legend goes, its starting point and then the real archaeological evidence, which is putting it somewhere at the start of this common era. And then the Ghaznavid and Ghorid were also there. And but the actual development of the Lahore fort is because of the Mughals. They occupied it and they made it point that they are living it, and their residential quarters were evolved gradually by, and many buildings were introduced into the area, especially the Akbar's beginnings, and these were followed by Jahangir's additions. But most of the part, which was, as the speaker told us, was the Shah Jahan's contributions. The major part of his talk was decorations and architectural embellishments which were there. And here we see that many foreign influences and also the local art and craft has been very generously implied, and the kings and rulers who were there never spared us the amount which could be spent on this, and it is the generous amount which was spent. And here we see the architectural development within the Indian subcontinent actually is depicted in all its varieties. This is wonderful that the speaker was not sort of miser with the words. So he went on to describe the various types of crafts. and the decorative elements which were there. And this has enriched his talk. The only thing which we missed was the photographs of many paintings which he described, and that would have really made the today's presentation fulsome and very useful. Nevertheless, he covered his subject beautifully, and his detailed talk caused us a real good discussion here that was generated, and I'm congratulating him on his efforts to collect together this information, which is otherwise available to us not in detail, but yes, Kanayalal has described it. Vogel Saab has given the mural ceramics of it a very good coverage. Abdullah Chughtai Saab was also one of those who described this Qilla. And Ghulam Sarwar Mufti Saab was also involved in discussing the events relevant to the Badshahi Qilla here. And also subsequently, Chishti Sahab was also very generous with the providing of information regarding the various personalities who were associated with the Lahore's life and also associated with this royal residence. So at the end, I would be happy to acknowledge that Professor Naeem Qazi Saab has done justice to his topic, and we cherished his talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ashma, madam.
I want to.
There is a question, maybe. Ajay Saab has raised his hand, so should we answer his question first? Ajay Shankar Saab has raised the hand.
अजय शंकर जी, कोई क्वेश्चन, कोई प्रश्न है? पांडे साहब।
सर, मेरे हिसाब से आज के आनंद की जय हो, सभी को सादर अभिवादन।
अच्छा अच्छा, ठीक है। यस मैडम
जी। And Naeem, did you want to say something? Naeem Qazi, you wanted to answer.
Yes, I want to answer in few words that Dr. Kalimullah Lashari, I'm really grateful for your wonderful comments. Yes, I was desiring to put some pictures from the painting, but because of the time frame, which was not too short, but put all the general picture of the buildings and the painting of pictures. So to make them in order, it was very difficult, and I have tried my level best, even though I have taken a lot of time. So next time, hopefully, I will give a talk on the paintings of Lahore Fort.
Professor, I've got one question for you.
Welcome,
These
sir.
frescoes which you have showed on the hammams, in the hammam, such frescoes are seen in Chehel Satoon in Iran. But your dating is not matching the Chehel Satoon, because this could have been copied only from Chehel Satoon or Iranian or Persian art.
Well,
yes, so
well, as far as
so that is why I'm a little confused. That is one. Second, when the Mughals ruled Jahangir and Shah Jahan's time, though they were very open to other religions, what was the date you have given for the Hindu paintings?
Well, as far as the painting which I have shown before you of one of the hammams, there the lady is shown in the typical Punjabi style of dress. She is wearing a dhoti, and the upper garment, that is the kurta. So this is one of the traditional indigenous style of dressing. So there I put it in the local tradition, and most of the scholars who have written about this particular painting, so they have mentioned that she's wearing the traditional dress. So this dress is missing inside the Chel Satoon. Generally, they are clad in the typical Persian style of dress. Here, she is clad in the traditional Punjabi style of dress. So this is one of the other thing is that Jahangir was so open to all the religion. In his time, one can see the Saint Gregory paintings, Saint Thomas paintings. So the Christian shadows can be noticed in his painting, as I mentioned in the case of Sedari Pavilion. Whereas inside the other buildings, as I told you that some of the Krishna God paintings which can be noticed, and there is yet another important building which is called as Kala Burj. Inside the Kala Burj there are certain paintings, but now that has been sealed. Inside the Kala Burj you can see some typical Hindu period paintings. So there is no doubt in it. But when the fort was captured, occupied during the Sikh regime, so those paintings which were defaced due to different reasons, those were redone, and in their time, the different Hindu figures were provided.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Can
sir.
I ask?
Thank
Can I
you.
ask?
God bless you.
Is there any history available before 7th century of Lahore Fort or Lohargarh? Is there any history available of Lahore Fort before 7th century? That is Lahore Fort or Lohargarh?
Well, there are different type of names proposed by the different scholars. For example, in Mahabharata, there is a certain account telling us that one of the sons of Rama, who came to this part of the world, and here he constructed a fort, and that fort was called as Lokot. Kot is a Sanskrit word which means a fort, and Lo Avar is the corrupted form of Avarna. In Sanskrit, Avarna stands for fort. So Lo Avar, the fort of Lo. Then we have yet another such type of word which came to the forefront by Ptolemy, and Ptolemy recorded as Labukala. Labukla. Labukla is one of the name of the fort which he mentioned, and he recorded in his account that certain Rajput who migrated to this part of the world, and they started inhabiting this area. They constructed a fort, and Ptolemy and Thornton, they proposed their dates that either by the end of 1st century AD or by the beginning of 2nd century AD. This fort was constructed, and as the terracotta mother goddesses have been also reported during the course of excavation, so this fort undoubtedly was constructed either by the end of 1st century, by the end of 1st century AD or by the 2nd century AD. So there are different names. Yes, for example, Mantukar is another name. So there are different probabilities, yes, that the nomenclature might be such as low court or low hour. Yes, please. Any further question? Any further query?
I think we had enough discussion, and
But I would like to add few things.
Yes.
Please,
Am I allowed to? Professor Naim sir?
Please go ahead.
Yes. So, first of all, I would like to appreciate your talk. I mean, in a limited time, it was very difficult to cover all the aspects of Lahore Fort. It has so many ages, stratigraphically, prehistoric, then historic, excavation. So my hats off to you that how you have covered it in 1 hour. And you have given a very comprehensive picture of Lahore Fort's history, its architecture, techniques, pictradura, and other painting techniques, and I really appreciate that. And the only thing I wanted to bring to the notice of the forum is that the only coin of Ghaznavi was excavated from Lahore Fort, and it was in gold, and it was in our exploration branch, and that is the only evidence that the Ghaznavi was there, and other than the other artifacts which we had. So it's a very, very important gold coin which we have from there. And starting from early ages, prehistoric to historic, and how it has developed from prehistoric mound to a fortress. So maybe you need several talks about Lahore Fort, not one. One is not enough. And then I was involved with the conservation of the murals on the front wall of Lahore Fort, which is done by Aga Khan, AKD and Trust. So that is another topic you need to do some time. So thank you so much, and thank you Mishra ji, and thank you Lashari sir for giving me a chance to say a few words and appreciate him. Thank you, Professor Naim sir.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you.
पर्सन अब्दुल हमीद सर ज्वाइन के लिए हैं. अब्दुल हमीद मनसेरा यूनिवर्सिटी, हजारा यूनिवर्सिटी मनसेरा.
Yeah, Hamid is there.
Yes. Hamid साहब.
You're mute.
Unmute yourself, sir. आवाज नहीं आ रही आपकी.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. So I'm not sure, am I the chairperson for the next session? Or yeah, or what you would like to say? So
this session is over. So
this session is almost over. Yeah.
Yes.
I really enjoyed the talk of my professor, Qazi Saab. I have been his student at master level, and he has been so kind, and whenever we need any sort of help, guidance, so I really appreciate his, he's an affectionate teacher and very cooperative professor. So we have learned so much from him. So that was really enlightening talk on Lahore Fort. So yes.
Thank you, dear. Thank you, dear.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So,
thank you all. Mishra Saab, now it is your turn to begin the new session.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर नईम काजी साहब.
थैंक यू.
उम्दा ये लेक्चर रहा और सब लोगों ने उसको बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से सुना. और
धन्यवाद.
हाजी, आपके यहाँ के सभी जो आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं, स्टॉलवर्ड, वो इस जो व्याख्यान है उसमें सभी लोगों ने अपनी जो उपस्थिति दी, उससे हमारे इस सेशन का और भी बहुत अच्छा पोजीशन में पहुंच गया कि साथ में और भी जो लसारी साहब हैं, आसमा मैडम हैं, अब्दुल साहब हैं, तो सभी लोगों ने इस के साथ ये लेक्चर हुआ. और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद इसके लिए. और लसारी साहब को उन्होंने समय दिया और कई सेशन में उन्होंने समय दिया हमको. डॉक्टर आसमा मैडम ने तो लगातार जो है वो जुड़ी रही. तो सभी को, अब्दुल साहब सभी को हमारी ओर से, हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से, हमारे यहाँ के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग की ओर से और अपने कंट्री की ओर से हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं. और निश्चित रूप से जो हमारी अगली सीरीज आएगी, जैसी चर्चा हुई है लाहौर पेंटिंग की, तो एक विषय वो रहेगा. और मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा उस समय पर समय के से ही मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि आपका समय मिले। तो सभी को एक बार पुनः हमारी ओर से और
इस्कंदर साहब नेक्स्ट टाइम इंशाल्लाह आई विल
मिश्रा
टॉक
जी,
ऑन
डोंट माइंड माय इंटरवेंशन। मैं ये सबको बताना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट आर्टिस्ट सभी हैं यहाँ पर, कि जो निजाम है 7th निजाम, जिसका काल का वो ज्वेलरी था, जो रिचेस्ट मैन इन द वर्ल्ड था, वो चहल सुतून के जितने पेंटिंग्स है ना, उनके आई कॉपीज बनवाए, और मैं ये आई कॉपीज को फ्रेम करके सब वो हमारे स्टेट म्यूजियम में डिस्प्ले कर दी। तो कभी कोई हैदराबाद आए, मोस्ट वेलकम, मैं दिखा सकती हूँ चहल सुतून के आई कॉपीज। अभी चहल सुतून में थोड़े फेड हो गए वो।
अच्छा, वेरी नाइस, दैट्स वेरी नाइस टू नो। बस वीजा दिलवाना आपका काम है। हम तो आ जाएंगे, हम तो तैयार
मैडम
फिजिकल सेमिनार करेंगे पेंटिंग्स लेके।
लोग चाहते हैं जल्दी हम लोग भी वहां जाके देखें, हम अपने
जरूर आइए, हैदराबाद आइए, बी माय गेस्ट, मोस्ट वेलकम टू हैदराबाद। Okay, you can stay with me. Yeah, and I'll make your stay comfortable. From my house, I can see the Golconda Fort and the Qutub Shahi tombs from my house. Yes.
ये तो हमें मनचा रही है कि हम कल ही जहाज पे चढ़े और
जरूर आइएगा, सभी आइएगा, मोस्ट वेलकम। एंड मिश्रा जी, नेक्स्ट सेमिनार आप पेंटिंग्स पर करिए। एवोल्यूशन ऑफ इंडियन पेंटिंग्स, उसमें पूरा आ जाएगा ये।
हाँ, जो आपको सजेशन मिलेगा हम उसी राह पे चलेंगे।
हाँ, जरूर, थैंक यू। अच्छा, मैं भी एक समाज चलाती हूँ, सोसाइटी,
धन्यवाद,
भारतीय धरोहर एवं संस्कृति, उसमें भी मैं आप लोगों को इनवाइट करूंगी मिश्रा जी के द्वारा।
हेरिटेज ग्रुप में संबंध रहेगा, हम साथ रहेंगे इंशाल्लाह।
हम साथ रहेंगे, लीडर के पीछे स्कंद मिश्रा जी।
नहीं है, आप बताएंगी, वो आपके स्टूडेंट हैं और निर्देशन पे चलेंगे आप लोगों के।
बिल्कुल ठीक है। गॉड ब्लेस यू, बाय बाय।
ओके,
थैंक यू, नमस्कार। इंशाल्लाह फिर मिलेंगे।
मैडम पूनम राणा मैडम, हेलो। अच्छा, एक्चुअली अभी एक सेशन श्रीलंका का है, उसके बाद अपन करेंगे, थोड़ा समय हुआ है, तो अगला सेशन जो है मैं आपसे और निर्मला जी से थोड़ा सा समय चाहूंगा। जस्ट अभी सीरियल में डॉक्टर पीर मोहम्मद साहब हैं क्या? प्रोफेसर पीर मोहम्मद, अबर, अच्छा सुनिए, यस सर, वेलकम। पीर मोहम्मद साहब, प्रोफेसर ऑफ हिस्ट्री, Nandaram, and now deputation in coaching center, and our speaker, Madam Sanjeevani Vidyaratne, Education Promotion Officer, Colombo National Museum, Sri Lanka. Welcome, sir, and introduce our eminent speaker, Madam Sanjeevani. Dr. Pir Mohammed Saab, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be there. Sir, I welcome for this webinar MS Golvalkar College. Wow.
संजीवनी मैडम, आप अपना स्लाइड शेयर कर दें तब तक। Unmute yourself.
Mr. Senior Lecturer the speaker Sanjeev Ratne is present. promoting officer. He obtained a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Kalani, Sri Lanka, and Master degree in Archaeology from Institute of Archaeology and post 2007 that we he has also participated in a British Museum service Archaeology Society of Sri Lanka from 2009 to 2013 and presently working as coordinating secretary, and she is the member of Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka too. I on Folk Museum of Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka. So I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you. Over to Ms. Sanjeevani Vidyaratne.
Yes, good
Madam?
evening. Yeah, can you share my
Yeah,
PowerPoint? I
good
already sent you
Yes,
the
sir.
email.
Yes, Madam Sanjeevani, please wait 1 or 2 minutes. Just,
Yeah.
yes. Visible? Sanjeevani? Hello? Hello? नहीं आ रहा था. Yes, Sanjeevani?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the Folk Museum in Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka. Next one. Anuradhapura Folk Museum was established in 22nd August 1971 as a provincial museum under the Department of National Museums. Next one. The area called Nuwara Kalaviya, which is in Anuradhapura district, got its name as it was nourished by the three lakes called Nuwara Wever, Kala Wever, and Padaviya Wever, where the concept of traditional village doctrine was highly expanded in and earlier part of the 19th century. Next one. The aim of this museum is to collect, conserve, and exhibit the cultural and religious objects used by the folk community in Nuwara Kalaviya area. In present, that area we called North Central Province. Next one. What is the Nuwara Kalaviya? I mean that North Central Province in Sri Lanka. In British period, at Nuwara Kalaviya area, built few buildings for the administrative aspects. The old Kacheri building, which built in British period, now established Archaeology Museum. The next to that building, there was another old British period building called Governor's Chief Workers Rest House. Later, in this building, Folk Museum was established on August. Could truly appreciate. Next one. The Folk Museum focuses the attention of cultural issues of Sri Lanka community. A huge collection of cultural objects, more than 1,000 are displayed in museum. The collection has been categorized as below, like agriculture objects, household utensils, ritual objects, objects used by community people, and dancing costumes, musical instruments, traditional indoor games, weights and measures, objects used in fisheries, and indigenous medical objects, and more. Next slide. What are the traditional agriculture objects displayed in the Folk Museum at Anuradhapura? Normally, the Sri Lanka has a rich agricultural history dating back more than 2,500 years ago, 4 centuries. Paddy cultivation in the island nation was not just an economic activity, but a way of life that shaped the society, culture, religion, and economy. And the sustainable and organic agriculture practice of both the near past and the ancient people of Sri Lanka. Next one. And what is the Chena cultivation and paddy cultivation? Chena cultivation is the oldest form of the farming in the world. The system of farming requires the knowledge of plants suitable for the consumption and the basic skills of burning and preparing a field for the cultivation. And Chena cultivation involves cutting down the forest, which is allowed to dry out and finally burn to grow substance crops using a rainbow. Unlike a Sweden cultivation, rice cultivation from preparing the fields to sowing and harvesting required more labor than the family could provide. Distribution of water to the field required collective labor, and farmers used a system of labor sharing which led to the greater social solidarity among them. Self-sufficient social and economic patterns based on the tank, the temple, and the rice field exist among the farmers in the past. Next one. Yeah. The Nagula we call prime. A Nagula is used for the land before paddy cultivation. Here, this is the one. Then Asian and traditional farmers of Sri Lanka use different types of Nagula, that such as Sinhala Nagula and iron one, the Yakada Nagula and the Kakulan Nagula, and based on the formation of the land and pattern of cultivation. Most of Sri Lankan farmers commonly used Sinhala Nagula. Next one. There are various types of Nagul we are displaying in the Folk Museum. Next one. And these are the other things we are using to the paddy cultivation. We are exhibited in that museum. And this one is a labu, we call this labu kataya in Sinhala. Is it a soft of a bottle used for the storing drinking water? It is used as a labu kataya. Labu is the vegetable, and it is used as a soft of a bottle used for storing drinking water. And that is the called warm patul behind. And the person kitchen also we are display some objects belong to the person kitchen. The exhibit including the baskets made by the Rashmi Pan or the outer cover of the kitul flower and used for extracting the oil. And also beside this one would find a variety of items used in the person's kitchen, including making milk rice, the shape of the flower, and pair of elephant, as well as molds of making cookies, which means a sweet. We are normally using cookies as a sweet, and jaggery. And particularly fascinating in the square shape jaggery mold with the floral design. Here is the cross section of the urban kitchen. Here coconut scraper was there, some pots also there. This is the cross section. And next slide. Here is the coconut scraper. They're using the rural area people. And next one, that is the food stand. We called in Sinhala Sera Kalaya. And these items we also used. And this is the other notable domestic items, including the making some sweet, like sometimes the string hoppers, and mats for the steaming string hoppers is these things, and some kabala, the making pan of the roasting roti, and spoons for the farming some sweets, and sticks for the making some sweet things, and we are called some sweet called keung, used for the forming the konde knot of those decorative oil cakes known as keung. These equipment they are using to make some sweets. Next one. Here, this is the water ladle. We use this kind of equipment to drink the water at the early days. And here some objects belongs to the Buddhist culture, and there's a robes wearing the Buddhist monks, and some flags, and some pots they are using at the temples, and these are and fans, and Buddhist flags, and something belongs to the Buddhist monks we are displaying here. And also coins we already displayed, and there are several coins we can see. The Asian coins also there, some few Dutch coins are there, and memorial coins also there, and coins that are in use, and unused coin also we are displayed. Next, yeah, here this is some unused coins at present, and this is some memorable coins. And the jewelry we also displayed. Among the item of jewelry may be including various kind of necklaces, including this is the called karamala and the gedimala, and also etamala. That is types of jewelries. A pair of the cylindrical the earrings, and the bangles, and we are displaying here in the jewelry gallery. and also flags. Some of the exhibit also provide us a glimpse of the religious life of the community. Among them, a collection of flags used for the fast, including a large orange flag depicting a female figure that hollow around a head. You can see this one. Probably some sort of divinity worship by the villagers in the olden days. And another flag contained the panegyric to the Srima Bodhi's blue character against the white background. And this is a very important thing. And indigenous medicine objects. Indigenous medicine seems to have been well developed. For here we find a variety of indigenous medical equipment, including the kits of surgery and also treatment of the other things. Here these things we are using for the early operations and other things. An interesting exhibit including some powder horns used by the native physicians, and we call the stone used to removing the poisons such as a snake bite. Here, food that is the medicine containers, and there's some normally that we are put some medicines in here, and these things we are using as a indigenous medicine. And also traditional games, we already have displayed some display panels. And as for the entertainment, we could find and that the Sinhala peasant, despite his simple lifestyle, was not without pastime. For here, one could come across the variety of the folk games, including a board of Nirinchi and the Olinda Kelia. There's some traditional Sri Lankan games. A wooden board with the 16 holes contain a large marble-like beads using in games of some sort of games called traditional in Sri Lankan games. This is one object we are displaying in here. And how the games play, we are on the labels we are showing how the games will play. And the folk music, very interesting thing. And in that area, they have their own folk museum, and they're using the rhythmical folk songs and music. Among the music items on display are a veena made by the coconut shells, and the little trumpet we call the horonera, and some other interesting exhibit including the bed-made egg skin, and that is a wood cradle, that is the we call that tortilla. And some weight and measure equipment we are exhibiting in here, and some are using for the weight and measure for the rice, especially for the rice. Here, that is the this equipment we are using to measure rice. And also weapons we are displaying in here, guns and some kastana swords. Kastana means that ceremonial swords we are displaying in here. There are more than 1,000 objects we are displaying folk museum at Anuradhapura. That is a very interesting thing. And beetle chewing culture, related to beetle chewing culture, there's a beetle bags are there, arecanut cutters are there, beautiful arecanut cutters we are displayed there. These also belong to the beetle chewing culture. That is the beetle chewing containers are there. And also household utensils, we are displaying the pots and then scrapers and spoons and spoon ladders, and we are displaying in here. This is a broom. And a spoon ladder, then we can put some spoons in here, and a spices box, and we can put the chili and then other species in here. And that is the food stand, and when we are sitting here, we can put our plate on here, we can eat on using these kind of equipment. And the early education system in Sri Lanka, we are displaying through the few objects in here. It's like manuscript, early manuscript we are displaying in here, and some old materials when we are using at the early education systems, and we are displaying in that gallery. And ritual objects also we are displaying in here, Buddhist objects and Hindu objects also, and like these kind of arrows we are using normally in the Hindu ceremonies. This kind of oil lamps we are using at temples also and Hindu kovils also. Some other few other notable items I will show you. That is called Varamanda. In Sinhala, Varamanda is a skin robe, probably made for the elk skin and used for the capturing or controlling the animal. These kind of things using that area people at the early time. And also costumes is a very special, we call diakachia or waistcloth, using a bath and head dish-shaped headdresses which were probably worn by the higher orders or mean higher class people. And very specially wooden Buddha image also there. It also belongs to the early 18th century. It was found at Ratmalgama. There are few outdoor exhibitions also there. Inside or outside, we are exhibited some rural life of the North Central Province people's life story. And this is the grain houses are there. And outside, there are few kind of grain houses we can see. Outdoor clay store and outdoor straw houses and stick straw houses, wood straw houses, and egg-shaped straw houses. And also cross-section of traditional village house we are display on the outside exhibition. And finally, I give some general information for you. The opening hours of the 9 to 5 p.m. except Sunday, Monday, and the public holidays. And address, the Folk Museum, Old Town, Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka. There's a telephone number also there. Admission fees like 500 rupees and 300 rupees. And the last one. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining with me to my brief presentation. And the thing was, nowadays we are closed that museum for the renovation, very quick renovation we are going on, and next year we will hope to open this museum with the new look. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, ma'am. Is there any question from the audience? Any questions? Hello? Are you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Mr. Shivali is there? Mr. Shivali? Is there any question? Thank you very much for presenting a wonderful lecture on Folk Museum of Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka. Actually, it is a collection of various tools, weapons, utensils, and some of the interesting games like Pallanguli, Adupuli Atom, and some of the games are actually originated from Tamil Nadu, moved to Sri Lanka.
Know very well Sanjivani, and she's very helpful and very active promoting officer of the National Museum, Department of National Museums. I worked with her. My idea is that you are going to revamp now that folk museum. This is a comment. This is a comment, not a question.
Yes.
Whether we can include that the monks' robes and the goods for the folk museum, that you showed some robes and monks used items in this folk museum. My problem is whether my question or my problem is whether we can include those things to the folk museum. It is better to include those items for the textile gallery if you need. That this folk museum confined especially for the Nuara Kalavia rural people. My problem is that you have to consider about in future whether we can include those items for the folk museum in Anuradhapura. That's my idea. The robes actually monks items are not confined to any folk. It is very dangerous if we are using those things for this kind of folk museum. Be careful about that. That's my idea. Just I thought about that. Thank you.
Please unmute your system. Please unmute and talk. No, please,
Thank you, Dr. Chulani. Madam, thank you your ideas, and then we are now it is under renovation, and we will see that what the things going on, and thank you for your ideas.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chulani, Madam, Chair Professor of Peradeniya University, Sri Lanka, given a good suggestion. And thank you, Sanjeevani, for your nice talk on folk music. Thank you. Now,
thank you.
Next very important session. Our chairperson, Dr. Poonam R.L. Rana, Associate Professor, Central Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu, Nepal. Co-chairperson, Mr. Karindu, Assistant Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohona, Matara, Sri Lanka. And our eminent speaker, Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel, Lecturer, Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Welcome all of you, and I request to Dr. Poonam R.L. Rana, Madam, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rasa. Nice to see you all. Good evening. And now let me not go into anything, but let me introduce Dr. Nirmala Pokhrel. She is the senior lecturer in the Department of Nepalese History, Culture and Archaeology, Tribhuvan University, Kathmandu. She holds PhD degree and is an expert related to Pashupati Kshetra area. Her PhD topic was Shakta Kalakriti of Pashupati area. She holds master's degree in Nepalese history, culture, archaeology, tourism, and museology. She has written Nepal Parichaya, a social study book, and also has been an author to Cultural Heritage of Pashupati area, tangible and intangible. She has many research to her name, and some of the interesting ones are recently in 2022, she just completed a Pashupati Kshetra Agnihotri Sala for Rector Office, Tribhuvan University. And she has written on erotic carvings of Shakta Temple Pashupati Nath premises for Research Division. She is a well-known name in Nepali television and radio, and has given innumerable talk programs and interviews on Nepali art, architecture, culture, iconography, etc. So, and today her topic is it's an interesting place. As I've already told you, Kathmandu has been the valley has been divided into three sister cities: Kathmandu, Bhaktapur, and Lalitpur. And it was in 14th century when there was a king called Yaksha Malla who had three sons and a daughter. And all the three sons were very intelligent and very brave. So he was the one who divided the valley into three divisions. And one Bonepa, he gave it to his daughter, and Raya, Ratna, Ranamalla, three were divided into, that is how Bhaktapur, Lalitpur, and your Kathmandu came up. So, and then now we are all sister cities, and today her focus is on Bhaktapur. There is an interesting ancient temple of Bal Kumari, and she will talk about tangible and intangible historical study of Bal Kumari temple of Thimi, Bhaktapur. So now the floor is, now this I request Nirmala Pokhrel to give her talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I am grateful with organizer for giving me chance to keep my word. Thanks once again. Now I am going to share my slide here. Then we'll start immediately because time is getting late. So the slide will. Is it seen?
No, भएको छैन. Presentationमा जाऊ न. Presentation. There is that arrow के त्यो हात माथि उठाएको नि र. एउटा माइक छ, एउटा भिडियो, एउटा अर्को, अनि हात, अनि त्यो एरियामा हैन. उसलाई बोलाउ न, बाबुलाई. त्यो यस्तो माथि भएको एरोमा थिचेपछि प्रेजेन्टेसन हुन्छ. पहिला नै खोलेर राख्नु पर्थ्यो.
खोलेको त थिए.
अब त्यो आउँछ. उसलाई भन न, सर हैछन् न.
सर अहिले भर्खर जानु भएको छ पख है. अहिले
पनि आएन. त्यो एरो भएकोमा गर न. एरो there's one arrow के त्यो टेलिफोन जस्तो भएको नि र तीनटा डट छ, अनि त्यसैको नजिकैमा प्रेस गर्ने.
कता गयो मैले मात्रै देख्छु त हौ.
तिमीले देखेर भएन, हामी कहाँ कसैले पनि देखेन.
ल
एकचोटि उसलाई बोलाऊ न, फोन गर न त्यहाँबाट छोराले।
खै
She has a little bit of problem related to
मैडम
she's calling someone.
हमारे मेल में आप भेज दीजिए, हमारे मेल में आप, हाँ आपके व्हाट्सएप में मैंने मेल शेयर किया।
मलाई इमेल गरिदेऊ, मलाई त्यो इमेल गरिदियो
आपके
भने।
व्हाट्सएप में मैंने मेल किया, अपना मेल आईडी दिया है, आपका व्हाट्सएप।
ओके लेट मी चेक आउट। ओके ओके अच्छा
खै
बाबुलाई बोलाऊ भने। Let me. I'm checking my mail. WhatsApp में तो I cannot. If there is email, I can.
वो मैंने मेल ही भेजा है, मेल भेजा है मैडम।
ओके मेरा मेल में तो अभी तक नहीं आया है। Let's see.
नहीं, आपके मेल में नहीं, निर्मला मैडम के, आपके मेल में भेज दूं व्हाट्सएप में। निर्मला मैडम के व्हाट्सएप में मैंने अपना ईमेल आईडी लिख दिया है।
No, I think her son is an IT, so he will do it. He's there in another room. I don't know. I think so. Sometimes she said she was clear about it, but then this is a technical problem we all face.
वो तो हो जाता है मैडम, सभी से हो जाता है।
हाँ जी एकदमै।
हाँ
म मेलमा पठाइदिन्छु है।
अल्लाह
हमारा मेल आईडी मिल गया आपको?
I think she'll send me and I will show it, so I can. Let's see. बाबु छैन?
कोही हिँड्ने छन् सबैजना।
तेरिका बुहारी पनि छैन?
खै तिम्रोमा म पठाइदिइहाल्छु।
ल म मेरो मेल चेक गर्छु।
ल टु बी
ना त you should have sent it to Mishra पहिले नै first, so that it would
हमारे मेल आईडी में डाल दें। मेल आईडी है ना आपके व्हाट्सएप पे मैंने भेजा है।
वही तो उसको हाम्रो मिश्रा सरकोमा डाले भालो या मेरो
यो के रे यसको पनि यो के रे प्लेटको पनि जान्छ पुनम?
यहाँ त्यो पुरा एउटैमा छ हैन, सबै
एउटैमा छ।
पीपीटी त्यो पीपीटी लाई अट्याच गर के अट्याच त्यो अट्याच गरेर इमेल गर्दियौ अनि म कहाँ आइहाल्छ। त्यो छोराहरुले हुनुपर्छ नि यस्तो बेलामा कस्तो
तेरिका हो।
कहाँ गएछन् तिनीहरू बिहा यस्तो बेलामा? सर पनि कता गइसक्यो होला।
सर त उसमा हो,
मेल हो गया।
फाइल नेम इज नट अवेलेबल भन्छ। के रहेछ हौ?
खोइ यो इमेल पठाउ न, इमेल पनि सकिन।
यो
हाँ आप हमारे ईमेल में भेज दीजिए मैडम।
ओके वो तो कर रही हूँ
मैं जल्दी से ही यहाँ से
इफ त्यो ठुलो छ भने इट विल कम अन्डर गुगल कुनै के आउँछ, तर त्यो भइरहन्छ र अनि अट्याच हुन्छ। एमबी धेरै भयो भने
त्यही होला, भिडियो पनि छ।
एमबी धेरै भयो भने गुगलबाट आउँछ के। त्यहाँ छोरालाई फोन गर न, त्यही होला नजिकै।
छोरा त होइन, सर हुनुहुन्थ्यो, त्यो नातिनीले गर्दा जानुभएछ। कोही छैन पुनम, हेर न के गर्ने।
अब त्यो इमेलबाट अट्याच गर न त।
इमेलबाट त गरेको जान मान्दैन त।
किन त? त्यो पहिला त्यो पीपीटीलाई आफ्नो यो
डेस्कटपमा छ,
ल्यापटपमा
डेस्कटपमा छ, पीपीटी डेस्कटपमै छ।
अन गर के ओपन ठुलो। अब त्यो अनि आफ्नो त्यो स्क्रिनमा जुन त्यो गुगल मिटको स्क्रिन छ नि, गुगल मिटको स्क्रिनमा जहाँ तिमी देखिरहेछौ नि,
व्हाट्सएप में भेज दीजिए मैडम, यदि नहीं मेल में नहीं होता तो व्हाट्सएप में भेजिए।
व्हाट्सएपमा भेजदेऊ रे सरलाई, मिश्रा सरलाई। व्हाट्सएपमा भेट्न सक्छौ? न त भोलि राख्छ फेरि। यस्तो बेलामा सरहरू पनि हुनुपर्छ नि, कस्तो। व्हाट्सएपमा भयो? निर्मला मैम,
हमारा व्हाट्सएप देखी नहीं है।
I think I don't know where she is now.
व्हाट्सएप उन्हें देखा ही नहीं हमारा।
Yeah, I told her that if it's not usually when the MB is big, because there'll be lot of photographs, so it comes under Google. There'll be some Google something, and it comes under that. I don't know. And her son is an expert IT. Even he is not there. And sir, her husband is also a big IT expert. He is also not there. Strange. सब किधर किधर गए, सब मिलाकर गए थे, अब नहीं हुआ। अब क्या? I don't know where she is. Let me just inquire.
यदि आज नहीं होगा तो आगे हम कराएंगे, उनको कराना तो
हाँ वही तो, अगर ना हो तो, but I'm not getting through her, so I'll just call her. Maybe she's gone to search for her husband. The house is very big, so no one knows where someone is. God knows. ऐसा भी होता है हमारे नेपाल में।
वो क्या है ना, पहले से यदि आ जाता ना हमारे
हाँ वही तो मैंने बोला था, आप भेज दो।
अच्छा, वो व्हाट्सएप भी नहीं देखती है, नहीं तो मैंने मैसेज किया था।
शायद उसको आता नहीं, मेरे को भी नहीं आता है व्हाट्सएप में, बट ईमेल आई एम गुड एट इट। ल आज नगरेर भोलिलाई राख्दिउँ त भन्नु सरलाई। कहाँ जति बेला बिहान त हुँदैन यार, म हुँदिन नि त, म त 11 बजेपछि 11, म त कति बजे आउँछु? ओके ल म भनिदिन्छु। ल यस्तै दिउँसोतिरै राख्न भनिदिन्छु। ल मलाई ल मिश्रा सर, are you there?
हाँ
या तो उसका थोड़ा नहीं बड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम हो गया,
क्या?
वो तो क्या आप कल रख सकते हो? आई एम सो सॉरी।
हाँ हाँ, कल रख लेंगे।
या ऐसे
और
इवनिंग टाइम में आप जब भी रख दो, जब
हाँ,
और का
कल
हो
हम टाइम
जाएगा।
बता देंगे उनको, कल टाइम बता देंगे। और नहीं होगा तो एक दिन हमने और बढ़ा दिया है, 16 को कर दिया है।
अच्छा
हाँ, क्योंकि अभी टॉक कुछ बाकी हैं, तो
अच्छा
हमने एक दिन और बढ़ा दिया है, क्योंकि 2 टॉक अभी वहाँ के प्रोफेसर की होगी, पाकिस्तान के प्रोफेसर की होंगी,
अच्छा
शौकत साहब की, वहाँ लाहौर यूनिवर्सिटी में है वो, सिख मॉन्यूमेंट पर बोलेंगे। और
अच्छा
एक और टॉक हमने हिंदू एंड टेम्पल वहाँ पाकिस्तान का, उस
अच्छा
पर भी हम कराएंगे। तो और एक दो टॉक अभी रह गई है, एक नागपुर की त्रिवेदी मैडम की है।
अच्छा,
और
तो उसी में
हाँ,
रख दो इनका,
तो
कल
हम
नहीं
या तो
परसों।
या तो 15 को कर देंगे, और या नहीं तो 16 के कर देंगे।
अच्छा, आप मैसेज कर देना,
हाँ,
पर दिन
नहीं
में
पर
मत
वो
रखो
वो
क्योंकि
मैं आपको करूंगा, वो व्हाट्सएप देख नहीं पाती हैं लगता है, क्योंकि मैं
अच्छा,
यदि
और दिन में मत रखना क्योंकि मेरा क्लास होगा, तो मैं वापस आते वक्त ऐसे ही 1-2
कितने
बज
टाइम पे
जाता है।
कितने टाइम देंगी आप?
2 बजे, 2:30 के बाद जब भी रख दो, मैं घर
नहीं
में हो जाऊंगी
नहीं,
फिर।
एक्चुअली कल तो बहुत सी टॉक हैं, लेकिन
हाँ, तो नब
हाँ,
मत रखो, कल परसों
लेकिन
जब आप बोल रहे हो ना एक दिन और है, तो
हाँ,
उसमें रख दो।
लेकिन उसमें फिर 4 बजे के बाद नहीं रखेंगे मैडम, क्योंकि
नहीं नहीं,
एक
4 बजे तो बहुत देर होगा, आगे रख देना।
नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या है कि उस दिन तो आपको फिर 11 या 12 बजे टाइम देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि 4 बजे फिर वैलिडेटरी सेशन है। तो
अच्छा
और उसके पहले जो है शौकत साहब का लेक्चर होगा, जो वहाँ लाहौर यूनिवर्सिटी के आर्किटेक्चर के हैं। तो
अच्छा
उनने हमको 2 बजे, अपने यहाँ का 2 बजे, यानी हमारे यहाँ 2:30 बजे का टाइम दिया है।
अच्छा
हाँ, तो 2:30 से 3:30 उनका होगा, उसके बाद हम वैलिडेटरी सेशन करेंगे। हो क्योंकि 10-15 मिनट लेट भी हो जाता है सेशन, तो
अच्छा
हाँ, उसको हम कवर करेंगे। और कल हम देखते हैं 1-2 सेशन खाली हैं, तो मैं इन्फॉर्म कर दूंगा आपको, आप उनको बोलिए। अच्छा, उनसे ये कहिए
हाँ,
कि अपना पीपीटी जो है वो हमको आज मेल करवा दें।
अच्छा मैं
ओके
बोल
ओके,
दूंगी। हाँ
वो मैं करूंगी, मेल कर दूंगी, थोड़ी देर के बाद ही मेल कर दूंगी।
आप मेल कर दीजिए, क्योंकि इससे क्या होगा कि हमारे पास रहेगा तो हम जल्दी से शेयर कर देंगे।
ओके, आई
ठीक है।
विल डू दैट।
हाँ हाँ, तो
सॉरी
सभी
फॉर
सभी
टुडे।
को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, वो तो टेक्निकल इशू है, चलता है।
हाँ
इतने बड़े उसमें जो है कुछ ना कुछ तो होता है। और लेकिन सबसे बड़ी सफलता ये है कि भले लेट हुआ हो, लेकिन ज्यादा से ज्यादा पेपर जो अभी तक हम अपन ने टॉक रखी थी वो पूरा जो है हमने हमारे यहाँ से कंप्लीट हुआ। आप लोगों ने सबने कोऑपरेट किया। जो चेयरपर्सन और को चेयरपर्सन हैं वो भी समय से पूरा हमारा साथ दिए, और अपने समय पे पहुंचकर, और इवन लेट हुआ सेशन तो भी उन्होंने एक एक कोई सेशन तो एक एक 1.5 घंटे लेट हो गया, लेकिन सबने जो है साथ दिया है। और बिना सबके साथ के हो भी नहीं सकता है, और सबका साथ मिला, तो उसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत सभी को धन्यवाद देते हैं। और ये पहला हमारा इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार था, और इसमें हमको बहुत अच्छी सफलता मिली। मैं तो गदगद हूँ इससे, हैं कि सब लोगों ने
हाँ, इट वाज रियली गुड,
छोटे भाई
वेरी
या
गुड
बड़े भाई
सर,
के रूप में लेकर के
वेरी
और
गुड।
सहयोग किया जी। तो कल या तो कल और नहीं तो फिर परसों जो है हम टाइम देंगे मैडम को, ठीक है ना?
ओके
हाँ,
ओके,
और मेल आज कर दें हमको, जिससे कि
मेल
यदि
आज ही कर दूंगा, एक
हाँ
दो घंटे के बाद।
क्योंकि व्हाट्सएप में यदि ज्यादा फोटो रहती है ना, तो व्हाट्सएप में फिर वो ओपन नहीं होता, या ट्रांसफर मेल में नहीं, उसको हम फिर ले नहीं पाते हैं पीपीटी को जी।
मेल से ही ठीक होगा।
हाँ, मेल
हाँ
से मेल मैंने आपके व्हाट्सएप में अपना डाल दिया है।
वो मेरे पास है।
हाँ, और पहले भी जो इनविटेशन गया सभी में मेल है।
मलाई पनि पठाउनु, मेरे को भी
तो
सेंड इट टू
सभी
मी
को
आल्सो सो दैट इट
सभी को
विल बी
धन्यवाद।
सेफ।
हमारे आ, 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 आ,
मेरे
मलिक
को भी
साहब जुड़े
भेज
हुए
देना।
हैं, और आसमा मैडम थी अभी, और हमारे झा साहब हैं, ठक्कर साहब हैं, सभी को धन्यवाद है हमारी तरफ से। और हमारे थोड़ा सा समय लेट हो गया है, तब पर भी वो लोग जो है प्रॉपर हमको समय दिए हैं, और सभी का मैं एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और थैंक यू।
एंड सॉरी।
नहीं नहीं, कोई सॉरी नहीं मैडम, सॉरी कह करके उसको कमजोर मत करिए आप।
अच्छा ठीक है।
इसलिए सेशन लेट हो जाता है तो तब मैं सॉरी नहीं कहता हूं, क्योंकि वो चल रहा है ना, वो तो ज्ञान तो बट रहा है, भले कैसे भी हो, मतलब यदि डिस्कशन भी चल रहा है या कोई सेशन बढ़ रहा है तो ज्ञान तो बट रहा है ना, समय का सदुपयोग हो रहा है।
हाँ जी, हाँ वो तो है।
ओ पुनम सर आउनु भयो, जोड दिन सक्नुहुन्छ होला, म बोलाऊ?
ल ओ अनि मान्छे नै छैन फेरि। ल ओ शी इज सेइङ husband has come, he can join. I don't know. Shall we do it or shall we wait?
यदि वो करना चाहती है तो हमको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
हाँ तो सर आ गए हैं।
सर आ गए। ओ छिटो आउनु त। ल ओ हेर्नु अलपत्र मेरो कारणले।
नहीं तो आज प्रेजेंटेशन था तो सर को पकड़ के रखना चाहिए था मैडम।
प्रेजेन्टेसनै गर्न सकिनन् सर।
यहाँ सेयरै हुँदैन त।
शेयर कर दें।
त्यसैले इमेल गरेर पठाइदेऊ भन्दैछ, आज सेयरै भएन।
मैडम यदि वहां से शेयर हो जाए तो ठीक है, नहीं तो फिर मेल कर दें।
और यू कैन सेंड इट सर ईमेल करके, अनि उले भन्छ वी कैन डू इट टुमोरो और डे आफ्टर।
ओके, यहाँ सेयरको त्यो अप्सनै छैन।
Oh, के भयो होला। Oh, the share option has vanished from our laptop.
Yes.
So I think it'll be all right, sir. मिश्रा सर, तो कल या परसों जब भी हो आप बोल देना।
हाँ ठीक है, आप मेल करवा दें, मेल
कर दो।
पीपीटी को मेल कर दें।
थोड़ा देर तक तो हो रहा था, अभी अभी क्या हो गया?
हाँ तो कभी
आप सर आप चले गए थे तो वो शेयर वाला लेके चले गए थे।
एक मिनट
वो ठीक ठाक करके गए थे।
एक मिनट, जस्ट एक मिनट।
हो गया।
कैन नॉट शेयर योर स्क्रीन, सॉरी इन एरर हैज दिस। एक मिनट फिर करेंगे, फिर चेक करेंगे। कुन हो खै त यहाँ उनी छैन, स्क्रिनै छैन।
लॉग आउट होके देख लो जरा।
एक बार देखेंगे हो जाएगा शायद। कहाँ छ
ये मशीन है तो मशीन का कुछ भर नहीं है।
हो गया।
ओ आ गया।
इसमें अब क्या करना है?
जल्दी जल्दी करना है।
नहीं अभी आ जाए, अभी वो स्क्रीन।
हाँ स्क्रीन में नहीं आ रहा है, देखेंगे। आया?
हाँ यस।
आयो सर आयो।
अब तो हिँडेर नि अघि खोज्दा खोज्दा गरेँ।
शुरू करिए मैडम। यस
उनमें डिपेंडेड हूँ मैं भी, थोड़ा सा मेरा भी गलती है, वो इधर उधर ही समझ लिए। नमस्कार everyone. Now I will start quickly. Study of tangible and intangible culture of Balkumari Temple at Thimi, Bhaktapur. My topic is, and now I am going to start. Then outline our introduction, tangible culture and structure of a temple, and intangible intangible culture. Within intangible culture, there I will describe daily puja, jatra, festival, material of puja. And first of all, I want to give introduction about the temple. Kathmandu Valley has 3 districts, among which Bhaktapur is smallest and oldest one. Thimi is situated at Bhaktapur district and is also one of the oldest city of Kathmandu Valley. Bhaktapur city is surrounded and protected by different goddesses such as the Ashtamatrika, Navadurga, Dasama Vidya, etc. Thimi also has many famous goddesses such as the Siddhi Lakshmi, Nil Barahi, Dakshin Barahi, Ban Devi, etc. Within them, Balkumari is the most famous. She is also called the Kumari and Panchakumari and is most popular within the local people and worshipped as their guardian deity. She is known as the Shakti of Bhairava too. Within Kathmandu Valley, 4 Kumari are very famous. Balkumari of Thimi is one of them. Balkumari of Patan, Maiti Devi Kathmandu, Pashupati region also are popular. Balkumari of Patan, Lalitpur is most popular within Kathmandu Valley. And Balkumari temple is located in the middle part of the old Thimi town. Temple of Devi was built in 17th century. North face temple has a rectangular courtyard and surrounded by different party rest houses. There are more than 5-6 rest houses. Temple has a square base and has 3 stories with metal roof. Story of the origin of the temple. Once upon a time, a merchant of Thimi used to visit Lubu town, which is very near from Thimi. There, he fell in love with the princess of Lubu. The princess became pregnant and she asked the merchant to take her with him. He agreed in one condition, that she should bring the Devi Balkumari along with her. The princess agreed. Then Balkumari is shifted from Lubu to Thimi. And within tangible culture, I keep some pictures of temple. This is the front side of temple where peacock is seen, and the pata 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pata are hanging there. And I already told it is 3 stories temple with the metal roof. And here is another image of temple where peacock pillar in front of temple is a vehicle of Balkumari. It's seen clearly. And then this is the east side of temple. And temple is decorated with toran. This toran is of entrance gate sanctum. These 3 toran are there together. And the straws of temple are very colorful and covered with the Ashtamatrika, Navadurga, Saptamatrika, and there are other dancing goddesses also seen in straws. The sanctum of temple is very unique and different than other temple. In the base, there is Panchakumari, means the Kaumari, means the Balkumari, and above that, the 3 hole, which is seen here, is seen the 3 hole. This 3 hole is called as Nasadya, the very famous goddess of Kathmandu Valley, and it is the form of Nataraj Shiva. These 3 hole above the sanctum is seen, which is the Nasadya, the form of Shiva, and the form of Shiva Nataraja. Above that Nataraja, there is another Toran, and it is the form of Bhairava. So here is in the base, there is the Balkumari. Above the Balkumari, there is Nataraj, Nasadya, and Nritya form of Shiva, and above that, there is the Bhairava. And this is the pillar which is near the goddesses within the sanctum. And this here we can see the many pins which is used, the pin attached at pillar used as the occasion of piercing the tongue. Here is the one festival, once a year, they piercing the tongue with the pin, and that pin are kept in this pillar within the temple. And then this big one is used, pin attached at this pillar used at the occasion of piercing the tongue in this year 2022. This one, this pin is used in this year. And Balkumari temple is surrounded by more than 7-8 parties rest house. This party is in front of the temple, where the elderly people used to used to talk, used to gossip, and used to rest. And this is the Shivalinga of Gopaleswar at the east side of the temple. It is attached near by the temple, Gopaleswar Shivalinga. And this is the Jaleswar Shivalinga at the east side of the temple, nearby in the courtyard. And this is the old stone tape near the temple, which is used to worship the Devi Ganesh. And this is the pond near the temple, which is renovated just 2 years before. And pond attached at west courtyard of the temple. This is another pond. And this is the Laiku. Laiku is the Newari word, and which means the palace, where the image of Balkumari is kept in the sacred room. And within this Laiku, there is the school, high school is running. Within high school, one room is kept to put the image of Balkumari, and which is taken out only in the Jatra, Biscuit Jatra. After that, it is always kept in secretly. Nobody can see and touch there. And this is the temple of Chanda Bhairava, where the chariot of Balkumari will reach there and back again. And this is the image of Chanda Bhairava. And here are some myth, tale, legend, practices, daily ritual, prayer, morning and evening. And there are a few festival too, which is associated with Balkumari. And I will see the video. This is the puja samagri, means the material used for puja. There should compulsory they use the egg in the samaya bhaji. In samaya bhaji there is beaten rice and the small piece of meat, that may be the meat of goat or meat of chicken, and the fruits, some fruits and flour, and the sindoor, vermilion. They use normally these things in day-to-day worship. This is the thali of this is the thali used for puja. And she is worshipping the goddess, and he is the Devpala. There is no pujari nowadays, no priest. Only the Devpala comes there Saturday and sit nearby and clean the area. And he took the money which are given by the devotee to the goddess. Here is the video. Entrance is screen.
Double click.
The process of worshipping. First of all, In the morning, this is the morning activities. Early in the morning, the Deopala who is taking the there is another lady in queue for worshipping. Bhairava, this is the Bhairava. Here is Deupala who is cleaning in and around once a week. Only in Saturday he cleans the temple. And this is the rest place. The in daytime, the elderly people sit here and talk, gossip, and they do whatever they want to do in this party. They use properly this party. There are more than 6-7 party. Mostly elderly people use in the daytime for talking. In the daytime, the people use in this way. They are using the mandapa to dry the paddy. And the evening activity, the evening activity can be seen through this video. At the night time, the temple is. This is the rest house where the elderly people used at daytime, and in the evening. Delhi, there is bhajan. Delhi. This is the day of Kartik Purnima. In Kartik Purnima, all party are used by bhajan mandali. This is one party. There were five bhajan mandali were chanting in different party around the temple. They are chanting in Newari language. These all are belong to Newar community. This is the time of Kartik Purnima. And there is a very famous jatra which is called the Sindur Jatra, Thimi Jatra. Sindur Jatra or Thimi Jatra also is called. Sindur Jatra, Thimi Jatra is a part of Biska Jatra, means the Biscuit Jatra. In Nepali New Year Day, Biscuit Jatra celebrates within the Bhaktapur city. This Vermilion festival, simply known as the Sindur Jatra too, the pilgrims throw vermilion powder, sindur, in sky during the festival. The Jatra initially start from this temple. During the Jatra, 32 chariots are built containing the image of various god and goddesses, but the Balkumari chariot is not rounded to the whole city. Other chariots are rounded to the whole city. Means the is other 31 chariot do round whole city, but the Balkumari chariot is taken up to the temple of Prachanda Bhairava, since it is believed that the ancient Thimi was bordered that place in north, the Prachanda Bhairava, which I show in the picture. Thank you. This is all.
Yes, Rana madam. जी.
Oh, thank you, Nirmala ji. And the floor is open for questions. And before the question goes on, I would like to ask one interesting question which just came up. Nirmala madam showed peacock, a pillar on top of that pillar there was a peacock in front of temple of Balkumari, and peacock is vehicle of Kartikeya. And I just wanted to know if Balkumari is Sakti of Kartikeya.
No, no. No, no. Balkumari is the Sakti of Bhairava, and Kaumari has the vehicle of a peacock. She is also is the form of Kaumari too. Within Ashtamatrika, the Kaumari. This yes, Balkumari has different form. Some of them are the Balkumari of Pashupatinath is called the daughter of Bhubaneswari. The name is Balkumari. In Pashupati area, she is the daughter of Bhubaneswari. But here in Thimi, she is the Sakti of Bhairava, and another form of her is Kaumari too, as a Ashtamatrika or Saptamatrika. And that vehicle is kept there as a form of Kaumari, the form of Ashtamatrika.
Thank you.
Yes, I have to ask a question.
Okay.
Jha from Darbhanga, Vidyanath Jha from Darbhanga. Is there any specific flower attached with the process? A specific flower?
Specific vermilion, sindur. It is called sindur.
Is it synthetic or the old one?
Old one, not synthetic. Old one, the sindura,
Bixa.
old one.
Bixa orellana. Bixa orellana. Any plant product?
Yeah. Plant. Here is the plant of a sindura, and
Which plant? Which plant is that?
this is called the sindura plant.
Can I get the photograph of that plant?
Yeah, I can send you later the plant photograph.
Because botanically, the plant which is famous by the name of sindur in our area is Bixa orellana. Bixa orellana.
Oh, okay, I will write that. Bixa orellana.
Bixa, Bixa orellana. ORELLANA. Is it
locally क्या बोलते हैं सर?
सीता सिंदूर. सीता सिंदूर बोलते हैं. इस इलाके में उसको सीता सिंदूर बोलते हैं.
अच्छा. हमारे इलाके में इसका सिंदूर, केवल सिंदूर बोलते हैं हमारे इलाके में.
फ्लावर, यदि इसका फोटोग्राफ हो जाए और यदि आप मिश्रा जी को भेज दें तो मुझे मिल जाएगा.
Okay, I will.
Photograph.
Okay, I will send, sure.
Any other flower in natural form?
No, any flower can be offered.
Any flower.
Any flower.
Okay.
Any flower. But the वो जो चावल होता है ना, चावल उनको कोई भी रंग नहीं उता मिलाता है. उसमें केवल चावल ही व्हाइट कलर में अलग ही होती है वो. फिर सिंदूर अलग ही होती है. सिंदूर और चावल मिक्स नहीं करता.
व्हाइट फ्लावर में कौन सा देते हैं?
व्हाइट फ्लावर में एनी फ्लावर that may be any flower, white colors flower.
अच्छा, ठीक है. तो जरा सिंदूर का फोटो जरा काइंडली मिश्रा जी को भेज देंगे.
ओके.
मैडम ये बाल कुमारी का जो ये मान्यता है, तो ये शक्ति के रूप में जैसा कि मैडम ने कहा, या कि कोई अलग से ये देवी हैं वहां पे?
यहाँ की देवी को भैरव की शक्ति के रूप में मानते हैं. यहाँ पर जो प्रमुख बालकुमारी है ना, वो बालकुमारी का डिफरेंट फॉर्म है. जैसा मैंने कहा कि पशुपतिनाथ को बालकुमारी का भुवनेश्वरी की बेटी के रूप में मानता है. ये थिमी के बालकुमारी दिगु भैरव की शक्ति, दिगु भैरव. द नेम ऑफ भैरव इज दिगु भैरव. वो शक्ति दिगु भैरव की शक्ति के रूप में लेती है इसको।
अच्छा अच्छा, तो ये जो 9 दिन का देवी का पूजा का कार्यक्रम होता है विशेष रूप से पूरे इंडिया में, तो क्या वहां पे भी इस तरह की मान्यताएं हैं? वहां पे भी
है। यहाँ पर आप देख रहे हैं ना, ये पिकॉक देख रहे हैं ना, उस सेक्रीफाइस के लिए छोड़ा है इनको। यहाँ पंचबली होता है उस वक्त में। पंचबली वो जो बफेलो गोट
नवरात्रि के टाइम पर,
वो नवरात्रि के टाइम पर पंचबली होती है। इसके बाद भी प्रत्येक संडे पर यहाँ डॉग का बलि होता था, DUC के डॉग, हांस, उसका बलि होता था कई साल आगे तक, बट नाउ डेज इट इज स्टॉप्ड। वो प्रत्येक संडे में डॉग का बलि होता था।
पीकॉक की बलि अभी भी होती है क्या? पीकॉक की बलि
नहीं, पीकॉक की बलि नहीं होती है यहाँ पर। डॉग DUC के डॉग, हंस,
अभी आप पीकॉक बोल रही हैं?
पीकॉक नहीं, पीकॉक को तो नहीं। यहाँ पर वो देखा है ना मैंने, ये देवी के आगे यो कुखुरालाई के भन्छ पुनम? हिंदी में
इनका बलि होगा है शायद।
यहाँ पर है, यहाँ भी अभी भी दिख रही है यहाँ पर। कोई इसका सेक्रीफाइस करता है, कोई इसका जीवित ही छोड़ देता है, जीवित। मुर्गा, मुर्गा है ना, मुर्गा को छोड़ देते।
पिकॉक नहीं, वो पिकॉक तो मोर हो गया ना,
मोर वो तो मुर्गा है, ये तो मुर्गा। यहाँ पर पंचबली होता है,
बतख।
यहाँ पर पंचबली होता है। वो पंचबली में मुर्गा होती है, वो हांस होती है, वो भेड़ा होती है, वो गोट होती है, वो रागो बोलता है यहाँ पर, रागो, बफेलो, हंस, ये मुर्गा, ये शीप और गोट, इनका
लोग
बलि
खाते
होता
हैं।
है।
बलि के बाद लोग उसको खाते हैं क्या?
खाते हैं। वो हेड को वहां पर, हेड वहीं पर छोड़ता है और बॉडी को वो खाते हैं एज ए प्रसाद।
ये जो पूजा है, ये वहाँ कौन करते हैं? पंडित ही करते हैं?
पंडित जी नहीं करते यहाँ पर। वो लोग शुरू में पंडित था यहाँ पर, फिर कुछ साल हुआ यहाँ पर पंडित नहीं। जो वहाँ बैठ रहा है ना, वो क्लीनर है, इसका क्लीनर, वो पोड़े बोलता है यहाँ पर, देउला क्लीनर। अभी तो सैटरडे के दिन वही ठहरता है। ये पिक्चर मैंने सैटरडे ली हूँ, ये इसी सैटरडे लिया है।
अच्छा, डेमोक्रेसी, ये जो पंडित नहीं है तो वहाँ डेमोक्रेसी आ गई है, उसका कोई संबंध है क्या किंगशिप खत्म होने के बाद?
वो तो नहीं है, गुठी है, इसका गुठी भी है। ट्रस्ट है, गुठी, इसका गुठी। तो गुठी से वो इनका जो इमेज है, वो इमेज चोरी होने के डर से, और द्यो छे बोलता है यहाँ पर, देवता घर में, देवता घर द्यो छे, उसमें रखकर वो सीक्रेटली उसका रखा है। वहां पर भी नित्य पूजा नहीं होती, वहां पर भी नित्य पूजा तो नहीं होती। यहाँ पर
किंगशिप के जाने के बाद कुछ परिवर्तन हुआ है क्या?
हुआ है, थोड़ा सा परिवर्तन तो हुआ है। किंगशिप के जाने के बाद यहाँ पर जो हंस का बलि था वो टूट गया, उसके बाद ही टूटा है। संडे जो करते थे वो टूटे हैं। तो अब तो जो लोकल पीपल, उनका इच्छा से उनको विश मांगने के लिए उन तो लोकल गार्जियन मानते हैं, लोकल पीपल यहाँ के, ई देवी को। तो उनके हिसाब से वो बलि भी देते हैं। उनके विश पूरा होने के बाद, उनके मैरिज सेरेमनी में, उनके व्रतबंध के टाइम पे, के खुशहाली पे, दसैं के टाइम में वो उनकी तरफ से करते हैं। लेकिन यहाँ पर पुजारी का अभी व्यवस्था नहीं है।
ये काठमांडू से कितनी दूरी पर है मैडम?
ये काठमांडू सिटी से लगभग भक्तपुर सिटी आने का कति किलोमीटर होला पुनम यो?
8 not more than 10 kilometers.
Yeah, around 8 kilometer.
8 किलो मतलब शहर के पास ही में है।
पास ही है, ये शहर की पास ही है। 8 किलोमीटर है काठमांडू सिटी से।
ये जो पोखरा वाली रूट है उससे अलग है ये
एशियन है, एशियन है ये गर्भगृह है। सबसे नीचे बालकुमारी का ये प्लेन स्टोन है सबसे नीचे। उसके ऊपर यहाँ 3 जो देख रहा है ना पुआल, वो नटराज के स्वरूप मानते हैं उनका शिव। फिर उसके ऊपर में जो ये पुआल है ये भैरव के रूप में मानते हैं यहाँ पर। सो यहाँ जो पूजा के लिए आते हैं तो नीचे से नहीं, नीचे केवल नीचे नहीं तो यहाँ नटराज की भी करती है, यहाँ भैरव का भी करते हैं। ये जो यहाँ स्मॉल पिलर है इनको पशुपति मानते हैं वो लोग। जो पशुपति नाथ जा नहीं सकता वो यहीं पर इनका वर्शिप करता है। जहाँ यहाँ देवला बैठ रहा है वहाँ के नियर देगू भैरव थे वहाँ। वो 2015 में चोरी हुआ, उसके बाद फिर 15 में चोरी हुआ उसका।
तो मंदिर ये इसका मंदिर काफी बड़ा बना हुआ है कि छोटा?
बड़ा ही है, बड़ा ही है। यहाँ पर है ना, यहाँ मैं दिखाऊंगी। ये तो चंद भैरव का है। कितना बड़ा है ये ईस्ट साइड है, ये 3 स्टोरी के है ये ईस्ट साइड में। अब
पशुपतिनाथ जी का भी तो लगभग जो मेन वो है इतना ही बड़ा दिखता है,
लगभग इतना ही है, उतना पशुपतिनाथ जितना लगभग इतना है। फ्रंट साइड में बहुत डेकोरेटिव है। इनका नेवारी में पता कहता है जो यहाँ लिंगरिंग हो रहा है ना, ये भी इनका सोन इनको गोल्ड प्लेटेड है। सम ऑफ देम आर गोल्ड प्लेटेड।
दीवाल में कुछ चित्र हैं, मूर्तियां हैं दीवाल में भी?
दीवाल में तो नहीं है, वो स्ट्रस में और तोरण और स्ट्रस में है। वो भैरव का है, अष्ट भैरव का है, अष्ट भैरव के साथ में अष्टमातृका के है। उसके बाद ऊपर में आई थिंक दीज में भी षोडशलास्य देवी। डिड यू हियर दैट?
एक टावर भी है मैडम, ये टावर ये क्या है? कहाँ है? ये लंबा खंभा जो है
ये पिलर, बड़ा वाला पिलर है। ये लगभग ये होगा कि नियर अबाउट 20 फीट हाइट में होगा ये पिलर। This temple is made in 17th century.
तुम्हारा हो गया ना?
In and around of this temple, there are so many temples are there. They are called the Beer Vishnu Beer. This is very rare name of Vishnu. Vishnu Beer temple is very nearby. There are more than 6 goddesses temple in and around of this temple. They are very famous. And the other temple, Chaitya also is, Karunamaya Bihar also is very near from this temple. In and around there, I have seen more than 20 temple are within 1 kilometer of this temple.
So all is जितने temples हैं सब में हिंदू और बौद्ध दोनों पूजा करते हैं?
दोनों वो बौद्ध में केवल बौद्ध ही पूजा करते हैं, लेकिन ई टेम्पल में बौद्ध और हिंदू दोनों ही पूजा करते हैं बाल कुमारी में। तो वहां पर करुणामय के बिहार है, स्तूप है, वहां पर केवल बौद्ध ही पूजा करते हैं वहां पर करुणामय का स्तूप में। लेकिन यहाँ ये बाल कुमारी का मंदिर में हिंदू और बौद्ध दोनों ही पूजा करते हैं यहाँ पर।
ठीक है, ठीक।
तो जुगनू सर जुड़े हुए हैं। जुगनू सर हैं क्या?
मिश्रा साहब, I also want to ask one question.
Yes, हाँ जोशी साहब, बिल्कुल वेलकम।
I am waiting since long back, and Madam Nirmala Madam or Poonam Madam, from anyone please, may I know, is there any authentic literature on the puja vidhi and all about this temple?
there is not authentic puja samagri, puja material, but they give बलि बलि के लिए वो तो 5 चीज ही चाहिए, उसके बाहेक और नहीं चलेगा, वो 5 चीज ही चाहिए बलि के लिए। तो पंचबली दे सकती है। और
I am not talking about.
No, he is asking about. He's saying manuscripts हो, manuscript or any books.
कोई बुक हो यदि पूजा के लिए कोई बुक है,
रिचुअल्स के बारे में कोई बुक्स वगैरह है, मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स है रे?
नहीं
प्रोटोकॉल
वो तो नहीं है, वो तो नहीं
वो
है।
मंदिर की ओर से नहीं होगी, बाकी किसी हिस्टोरियन ने लिखा हो शायद, वो
लिखा नहीं, बट आई थिंक देयर इज ओरल ट्रेडिशन। ओरल ट्रेडिशन इज पहले से वो पास डाउन होता आता है, और ये जो निवार है वो वही फॉलो करते आते हैं। So research on that is still open. Oral tradition is very much in Nepal. In nearly each and every places we have oral tradition. अगर किताब ना हो तो भी।
Yes, and the things which used to worship are very similar. I have seen that the egg, the samaya bhaji, where is the beaten rice, soya, and the pieces of meat keep together, and the flour and sindoor, and every Shakti Pith, they worship in this material as a Tantric Devi. Tantric Devi. Balkumari also is a Tantric Devi. She is the Shakti of Bhairava. That's why they use the similar thing like oila. Oila means the wine. Samay bhaji, egg, and the pieces of meat, and the soya, and the beaten rice, and sindoor. These are the things which are used in tantric parampara, in tantric paddhati, in tantric way. The things are similar.
Wine is made from which item? Wine.
Local. They are made by the rice and kodo के भन्छ पूनम कोदो, millet,
barley.
महुआ का पेड़ होता है वहाँ पे, महुआ का पेड़।
हाँ जी,
हाँ, महुआ
होता है।
वो लोकल बनाते हैं, ये बॉटल का खरीदते नहीं है, वो घर ही में बनाते हैं और वो चढ़ाते हैं। और इतना पावरफुल होता है अल्कोहल, इनका नंबर 1 अल्कोहल इज इफ यू लाइट कैंडल स्टिक और सम मैच स्टिक, वो जलता है, आग ही जलता है। तो वो नंबर गॉड को ऑफर करते वक्त ये लोग नंबर 1 वाला एला बोलते हैं अल्कोहल को, वो ऑफर करते हैं।
ये चीज चाहिए पूजा में। जो विधि पूर्वक पूजा करने के लिए जाएगा उनके लिए ये वाइन, ये एग, मीट, वो समय बजी, ये चीज कंपलसरी ही है, वो लेकर ही जाता है। रिटेन हो वा नहीं हो, यही यूज करते हैं। एवरी शक्तिपीठ इन नेपाल व्हिच इज यूज इन तांत्रिक पद्धति।
मिश्रा जी, ये एला शब्द जो ये बोल रहे हैं, कहीं अल्कोहल शब्द तो यहाँ से डिराइव नहीं हुआ है। अल्कोहल शब्द ये लिंग्विस्ट लोगों का ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है। एला से अल्कोहल।
ये लोग तो परंपरागत एला बोलते हैं नेवार लोग। और वो जब बच्चा जन्म लेता है तो what they do is small drop of alcohol is put होते। उन लोग को तो अल्कोहल बिना तो कुछ होता ही नहीं।
अल्कोहल वर्ड जो इंग्लिश का जो
प्योर मानता है,
इंग्लिश का जो अल्कोहल वर्ड है, कहीं हो सकता है ये बेसिक वर्ड एला ना हो, यहाँ से निकला ना हो, ये हो सकता है।
मैडम एक बात और है, क्या ये जो मीट है नेपाल में वो सबके लिए ग्राह्य है क्या?
नहीं, सबके लिए नहीं है। 2 शक्तिपीठ है ना यहाँ पर।
ब्राह्मण बिरादरी है, क्या वो मीट खाती है? मतलब वैसे नहीं, मतलब वैसे तो खाते होंगे, लेकिन क्या वो सोशली मान्य है क्या?
बहुत मान्य है सोशली, जबकि आपको मालूम होगा कि गोएश्वरी देवी को अहिला के बिना तो थोड़ा कोई पूजा भी नहीं होता, स्तप ही होता है गुहेश्वरी देवी। यहाँ पर जो शक्तिपीठ है ना, उनका मोस्टली तांत्रिक पद्धति से, तांत्रिक परंपरा से, तांत्रिक मेथड से वर्शिप होता है ना, तंत्र में वो कंपलसरी है। तो नेपाल के अधिकांश, आई थिंक मे बी 90% शक्तिपीठ आर रिलेटेड विथ तंत्र। That's why the Aila is compulsory, meat is compulsory, sacrifice is compulsory, because the deity, the goddesses, most goddesses are belonged with tantra. That's why.
अच्छा, बौद्ध लोग जो हैं वो तो अहिंसा मतलब नॉन वायलेंस में बिलीव करते हैं, तो क्या वो लोग वो मांस वगैरह खाते हैं, मीट बौद्ध?
आजकल तो ये shall I just tell you, like before 12 o'clock नेपाल में भी बौद्ध लोग खाते हैं मीट, और वेस्ट वो नॉर्दर्न हिमालयन रीजन के में तो ऐसा होता है कि बिकॉज इट्स ऑलवेज कोल्ड, तो ये एला भी खाते हैं। एला नहीं, वहां पर एला नहीं बोलते हैं, यहाँ पर नेवार लोग एला बोलते हैं। वहां पर वो अल्कोहल, वो व्हीट से बना या बक व्हीट से बना हुआ अल्कोहल, और ये मारते नहीं है पर ये दौड़ाते हैं याक को, और वो माउंटेन से गिर जाता है तो वो खाते हैं। और वो काटते भी नहीं है, वो काटते नहीं है, कोई बाहर से लोग आता है नॉर्दर्न हिमालयन रीजन में, वो काटता है तब वो मीट, अब बिना मीट और अल्कोहल तो वो सर्वाइव ही नहीं करते। वहां पर चावल नहीं उगता, वहां पर पटेटो ही होता है और व्हीट थोड़ा सा होता है, तो उधर का ये सब लोग, ये मॉन्क्स वगैरह सब खाते हैं मीट।
बुद्धिस्ट
आबादी है।
बुद्धिस्ट आल्सो दे ईट, बौद्ध धर्म वाले भी खाते हैं।
Some of them Buddhist, all Buddhist are not. Some of them.
Some eat. Nowadays, modern monks are, I've seen them in the hotel eating meat, but few are. Of course, there are some who are in strict order. पर वो जो थेरावाडा है, थेरावाडा तो मांगते फिरते हैं और जो देते हैं वो वही खाते हैं। तो वो लोग को, जैसे बुद्धा को भी तो कुशी नरपावा में जब वो मांगते थे, उनको सुअर का मीट दिया था, वही खाने के बाद उनको डायरिया हुआ था। तो ये जो मिलता है वही खाते हैं। तो आई थिंक बिफोर 12 o'clock ये उतना वर्जित नहीं करते हैं, पर कोई वेजिटेरियन भी है। मेजॉरिटी आर वेजिटेरियन, बट मॉडर्न डे भिक्षु तो बहुत 12 बजे से आगे जो भी खा सकते हैं।
अच्छा, ठीक।
यहाँ पर जो व्हाइट दिख रहा है ना, यहाँ पर व्हाइट ई गोट है, इनका सेक्रीफाइस नहीं किया, देवी के नाम पर वहां पर छोड़कर आया। White goat.
Nirmala madam is saying in the temple now, suppose I keep a boon, जैसे मैंने कुछ इच्छा किया और मेरा पूरा हुआ, तो मैं वहां पर मैं काटमार नहीं करती। तो what I do is I take the goat or sheep or whatever, and in name of the god, in name that my boon has been fulfilled, I will make that, I will tie a bell around the goat or the sheep or the lamb, and I will leave it in the temple premises.
This white is the example.
And she's saying they are it's shown there in the picture, a lamb is left like that because
white lamp.
Someone's boon was fulfilled.
Here is the white lamp.
Yeah.
Lamp.
नहीं, ठीक है, बहुत अच्छा, वेरी गुड।
तो धन्यवाद मैडम, बहुत बहुत जानकारी दी आप लोगों ने नेपाल की बाल कुमारी देवी के बारे में, और बहुत सी और बातें भी हुई, और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ
जी। हाँ सर, हैकर साहब।
हाँ, मैं ये पूछ रहा था कि ये बाल कुमारी का कोई सरस्वती से रिलेशन है, क्योंकि सरस्वती हंस वाहिनी थी और मोर वाहिनी थी, मयूर वाहिनी थी।
या आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया। So Balkumari, here the Balkumari is called Panchakumari too. And I asked to elderly people around there, and they were telling me, here this is the form of Panchakumari. Within Panchakumari, here is Saraswati too. They were telling me within Panchakumari, Balkumari, the Balkumari of Thimi is called Panchakumari too. And what are the goddesses within Panchakumari? I asked them, and they told me within Panchakumari there is the goddesses Saraswati also is included there, but there are not any images of Saraswati. I have not seen, just the plain stone are there. 5 stone are there. I have seen in the bottom there are 5 stone, and they were telling one of them is Saraswati, other is Mahalakshmi, and other is Vaishnavi, and other is Siddhi Lakshmi, Bondevi, and other is telling the other name of goddesses. But all are telling, within them, all are telling the same goddesses was Kumari, Balkumari, and Saraswati are the similar. All people told that within these 5 Kumaris, Balkumari, Kumari, and Saraswati, everybody tell that. But other two, within other two, somebody told Siddhi Lakshmi, other told the Bondevi, and other told the other, no fixed name, but the 3 were fixed: Kumari, Balkumari, and Saraswati.
Second thing, there is one Bauchar Mata in Gujarat, whose vehicle is Murga, cock. So, is there any possibility that Bauchar Mata is known as Kumari?
I don't think so. That not maybe. I don't think so. 3 Devis are confirmed. क्योंकि सब ने वही एक ही बोला कि सरस्वती, कुमारी र बालकुमारी. So the still research is necessary, but I think there may be the Saraswati too.
And it is in symbolic
Possible.
form.
Saraswati possible.
Symbolic.
There are not
Saraswati is
any
possible.
symbol about Saraswati. There are not, and I have not seen the Devis which are kept within the Laiku. It was closed. I tried to go, but there are. I heard there are 5 Devis within Laiku. In the name of Balkumari, there are 5 goddesses, which is kept secretly within the Laiku palace, old palace. Nobody can see there. So I did not get chance to see the 5 goddesses who were there, who are there within the Laiku. When at the time of Jatra, they took out. I will go at that time. I will try to go at that time in Biscuit Jatra.
Saraswati is known as also as
I think
Virgin Lady
Saraswati.
Kumarika.
Yeah. 3. I think 3 are certainly there. They are the one form of Kumari. Another is Balkumari. Another is Saraswati. And I am interested to 2 goddesses. Who will be 2 goddesses? Because we can see the iconographic feature of goddesses. The local people do not care the iconographic feature. They just tell what they tell. But we see carefully the iconographic feature at the time of when the time will come of Jatra. Then I will see carefully the iconographic feature of these 5 goddesses which are kept in Laiku palace. I did not get chance this time because it was late.
Actually, I have visited Bhaktapur thrice, but I have not visited this temple.
So welcome to visit this temple. My house also is very near from this temple. Within 5 minutes, you are welcome to my house to sir if you can.
धन्यवाद मैडम दोनों लोगों को पूनम मैडम को और निर्मला मैडम को।
I am also connected here, sir. Now.
Our head of department. Oh, sound looks like a head of department. Som sir, are you there now?
I have just connected here. I was in a serious meeting. Now I have connected.
Oh, please tell something about the Balkumari temple.
पूनम साहब बताइए, वो क्या नाम है, सोम साहब, हम ये फोटो के पीछे आ रहा था तो वो नाम मैं नहीं देख पा रहा था जी।
हाँ, ठीक है सर, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है सर। निर्मला जी ने जो प्रेजेंट किया है अच्छा किया है, ठीक है। नेपाल में एक प्रॉब्लम है सर, देखिए what is the problem? Most of the god and goddesses are worshipped by both Hindus and the Buddhists. The Buddhism of Kathmandu Valley is quite different, and most of the images, Hindu images also are influenced by the Buddhist iconography, so that we have different goddesses. The same god and goddesses also seem different here in Nepal, sir. For example, Balkumari, Kumari, she is Kumari, she is worshipped as the consort of Kumara, but Buddhists also worship Kumari in Dasamahavidya or Navadurga with Navadurga, and then the iconographic feature remains quite different than the original Hindu Kumari. It is the system here, sir.
Yes, sir. जी सर।
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for the.
Thank you, Dr. Som साहब, Dr. पूनम मैडम, Dr. निर्मला मैडम, काफी समय दिया आप लोगों ने और बहुत अच्छा लगा। बहुत सी चीजें डिस्कस हुई नेपाल के बारे में, वहाँ के जो पूज्य स्थान हैं उनके बारे में, और निश्चित रूप से हम लोगों को सब जुड़े हुए लोग हैं हम लोग। मैंने बताया था कि मैं करीब 5-6 साल पहले काठमांडू में पशुपतिनाथ जी के दर्शन करने गया था, और कुछ वहाँ पर जो फोर्ट है आगे जो शायद कुछ तूफान में कुछ प्रभावित था, और पोखरा म्यूजियम में भी मैं गया था। तो 2-3 दिन की यात्रा थी मेरी, तो जितना हो सका था मैं वहाँ घूम पाया था। तो एक बार पुनः यादें जो है वो ताजा हो गई, और देखिए भगवान चाहेगा और पशुपतिनाथ जी चाहेंगे तो फिर बुलाएंगे। आप
अच्छा मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर सोम जरा अपना ये आप मेल आईडी दे सकते हैं? किस कॉन्फ्रेंस के विषय में बताया था आपने परसों?
हाँ, कल आपने चर्चा की थी। मेल आईडी तो मेरे पास है सर की, व्हाट्सएप नंबर नहीं है मेरे पास, शायद
अच्छा,
रखते
ये
नहीं है।
किस कॉन्फ्रेंस की बात कर रहे थे परसों?
मैंने सर।
हाँ सोम साहब।
हाँ sir. Thank you very much, sir. We have a conference on religion and culture. It is related on heritage studies.
अच्छा।
There is इसमें क्या है, दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का असिस्टेंट डीन है अमरजीव लोचन।
अच्छा।
वो है साउथ एंड साउथ एशियन एसोसिएशन ऑफ रिलीजन एंड कल्चर का प्रेसिडेंट है।
अच्छा।
उनके पास मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में हेरिटेज संबंधी एक इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार हो रहा है। इसका प्रोसेस चल रहा है। जो
कब हो रहा है?
हमारा कन्वेनर जो है ना, कन्वेनर जी को ईमेल भी किया है, जो अनाउंसमेंट है उसका।
कब हो रहा है?
ये सर मार्च 30, 31 एंड अप्रैल 1, 3 days।
अच्छा, ये अगले साल
हाँ, अगले साल होगा सर। इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार ऑन रिलीजन एंड कल्चर, बट the subjects, the themes are very broad, they are related on religion, culture, heritage, art, architecture, ethnicity, folklore, everything is there, language, literature, it is broad, sir।
पूनम मैडम, आप ग्रुप में जुड़ी हुई हैं, आपके पास होगा तो आप हमारे वो ग्रुप में आप डाल दीजिएगा।
अच्छा जी सर, आई विल
सबको पता चल जाएगा।
ठीक है, मैं पूनम मैडम को फॉरवर्ड कर देंगे, देन शी विल सेंड इट। ओके,
आई विल ईमेल यू सर, मिश्रा सर।
प्रोफेसर स्कंदा को ईमेल किया है। सुनिए ना सर, प्रोफेसर स्कंदा को ईमेल कर दिए है, वो जो अनाउंसमेंट है
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, मैं ले लूंगा
तो
उनसे।
हम
ठीक है सर,
ग्रुप में कर देंगे
सबका
और
हम
आपको भेज देंगे।
ठीक है सर।
ठीक है ठीक है। अच्छा,
नेपाल में सबका स्वागत है। वो झा, प्रोफेसर झा बोला था पशुपति का
झा साहब
यात्रा
बोल रहे
शीतला
हैं।
का व्यापार,
हाँ
शीतला
हाँ
का
हाँ
व्यापार,
झा
एक काम
हाँ,
दो
झा
बंधुत्व
साहब
है,
भी बात कर रहे हैं
दोनों
आपसे।
होगा उसमें।
हाँ
हाँ, यहाँ ड्राइड
झा
फिश
साहब
नहीं
भी बात
मिलेगा।
कर रहे हैं तो
हाँ, ड्राइड फिश नहीं
हाँ।
मिलेगा, बट ड्राइड फिश होगा। वो सेमिनार
ठीक है ठीक है
एंड द पशुपति का दर्शन तो होगा ही होगा।
ठीक है, बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा।
ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
ओके सर। सोम साहब, आप अपना व्हाट्सएप नंबर नहीं रखते हैं क्या?
व्हाट्सएप रख सकता हूँ, लेकिन वो भाइबर चलाता हूँ प्रोफेसर जी।
नहीं, आप रखते हैं कि नहीं? मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि आप रखिए मेरे कहने से, मैंने
ठीक है,
पूछा।
रखेंगे सर, रखेंगे।
नेपाल
में चलता है भाइबर, चलता है भाइबर।
हाँ हाँ,
अभी भी वो यूनिवर्सिटी का सीरियस मीटिंग में था, जस्ट आया है। एक गो मीटिंग था, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मीटिंग था, दिन भर वहीं था हम। अभी जस्ट आकर एक कनेक्ट हुए हैं।
हाँ ठीक है
ठीक
है। ओके, थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू सर।
कितने सीजन है?
tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yes, डॉक्टर देवराय।
सुनिए, कितने मौसम में वो टंग पियर्सिंग फेस्टिवल कब है?
क्या कॉन्फ्रेंस?
Piercing festival, yeah.